Chapter 41. The Pirate Ship. After winking and gesturing at Du Hong with their golden tickets, Zhang Yang and his two friends left, their arms slung around each other. Time was limited, and they intended to hit the most thrilling rides first. Roller coasters, spinning swings, and the big wheel, for example. Hu Ling also joined them, consciously leaving Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan, who had just confirmed their relationship, to enjoy some private time. Once the others had left, Du Hong turned to Hui Yuxuan, who wore a sweet smile and asked, "What would you like to play, Yuxuan?" Hui Yuxuan blinked her big, watery eyes, thought for a moment, and then gently shook her head. "I don't know." Du Hong shrugged helplessly. "Then let's start with the less intense rides. If you're not scared, we can try them all." Hui Yuxuan nodded enthusiastically, taking Du Heng's arm as they began to experience each ride one by one. Standing in the employee passage, Uncle Li watched Du Hong walk away hand in hand with Hui Yuxuan. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Madam, it seems that the young master and this young lady, Yuxuan, have officially become a couple. They were holding hands and seemed very affectionate." "Yes, they're at the amusement park now. The young master's roommates are also here, and there's another young lady who I assume is a friend of hers." "Yes, I will pay attention to the safety of the young master and this young lady." On the other end of the line, Du's mother hung up the phone, smiling happily. She took a sip of the coffee shui he had just brought and nodded with satisfaction. Du's father, who was studying financial trends, noticed his wife's expression and asked curiously, "What's with the happy face? Is there something good happening?" "Your son finally managed to win over that girl." "Oh, that's good news." Du's mother nodded. "We should have him bring her home for a meal sometime soon. Let's wait a little. They just got together. After all, we can't push things too fast, or we might scare her away." Du's mother glared at Du's father. "What are you thinking? I'm not one of those notoriously nasty rich mothers-in-law. I want my son to bring her over so I can take her shopping and buy her some clothes. Such a beautiful lady needs to dress herself up nicely." "That's true. I must say, our son's taste is impeccable." As he spoke, Du's father suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He looked up and saw Du's mother staring at him with narrowed eyes. Gulp. Du's father immediately laughed heartily. "Well, my taste back then was also impeccable. Ha ha ha. Humph. You know what's good for you." Du's mother smiled tenderly and said to Shui, "Shui, make some chicken soup tonight. The master needs some nourishment." Du's father's face fell. He rubbed his lower back and sighed inwardly, lamenting how hard life was. Hui Yuxuan was having a wonderful time. Although she was screaming constantly and didn't dare to open her eyes, a large, reassuring hand held hers tightly, giving her courage. She and Du Hong had come to ride the pirate ship. Because they had golden tickets, they didn't have to wait in line and were able to choose their seats as soon as the previous ride ended. At first, everything was fine, but as the pirate ship swung higher and higher, she felt her heart leap into her throat as it swung backward. The people on board were shouting in alarm. Some were laughing, and a few wore blank expressions. Du Hong was one of the latter. To him, the pirate ship was nothing special. The only thing he felt was a slight shortness of breath when the ship swung backward. However, it was Hui Yuxuan's first time riding a pirate ship, or rather, her first time on a ship of this size. Each swing caused her to shriek in alarm along with everyone else. Du Hong held her small hand tightly, reassuring her the whole time. They had already ridden the merry-go-round and bumper cars. When they came to the pirate ship, Hui Yuxuan had volunteered to give it a try, and now here they were. That was Hui Yuxuan's current state. Happy yet scared, and the warmth coming from the back of her hand made her feel incredibly sweet. A few minutes later, Du Hong led Hui Yuxuan off the pirate ship. Her small hands were slightly cold, a natural response to the fright she had experienced. "How was it?" Hui Yuxuan's face was pale, but she still smiled and nodded emphatically. "It was my first time on such a thrilling pirate ship. It was so much fun." "Then, do you want to ride it more often in the future?" Yes. "Okay, what do you want to play next?" Hui Yuxuan suddenly became bashful, her face flushed. She hesitated and stammered, I need to go to the restroom." Du Hong touched his nose and chuckled. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you there." Hui Yuxuan walked into the restroom, while Du Hong stood outside, waiting. There were many people in the park, and even more in the restrooms. The weather wasn't hot that day. It was cloudy with a light breeze, making it a perfect day to visit an amusement park. Parents and children passed by continuously, and the park was filled with laughter and cheers. Du-hong found a place to sit down and was just about to take out his phone and play for a bit when two familiar figures appeared, supporting an even more familiar one, with a young woman following behind. It was Wang Chong, Han Lei, and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was being held up by Wang Chong as they hurried toward the restroom. Han Lei sat down beside Du-hong, and Hu Ling followed the others into the restroom. Du-hong pointed at Zhang Yang going into the restroom and asked, "What happened to him?" Han Lei pushed up his glasses and grinned. "We went on the roller coaster, and Zhang Yang got all cocky. He insisted on going on the drop tower. So, we went up. But then, Wang Chong and I got off, and Zhang Yang only realized we weren't there after the ride started. And then? And then he became like that." Looking at Han Lei's gloating expression, Du-hong rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "What are you doing here, Du? Shouldn't you be with your girlfriend?" Du-hong pointed towards the restroom. "She's in there." Han Lei shrugged. Du-hong then saw the small convenience store not far away. He walked over and got 6 ice cream bars and 6 cold drinks, and then returned. Just then, Wang Chong was dragging Zhang Yang out of the restroom. The latter's face looked much better, and he even managed a grin and a thumbs up when he saw Du-hong. Du-hong handed out the ice cream bars, laughing. "You guys wait for Hu Ling? All right, I need a break. I'm going to play some of these thrill rides again later. Maybe you should play something a little less intense. I'm afraid there might only be 5 of us when we go home tonight." Zhang Yang thought that made sense. He took a big bite of his ice cream and chuckled. Du-hong shook his head. Zhang Yang was so carefree. If he ever got a girlfriend, she'd probably be driven crazy. Du-hong didn't know if Zhang Yang would be, but he knew for sure that Zhang Yang would definitely get beaten up by his girlfriend. Chapter 42. Real Life CS. The group finished their ice cream, and then Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling came out of the restroom together. Du-hong glanced at the melting ice cream in his hand and shook his head. He threw it in the trash and went to buy 2 more bars for Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling. "What do you guys want to play next?" "Du, I heard they have real-life CS here. Is that true?" Du-hong smiled and nodded. "Yes, do you want to play?" "Yes, I've wanted to try it for ages." "What about you, Yuxuan and Hu Ling?" Before Hui Yuxuan could say anything, Hu Ling puffed out her chest. "We want to play too." "Then let's all go together." Yay! They arrived at the real-life CS arena, which was huge. There was a long line outside, with at least a few dozen people waiting. It was a testament to the popularity of the game. But thankfully, the arena was so large, it was divided into several different scenarios, with 2 teams battling it out. Players could choose time-based or kill-based games. Once a game was over, the players came out, so the line moved quickly. Du-hong walked up to the person in charge and showed his golden ticket, pointing at the others behind him. "Can you schedule us for the next round? There are 6 of us, and we'll need 6 opponents." The person in charge looked at the ticket and nodded respectfully. "Of course, young master. Please wait a moment. One of the scenarios will be empty soon. Please take your friends inside to change." Du-hong nodded and led the group inside. They went directly in without waiting in line, which caught the eyes of several boys at the front of the queue. "Hey, how come they went straight in? Do they not have to line up?" "They have VIP tickets. They don't need to wait," the staff member explained patiently. "Damn it. Why? We've been queuing for ages, and they just walk in with some VIP tickets? Our time isn't worth anything?" "I'm sorry, that's the rule. I'm just an employee." "Damn it. How much does a VIP ticket cost? Tell me, what makes them so special that they don't have to wait?" The staff member felt helpless. They glanced at the manager behind them, and the manager walked over with a smile. Their walkie-talkie buzzed, signaling that the next group could enter. After replying, they turned to the group of boys. "These tickets are not for sale. They are not something you can buy with money. All right, you can go in now." The number 1 scenario just became available. It's the first one to the right once you enter. The boys were a group of 6. Muttering, they went into the changing rooms. After changing, they went to the waiting room for scenario 1. There was a screen showing the opposite waiting room, and the other waiting room had a similar screen, showing their waiting room. One sharp-eyed boy pointed to the screen showing the opposite group. "Aren't those the VIPs?" "Hey, it is. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, let's hit them hard. Obliterate them. Forget their so-called VIP status. Let's wipe them out. There are 2 girls among them, and one of them is pretty hot. Be gentle with her. Humph. She's just another rich man's plaything. I'm going to target her and shoot her down. It's just a game. Don't get too worked up. I just can't take it. Why should I be standing here in line, putting up with this crap? The others shook their heads and didn't try to dissuade him. They just thought that if a fight broke out, they'd pull them apart. They didn't think the other side could win. After all, the 6 of them were from the sports academy and had great physiques, while the other side had 2 girls. Meanwhile, on Du Heng's side, Zhang Yang was wearing a green helmet, his hands on his hips and laughing. Ha 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 ha. Brothers and sisters, your brother Yang is going to lead the way. Stay close to me. Hui Yuxuan burst out laughing. Hu Ling's eyes twitched and she took a step back, trying to distance herself from the goofball. Du Heng rubbed his forehead, wishing he could shoot Zhang Yang and eliminate him right there and then. Although they were toy guns, being shot by one hurt. While the pellets wouldn't cause broken bones, they were painful enough to make you grit your teeth. He leaned close to Hui Yuxuan's ear and whispered, Yuxuan, stick close to me. Hui Yuxuan nodded. Dressed in her uniform, she looked both gentle and cool. Both sides entered the arena. Han Lei and Wang Chong were a bit nervous since they had never played before. Hu Ling didn't really care. She was just following along, treating it like a walk in the park. Winning or losing didn't matter to her. Zhang Yang, however, had a big ego and had played CS before, so he was extremely confident. He charged forward with his gun. Yang, don't charge forward like that. It's okay, Dua. Pew pew. Before Zhang Yang finished his sentence, he was hit twice on his helmet. Before he could react, he was hit again by several plastic pellets, striking him directly in the face. Ouch! Zhang Yang collapsed to the ground. Normally, he would be eliminated, but this game lasted 10 minutes, unless one side surrendered. So, even if Zhang Yang was hit, he wasn't eliminated. Damn it, those guys aren't playing fair. They didn't even say hello. Yeah, shouldn't we all say hello first? They might be newbies. Are newbies that accurate? It's obvious they play this often. How else could I have been hit 3 times on the head? All right, get up and hide behind something. Zhang Yang got up angrily. His face had paint splattered all over it from the plastic bullets, and it was now red on one side. The other group of boys laughed. They knew Zhang Yang would show his face eventually, so they weren't going to miss the opportunity. The game continued, with both sides taking hits. Hui Yuxuan popped out and fired twice, hitting one of the opposing players on the helmet both times. She also got hit once. However, she didn't panic or feel scared. Instead, her eyes lit up with excitement. Du Heng took the opportunity to fire cold shots, hitting the same person on the other side multiple times, always in the face. Zhang Yang looked like he had just returned from war, covered head to toe with paint, but he didn't seem to know what the word cautious meant. He stood there trading shots, getting his face battered. With about 8 minutes left, the other group got restless. The game wasn't going anywhere, mainly because Du Heng was a very accurate shot. If they dared to show their faces, they would almost certainly be hit right away. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. The most hot-tempered of the boys, the one who had threatened to target Hui Yuxuan, had been hit the most. His face was covered in different colors of paint, and his mouth was smeared with red, making it look as if he had coughed up blood. Brothers, let's charge. Let's teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Du Heng glanced at the timer, shouldered his gun, stood up, and waved. Let's go. Final battle. Chapter 43. A fight breaks out. The battle became intense, and everyone got hurt. Zhang Yang, because he was in the front, received the heaviest fire. His face was no longer visible, covered in paint. The 10 minutes ended. Everyone thought that was the end of it, since it was just a game, and they were strangers. They'd smile, shake it off, and go their separate ways. However, the boy who was hit the most smirked and aimed his gun at a defenseless Hui Yuxuan, pulling the trigger. Pew pew pew. Ah. Hui Yuxuan was hit on her face by a plastic pellet. Because she wasn't expecting it, she was hit repeatedly. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? It's over. Why are you still shooting? Du Heng frowned and glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was beginning to tear up, feeling wronged. He asked sternly, What do you think you're doing? Haha, nothing. The gun just went off. Pew pew pew. Ouch. Damn it. How dare you shoot at me? Sorry, my gun went off. You're asking for it. The other 6 came rushing over, and their leader swung his fist at Du Hong. Wang Chong lunged forward, knocking the leader to the ground and pummeling him. The other boys began kicking Wang Chong. Han Lei's eyes went red instantly. He let out a roar and charged forward, wrestling another boy to the ground. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, staring at the shortest boy, who was still built like a tank. He charged at the guy only to be knocked down with one punch. Du Heng's forehead veins bulged. He glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was looking at him with worry. He suddenly smiled, patted her shoulder lightly and said, Yuxuan, I'm going to teach them a lesson for you. Don't go. Hui Yuxuan grabbed Du Heng's arm and begged, It's okay. Don't fight. There are many of them. You can't win. Let's go. Du Heng shook his head lightly, then raised his head. His eyes were red now, and his fists were clenched tightly. Wait for me. He freed himself from Hui Yuxuan's grasp and landed a flying kick to the person who had flipped over Wang Chong. He then turned and delivered a side kick to the next boy charging at him. The meaty thud echoed as the boy went flying, sliding several meters on the ground before stopping, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Damn it! Teach this guy a lesson. Du Heng's eyes were savage as he kicked everyone who dared come near, sending them flying. However, he was still outnumbered, and his face was punched. He now had a swollen eye, but it only fueled his rage, and his kicks became heavier. Finally, with the help of Wang Chong and the others, they were able to subdue all 6 of the other boys. With his teeth gritted, he walked up to the boy who had shot Hui Yuxuan. Without saying a word, he kicked him, causing the boy to pass out with a glup sound. At that moment, the manager from outside rushed in with his team. Young master, are you all right? The manager's face was filled with worry and fear. Du Heng was injured in his arena, and his boss would certainly not let him off easily if he found out. Du Heng waved his hand. I'm okay. Throw this garbage out. Find out their school. It'll be on their uniforms. Tell their principal to expel those troublemakers, or I'll personally take this up with them. The manager nodded quickly in agreement and waved a hand. Several large bodyguards appeared from behind him and carried the groaning boys out. Du Heng finally walked over to Hui Yuxuan and gently patted her back. It's all right, Yuxuan. I chased them away. Yeah, it's okay, sis-in-law. We're here. We won't let you suffer. Zhang Yang said, his nose still bleeding, a swollen right eye, but a thumbs up. Han Lei and Wang Chong remained silent, but from their fierce looks, it was clear they shared the same thoughts as Zhang Yang. Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Heng's bruised face with concern and said gently, Does it hurt? Du Heng grinned. No, it's a small matter. Ha 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 ha. A small matter. Ouch. That hurts a lot. Zhang Yang howled while clutching his face. Du Heng nodded lightly. He smiled at everyone's injuries and said, Let's get patched up at the park's medical station. You guys got your faces beat up pretty good, so you can't eat too much spicy food tonight. I want to eat spicy food. If I can't eat spicy food, what's the point of eating a big meal? Du Heng shook his head. He was moved. His roommates had all rushed in to help without a second thought. They had only been living together for less than a month, and for them to do that was truly something. Let's call it a day. Everyone shed some blood today, so I'll just have to spend some money. Let's go shopping at the mall now. Each of you gets a limit of 100,000. Buy whatever you want. Whoa, really? Zhang Yang shrieked, but he knew it was definitely true. Du Heng wasn't one to make empty promises or tease them. Hu Ling's eyes also lit up, but she felt embarrassed since she knew Du Heng wanted to compensate his roommates. Du Heng, I'm good. I didn't really help. Du Heng smiled and shook his head. No, just you comforting Yuxuan is already enough. Hu Ling giggled, her eyes filled with excitement. 100,000. She could buy a lot of clothes, shoes, bags, skincare products, and makeup with that. Hui Yuxuan wasn't so scared anymore. She pinched Du Heng's waist and said softly, Heng, thank you. Du Heng was taken aback, gently tapping her small nose. That's what I should do. If I can't protect you, then what right do I have to be your boyfriend? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Even with paint all over her face, she couldn't hide her beauty. Du Heng chuckled and shouted, Let's go. First, let's get patched up at the medical station and then go to the mall. After Du Heng and his friends left, The manager immediately called his direct supervisor, Uncle Wang. I understand. After hanging up, Uncle Wang's eyes turned cold. To Du Hong, he was just a warm-hearted uncle, a secretary who meticulously followed Du's father's instructions. But to outsiders, he was a totally different person. How dare they lay a hand on the young master and the future mistress? And they even injured the young master? If the madam hears about this, they won't have a good ending. Alas, the young master is too kind. He just wants the students to be expelled and leaves it at that. After a moment of silence, Uncle Wang shook his head. All right, let's do as the young master says. Otherwise, the madam will have a hard time when he gets upset. Xiao Zhao, you take care of this. I want that so-called sports academy principal to expel all 6 of those students today. Yes, I will go right away. Chapter 44. Having a mall at home is pretty normal, right? At the medical station, Hua Yuxuan's face was clean now, and she looked with gentleness at Du Heng's swollen eye. Her emotions wouldn't calm down. You are so silly. Du Heng held Hua Yuxuan's hand and grinned. Sometimes violence isn't a bad thing, and you saw it, they started it. If we didn't fight back, who knows what they would have done? I don't want you to get hurt in any way. Hua Yuxuan's heart trembled. She pursed her lips and nodded gently, letting Du Heng hold her hand. Ouch! Doctor, be gentle, be gentle. It hurts so much. Zhang Yang was wailing, making the 2 doctors laugh. They were being very careful, but he was acting like he was deathly afraid of pain, howling desperately. You're afraid of pain, and yet you picked a fight with the biggest guy. I'm the tallest in the dorm. Should I leave it to you guys? Du Heng patted his shoulder and grinned. Thank you guys. Thanks to you all, Yuxuan wasn't in trouble today. We're roommates, partners that will be living together for at least 3 years. If we don't help you, who would? Besides, I can't tolerate anyone hitting women. They deserved a beating. Ouch! Be gentler. Be gentler. Du Heng shook his head, amused. He didn't know, but the news had already reached Du's mother. She had instantly exploded with rage. What did you say? Someone hit Xiao Hong? Huh? Who the heck dares to hit my son? Tell me and I'll beat them to death. Du's father was standing nearby, and hearing his wife's words, his anger flared up immediately. He glared with red eyes. It was a group of students from a sports academy. Our son and his roommates taught them a lesson. Our son wasn't humiliated. Although he was punched once in the face, the other side didn't come out on top. That's good. What did our son say about how they should be punished? Our son said he wants the principal of their school to expel all of those students. Is that all? Du's father rubbed his chin for a moment and then nodded. Then let's do as our son says. If we intervene, he might get angry if he finds out. Du's mother could only nod lightly. She had been ready to go over there and demand an explanation, but since Du Heng had made a decision, she wouldn't interfere. After getting patched up, the group excitedly climbed into the Rolls-Royce headed for the mall. In the car, Wang Cheng, Han Lei, and Zhang Yang were discussing something, most likely about what they wanted to buy. Hu Ling was sitting next to them, spacing out occasionally and taking out her phone to search for things, probably thinking about what she wanted to buy as well. Hua Yuxuan leaned against Du Heng, holding onto his arm, her eyes distant as she was lost in her own thoughts. Yuxuan, this is the first time we're going shopping together after getting together. Later, I'm going to buy things for you, and you can't refuse. Hua Yuxuan didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Du Heng's lips curved into a smile as he pinched Hua Yuxuan's waist, which was completely free of excess fat. He felt the soft texture of her skin and grinned. Hua Yuxuan twisted her waist, but she didn't try to push Du Heng's hand away. She pinched Du Heng's waist and said softly, "There are others in the car." Du Heng said in a serious tone, "What's wrong? What did I do?" In response, Hua Yuxuan just gave him a beautiful eye roll. The Rolls-Royce arrived at the mall around 5 in the afternoon. However, the sky was still bright. Since it was Sunday, there were many people in the mall. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhang Yang and the others were eager to rush inside, but Du Heng raised his hand to stop them. If you go in like this, are you going to offer up your faces to be slapped when you pay? Oh yeah. Du Heng shook his head and took out 4 golden shopping cards, each with a value of 100,000, from the car. The others were stunned. Wow, golden legends. Wang Cheng was dumbfounded. If he remembered correctly, The ticket at the amusement park was also gold. Was there a connection? Is this mall also owned by your family? At this point, the group was not just surprised, they were shocked. Du-hung nodded with a smile. Just as you guessed, this mall is also owned by my family. You all know my family is rich, so it's only normal for us to own a mall, right? They admired how he could be so serious while showing off. Each of them received a golden shopping card, and they were itching to go shopping. Doesn't sis-in-law get one? Are you dumb? Sis-in-law has Du by her side. Does she need that? Oh yeah. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. The three pushed and shoved their way into the mall. Hu Ling winked at Hui Yuxuan, then giggled and followed them inside. Du-hung put his arm around a slightly flushed Hui Yuxuan and whispered, "Would I have the honor of inviting this beautiful lady to go shopping with me?" Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded gently, her eyes overflowing with affection. Du-hung chuckled as he led Hui Yuxuan into the mall to begin their shopping spree. Inside the women's clothing store, "Yuxuan, I think this dress will look good on you. Try it on." "Wow, it's so pretty. Let's buy it." Inside the women's shoe and bag store, "Yuxuan isn't used to wearing high heels, so we won't buy shoes here. I'll take you to buy some sneakers later so that you'll be comfortable. Look at the bags here. Which ones do you like?" Du-heng's hands were already full of bags, and his hands were turning red, but he was happy. Hui Yuxuan's smile no longer had that hesitation and conflict she had before they had become a couple. She had truly accepted herself as his girlfriend. Hui Yuxuan noticed Du-heng's reddening hands and felt sorry for him. "Ah-hung, you can't carry anymore. Let's take a break and wait for the others to be done." Du-hung grinned. "No, I need to take these things to the car first. Wait for me here, and then I'll take you shopping for many things. We haven't bought the most important stuff yet." Hui Yuxuan felt helpless, but nodded gently. Du-hung turned and walked to the entrance where Uncle Li was standing. Seeing Du-hung approach, he hurried to take the shopping bags. "Thank you, Uncle Li. Don't be so polite, young master. I'll bring these to the car and come back here soon. You can send your things over again later." "Okay." Uncle Li didn't say anything about joining Du-hung to shop. He had that much tact. Du-hung nodded and ran back to Hui Yuxuan, putting his arm around her, who was still in a daze. "Let's go. I'll take you to buy the most important stuff and get a gift I ordered." They walked into a familiar jewelry store, and Du-hung wrapped his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist. The staff members noticed them and brightened up, approaching them with smiles. Congratulations. May you be happy together. Congratulations to both of you." Du-hung laughed. "Manager, is the gift you promised me last time still good?" Chapter 45. The jewelry store's promised gift and couple rings. The store manager, having seen the two entering, greeted them with a smile. "Of course. Shaoli, bring out the prepared gift box." The clerk called Shaoli went behind the counter and returned shortly with a small red gift box. She handed the box to the manager and stepped aside. There were several customers browsing jewelry, and they turned curiously to look at what was going on. They saw the manager hand the box to Du-hung with a smile. "Congratulations to both of you. All purchases made by you two today will be 20% off." Du-hung touched his nose, accepted the box, and said with a smile, "Thanks. And thank you for the fairy lights. Without those, Yuxuan might not have said yes to me." He turned to Hui Yuxuan, who blushed, rolled her eyes, and lowered her head. "Even without the lights, I would have said yes, you know that." Du-hung grinned, not arguing. The manager, watching them flirt, smiled even wider. "You two are a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It makes everyone jealous." "Okay, enough with the pleasantries. Today I brought Yuxuan here to pick out a pair of diamond rings, not the kind for marriage or engagement, just a simple couple's ring." The manager nodded and waved a hand. The clerk called Shaoli stepped forward, smiling. "We have them. Please come with me. Then, we'll head over there first." The manager nodded. "Just tell us if you need anything." "Okay." The clerk walked behind the counter, pointed at the diamond rings in the display case, and said, "Take a look and see if you like anything. Actually, a diamond ring is just an item. Wedding rings, engagement rings, and couple rings are all quite similar. As long as you like them, you can use a diamond ring as a couple's ring, or vice versa." Du-hung nodded with a smile, pinching Hui Yuxuan's waist, making her face turn red. "Yuxuan, pick one. See which one you like. Hui Yuxuan didn't refuse. She leaned over the display case, looking at the diamond rings. The light reflecting off them was blinding, and her eyes started to water. Du Hong opened the small gift box and took out another smaller box. He was slightly surprised at what he saw. Inside was a delicate platinum necklace. Du Hong walked over to where they were displayed and looked at the price, surprised again. 4,199. That was the price of the platinum necklace. He had to admit that the manager was very generous. However, considering how much Du Hong had spent here previously, it was normal. The manager was indirectly trying to make Du Hong a repeat customer. After all, he had a girlfriend and was so rich. Wouldn't he visit the store when he was at the mall? If he came in, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. The manager had made a very far-sighted decision. She figured that Du Hong was a rich man and was willing to spend money on the beautiful woman beside him. And it was indeed true. Du Hong smiled, then placed the necklace back in the box before starting to pick out diamond rings. Hui Yuxuan rubbed her eyes, turning her head with a wry smile. They are too dazzling. I can't really see clearly. Then, let's take them out and have a look. Du Hong looked up at the clerk, who looked to the manager. The manager nodded with a smile, and the clerk took out an entire row of rings from the display case and placed them on the glass counter. It was a risky move because each of those rings cost tens of thousands of yuan. If someone grabbed one and ran, it would cause endless trouble. Even though it was in a mall, Du Hong nodded with satisfaction. After looking at a few rings, he asked, "Do you have couple rings?" "Yes, please wait a moment, sir. Put these away. It's not safe to have them out." The clerk smiled apologetically and began putting the rings back while saying, "Thank you." In a moment, the clerk returned with a row of rings. "These all have matching men's rings. Miss, you can choose one you like, and I'll go get the matching one for you." Hui Yuxuan nodded gently, tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear as she carefully looked over the rings in the display case. Du Hong didn't interrupt, silently waiting for her to make her decision. Hui Yuxuan tried on a few rings, but was not satisfied. Finally, she stopped at a ring with a very small diamond and a plain, unadorned band. She tried it on and smiled happily. "Ah Hong, I've chosen this one. This is it." Du Hong touched his nose. "Are you sure? Is the diamond a little small?" Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently. "It's not about the diamond, it's about the ring. It's simple, isn't it? It's like our meeting, our getting to know each other, and our falling in love. It was very simple." Du Hong grinned and nodded, looking at the clerk. "We'll take this one." The clerk smiled as she put the other rings back and brought out the matching men's ring. Du Hong laughed when he saw it. The men's ring was wide with a small diamond embedded into the band. It was extremely simple, but if Hui Yuxuan liked it, then it was fine with him. He put it on, and the size was perfect. They clasped their hands, looking at the rings on each other's fingers, smiling at each other. With the rings settled, Du Hong didn't waste any time. He also picked out a heritage bracelet, and then, after the clerk saw him off with a big smile, he swiped his card and left the jewelry store. Without the gift box or bags, Du Hong put the ring on his finger and walked hand in hand with Hui Yuxuan around the mall. The heritage bracelet was now on Hui Yuxuan's right wrist, and the platinum necklace was on her long, white neck. At that moment, Hui Yuxuan had a hint of grandeur about her, making Du Hong's heart beat faster. He gently pinched her waist, then chuckled with a wide grin. Hui Yuxuan blushed and gave him a glare, but she didn't say anything. The warmth from their clasped hands reminded her that the man on her right was her love, the man who had entered her heart. It was interesting that they ran into Hu Ling on the first floor, who was on a massive shopping spree. She just smiled and waved before entering another store and starting to sweep the shelves. She was already carrying a lot of white shopping bags. She must have gotten a lot of things. Zhang Yang and his friends would definitely not be in the women's section. Those three guys were definitely off buying branded clothes, shoes, and electronics. Du Hong was right. The three of them had already discussed what they wanted to buy in the car. They had even teamed up to buy a new outfit for Du Hong, which they selected based on their fashion sense. He just didn't know if Du Hong would like it. Chapter 46. A Childhood Betrothal? After buying Hui Yuxuan several more outfits, including a few Chongsams from a boutique specializing in them, and delivering the mountain of things to Uncle Lee, they returned to the women's clothing store. Hui Yuxuan was smiling happily. Du Hong was dragging her all over the place, trying on different clothes, but she never complained of being tired. Actually, She was exhausted. Du Hong noticed that Hui Yuxuan was struggling, so he took her to the third floor, to a bubble tea shop. He ordered 2 bubble teas and some desserts, then found a table for them to sit down. Hui Yuxuan took a sip of her bubble tea and glanced at the time. It was already 6 p.m. and almost dinner time. Ah Hong, do you have any ideas for dinner? Du Hong rubbed his chin and, after looking up, he smiled when he saw Star Rondo on the opposite side of the 4th floor. How about we go eat at the all-you-can-eat hot pot and barbecue? We can grab whatever we want. Hui Yuxuan followed Du Heng's gaze and nodded with a smile. Okay, let's go make a reservation first. Look at all those people waiting outside. If we don't go early, we'll have to wait for a long time. Du Hong touched his nose and laughed. Do you remember who owns this mall? Hui Yuxuan was taken aback and then burst out laughing. Her eyes curved into a beautiful crescent shape. Du Hong touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Did I say something wrong? Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. Her bright eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Du Hong. So, are we going to make a reservation now? Yes, we're hungry anyway. I bet they're done with their shopping spree, so we can tell them to come upstairs after we book our table. No sooner said than done. Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan's small hand. They carried their packaged desserts and the bubble teas and walked to the Star Rondo on the 4th floor, sipping as they went. Du Hong had no intention of waiting in line. He walked right up to the ticket check-in area and showed his golden shopping card. 6 people. Prepare a table for us. The person at the entrance was taken aback. He knew about the golden shopping card but didn't let Du Hong walk right in. He turned to ask for instructions from the manager inside. The manager, a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, was wearing a work uniform. He was stunned when he saw the golden card and then went up to greet them enthusiastically. Are you 2 here for dinner? Please come in. Please come in. Du Hong nodded lightly. 6 people. A few more will come soon. Give me a quiet table. No problem. I'll take care of it. The manager patted his chest and asked Du Hong to wait while he walked inside to make arrangements. Soon, a table by the window for 8 was cleared. The manager jogged back and said with a smile, Okay, please come inside, you 2. He led Hui Yuxuan to the table and assigned a decent-looking waitress to stand by and take their orders. The service was impeccable. Du Hong waved his hand. You don't need to stand here. We can't enjoy our food with you standing there. Just go to your work. We can serve ourselves. The waitress was at a loss and looked back at the manager. The manager winked, and the waitress was relieved and hurried away. Du Heng's eyebrows rose. He looked at the manager and laughed. Go to your work. You don't have to wait here either. How can I do that? You are honored guests. You need dedicated service. No, it's all you can eat. So we want to serve ourselves. Just go to your work and don't stay here. The manager nodded and left. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Du Hong shrugged and sighed. That's why I don't like to reveal my identity. Hui Yuxuan pondered this. Her bright, big eyes blinked curiously. Why are they treating you like that? Who knows? Maybe they recognized me when my grandpa came to cut the ribbon when this mall opened, and he carried me out. Your grandpa? Are they scared of your grandpa? Du Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. I wouldn't say scared, but more like respect or love. Oh, who is your grandpa? Du Hong touched his nose and grinned. The top official of Jin Province. Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened, her heart pounding. The news really shocked her. She thought Du Hong was just a rich kid, but he was also the grandson of an official of the highest rank, a firstborn at that. But then, something suddenly clicked and Hui Yuxuan giggled, covering her mouth. Come to think of it, my grandpa and your grandpa are old classmates. I went to your grandpa's birthday banquet with my grandpa last time. Huh. Du Heng's jaw dropped. You went? How come I didn't see you? I was sitting next to my grandpa. We were even at the same table as your grandpa. Du Hong shook his head with a bitter smile. I should have walked around at my grandpa's table. If I had, you would have been mine a long time ago. Hui Yuxuan giggled and shook her finger. Not necessarily. It's not your family background I value, but you as a person. Your care for me touched me. That's why I agreed to be your girlfriend. I know. Du Hong shrugged. I was just saying. Du Hong looked at the time and took out his phone to send a message in the dorm group chat. He tagged the 3 guys who were trying so hard to buy things. Then, he turned to Hui Yuxuan. I'll send a message to Hu Ling to come up. Let's eat early. so we can go to KTV tonight. Hui Yuxuan picked up her phone and sent a message to Hu Ling. After receiving the reply, she put the phone on the table, stretched, revealing her figure. Her lazy demeanor made Du Hong gulp. I originally said that I'd pay for this meal, but I didn't even have the chance. Hui Yuxuan sighed but didn't notice that Du Hong was looking at her. Hui Yuxuan, after not getting a reply, looked up at Du Hong and met his burning gaze. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Her eyes darted away, not daring to meet his gaze. It took great effort for him to move his eyes away from the shy Hui Yuxuan. Du Hong gave her a thumbs up with a grin. Yuxuan, you have a great figure. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong, playfully saying, I know. Du Hong grinned and got up from his seat to sit next to Hui Yuxuan. He put his arm around her, holding her waist. They enjoyed a moment of intimacy. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. She gave Du Hong a soft pinch on his waist and got out of his embrace to get food. The warmth from her hands was still there, and the slight pain from the pinch lingered for a moment. Du Hong rubbed his pinched waist, smiled, and then got up to get food with Hui Yuxuan. Chapter 47. Eating until they could hardly move. Okay, let me say one first. Zhang Yang said with a big laugh, raising his drink. I wish Du and sis-in-law a long-lasting and happy relationship. Du Hong chuckled, raised his drink, took a sip, then said, Thanks. Hui Yuxuan also nodded lightly, drinking her beverage with a smile. No one drank any alcohol, since they were going to go to KTV later. If they had too much to drink, they wouldn't be able to sing. Wang Chong and Han Lei also stood up and proposed a toast, offering their blessings, which both Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan accepted with a smile. I want to say one too, Du Hong. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to bully my Yuxuan, or I will stand up for her. Of course, you're such a warm person. You wouldn't let Yuxuan down, so I wish you guys happiness. Hu Ling finished her drink in one go and then, after winking at Hui Yuxuan, sat down with a giggle. You don't need to teach me. I will never let Yuxuan be wronged. Never. After saying that, Du Hong stood up and glanced at Hui Yuxuan. The latter understood and also stood up. Seeing this, Zhang Yang and the others also got up. Du Hong looked around and said with a smile, Thank you for being witnesses to me being with Yuxuan, and thank you for standing up for Yuxuan this afternoon. I raise a toast to you all. I also wish that you can all find your true love in the future. He finished his drink, then looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was diligently trying to finish her drink. Du Hong didn't stop her. When she finished, Zhang Yang and the others cheered and applauded. The atmosphere was great from the start, especially with Zhang Yang around. The goofball was useless in everything, but this kind of situation would never be boring when he was around. Damn it, Chong, how could you steal my crab? I only took 2. It's okay. I picked up a few more and just put them down. Plus, I've already eaten one. What? When did you put them down? I just put them down. Damn it. Why didn't you say so? I already ate one. I was wondering why the taste was a bit off. Turns out it wasn't cooked. Ha 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 ha. You didn't ask me, did you? Damn it. Du Hong took a few pieces of baby bok choy from the non-spicy hot pot and placed them on Hui Yuxuan's plate. Eat, they've been cooking for a while. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, picked up a piece, and ate it slowly, which was the stark opposite of how Zhang Yang and the others were gobbling down their food. Du Hong grilled some bacon that he had already seasoned, but before he could take a bite, the 3 guys on the opposite side had finished it all. Du Hong rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. Can't you guys grill them yourselves? I can't do it. I just grilled a few, and they all got burned, or they weren't cooked. Yours is much better. Zhang Yang said with his mouth full. His plate was full of pork chops, sausages, and chicken wings, and he had already finished several plates. Wang Chong and Han Lei weren't much better. They were the type to eat more and talk less. Now, their faces were all greasy. Helpless, Du Hong had to grill the meat, while picking out vegetables for Hui Yuxuan from the hot pot. He didn't eat much himself. Seeing this, Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment and took action herself. She took some cooked meat and placed it into Du Hong's mouth. Du Hong happily ate the meat that Hui Yuxuan had fed him and noticed that she was using her own chopsticks, which made him grin. He gave Hui Yuxuan a thumbs up and praised, Delicious. Hui Yuxuan's eyes curved into a smile. If it's delicious, then eat some more. I'll feed you. Okay. TSK. The dog food was enough to fill the 3 other guys up. Wang Chang looked at Han Lei seriously, took a piece of meat, and put it up to his mouth. Open wide. Han Lei opened his mouth and ate it, and then, smiling, gave a thumbs up like Du Hong. Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. I'll feed you. Okay. Du Hong rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. Hui Yuxuan, who had been about to get him meat, was laughing so hard she was bent over. She was sitting on her seat trying her best to hold back, her shoulders shaking. Zhang Yang glanced at Hu Ling and, after thinking about it, he picked up a piece of meat and held it to her mouth, only to get glared at. He then shrunk back and stuffed it in his own mouth. The bruises on their faces were almost healed. Though they still had bandages on them, they weren't a hindrance anymore. They had been eating for almost 2 hours. Du Hong and the others had long finished, but Zhang Yang refused to give up. He claimed that if you didn't eat until you couldn't move, then it was an insult to the all-you-can-eat buffet. He had to be carried out. The guy had really done what he said, and eaten until he couldn't move. Every step he took would cause him to groan in pain. Hu Ling followed behind him, feeling speechless. Luckily, everyone else was normal, except for Zhang Yang, such as Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan behind her. They were still being lovey-dovey. Du Hong was holding Hui Yuxuan's waist, and Hui Yuxuan was leaning against Du Hong. Her sweet smile was impossible to hide. If I ever find a boyfriend, I definitely can't pick one like Zhang Yang. My boyfriend may not be as rich as Du Hong, but he has to be tall, handsome, and warm. That was what Hu Ling was thinking at that moment. At the high-end KTV they had booked, they all stopped at the entrance and looked at Du Hong. What are you looking at? We are waiting for you to take out the golden legend. Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shrugged. There aren't that many golden legends. This KTV is not mine. Ah, I thought this KTV was also owned by Du. Han Lei pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. This kind of place needs to have some sort of background in order to operate smoothly, or else there would be trouble every day. Oh, is that so? Well, whatever. Why do we care about that? Let's go, let's go. I can't wait to show off my singing. Du Hong touched his nose and followed them into the lobby. The truth was, his family's background was more than enough, so powerful that no one would dare to cause trouble. However, his father wasn't interested in opening a KTV, so there wasn't one among his family's businesses. He didn't say this, though, as it would sound like he was bragging. They followed the staff upstairs and entered the luxury suite they had reserved. As soon as the door was opened, they were all stunned by the luxurious decor. Wow, a golden microphone? Is that for real? This limited edition KTV is very famous in Jean City. Ha 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 ha. Well, I won't be polite. Let's pick a song. Today I will show you what a karaoke king looks like. The 3 of them rushed over and squeezed together to pick songs. Hu Ling didn't join the excitement. She pulled Hui Yuxuan to the booth and started chatting in secret. Du Hong touched his nose. He was being left out. What should he do? Well, he could go order some drinks and fruit plates. Chapter 48. Ah, my son is now all grown up. I'm sure I'm the wolf in sheep's clothing, and you're my prey, the lamb in my mouth. Inside the suite, Zhang Yang was singing loudly into the microphone. It was a terrible sound, and it went on endlessly. Han Lei was almost fainting. Zhang Yang sang like he was reciting a sutra. His tone never went up or down. But he himself was so engrossed in his singing that he was completely oblivious to the noise pollution he was creating. All of the staff members who had been standing guard outside ran far away, with fear in their hearts. He's a god. I've been in this business for years, and it's the first time I've met a person who is so tone-deaf and singing so enthusiastically. It scared me to death. I thought I had seen a ghost. That sound is still echoing in my mind. I feel sorry for those people inside. How can those 2 girls stand it? They had no other choice but to stand it. Hu Ling covered her ears, and Hui Yuxuan was being held in Du Heng's arms with him covering her ears. Although his singing was terrible, Zhang Yang was definitely having fun. Du Hong held a piece of watermelon up to Hui Yuxuan's mouth. She took a small bite. The sweet and juicy pulp was delicious. Her eyes narrowed with pleasure. The 2 of them sang a few duets, such as You Must Love, Small Town Love, Little Dimples, and I Just Have a Feeling for You. Du Hong was a bit surprised by Hui Yuxuan's singing ability, while Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling were surprised by his. Hu Ling was completely entranced, her eyes sparkling. They sang until 10:30 p.m., when they finally came out of the suite. The reason they weren't staying out all night was that they all had classes early the next morning. It would not be good to skip them. First, he took Hui Yuxuan back to Dragon Villa. Du Hong grabbed the shopping bags and followed her out. His Lamborghini was still parked there, and he needed to drive it back to school. He would also help Hui Yuxuan bring her things upstairs. Hu Ling gave Hui Yuxuan an encouraging look. The latter blushed instantly, lowering her head to keep Du Hong from noticing. After Uncle Li drove away, Du Hong followed the blushing Hui Yuxuan. They walked through the lobby to the elevators, all the while hearing the knowing chuckles of the male doormen. They took the elevator to the 11th floor. Hui Yuxuan took out her keys to open the door and motioned for Du Hong to enter. Du Hong smiled, put all of the things down in the entryway, and then said, "I won't go in. It's getting late, and I need to be back in my dorm before it gets locked. If I'm too late, will you take me in?" Hui Yuxuan nodded with a red face, her eyes showing love as she looked at Du Hong. She really agreed? Du Hong gulped and thought for a moment, then grinned. "Then you should go to sleep. I'll go back now." Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything, quietly looking at him with a hesitant expression. Du Hong smiled bitterly. "If you keep looking at me like that, I really don't want to leave." Hui Yuxuan chuckled and ran over to hug Du Hong's neck. Her breath on his neck made his heart itch. "Ah Hong, I was so happy today." Du Hong held Hui Yuxuan's waist tightly and grinned. "That's good. From now on, I'll make you happy every day. I'm going to make you the happiest person in the world." They were intimate for a while before Du Hong said with a bitter smile, "I have to go, or I really won't be able to enter my dorm." Hui Yuxuan's eyes began to redden. She let go of Du Hong and followed him to the elevator. The elevator was already on the 11th floor, and she really wished it would stop for a while longer on the other floors, so that she could stay with Du Hong a little bit more. Du Hong lightly tapped her nose and smiled. "Don't be sad. It's not like we won't see each other again tomorrow. Have you forgotten? We have English class together tomorrow night." Hui Yuxuan nodded vigorously as she watched Du Hong enter the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Du Hong noticed that Hui Yuxuan was crying. The reluctance in her eyes filled his heart. He stopped the elevator, and to Hui Yuxuan's surprise, he picked her up and carried her inside 1117. Hui Yuxuan hugged Du Hong's neck, not resisting, her bright eyes fixed on his, with 2 tears sliding down her cheek, and yet she still had a smile on her lips. "Ah Hong, silly girl." He put Hui Yuxuan down, tapped her nose, and said helplessly, "How can I bear to leave when you're like this?" Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything, just staring at Du Hong with big, watery eyes. That made things a bit difficult for Du Hong. "Then, how about I don't go back tonight? I'll sleep on the sofa?" Hui Yuxuan lowered her head with a red face, without saying anything. She walked past Du Hong, closed the door, and then took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet nearby. "The slippers are a bit small, so please make do with them for now. I'll go buy you a larger pair when I have time." Hui Yuxuan closing the door and bringing out slippers was a sign that she wanted Du Hong to stay. His lips curved into a smile. He embraced Hui Yuxuan from behind, and after lightly breathing on her ear, he said with a chuckle, "Remember to buy size 44. Hui Yuxuan was so dazed by Du Hong's breath that her ears were burning. She nodded lightly, and then they leaned into each other in the warmth of that moment. After cuddling for a while, Hui Yuxuan poured a glass of water for Du Hong and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Du Hong sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of water running, and his heart began to race. He laughed ruefully, took a sip of water, stood up, walked to the balcony, and looked at the tail lights of the passing cars. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he returned to the room, he thought for a moment and walked to Hui Yuxuan's bedroom door. He turned on the light and looked inside. The room was decorated simply. There were thick blue curtains, a computer desk by the window with a few neatly arranged books, and the room had a slight fragrance that smelled similar to the scent of Hui Yuxuan's clothes. A pink double bed was in the center, and at the foot of the bed was a vanity with bottles and jars that Du Hong didn't recognize. He didn't have any interest in studying them. After looking around a bit, he turned off the light and returned to the sofa. Just then, Du's mother called him on a video call. Du Hong hesitated, then picked up. As soon as the video connected, Du's mother looked at the background behind Du Hong, paused for a moment, and then smiled knowingly. "Son, You are preparing to do great things? What? Du Hong didn't really understand, but her expression made him guess what she was thinking. Mom understands. Oh my son is now a grown-up. This is a good thing. Mom. Du's mother beamed with joy. Don't let that girl look down on you. Go for it. But also, be careful. Don't accidentally kill anyone. Okay? Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Du's mother's subtle and indirect ways of teaching him how to do things left him speechless. Mom won't say anything else. I'll hang up now. Just after saying that, the video call was cut short. Du Hong touched his nose, feeling speechless. At that moment, Hui Yuxuan came out of the bathroom, her head wrapped in a towel. She was wearing a pink silk camisole, and a pair of long, slender, white legs were on display in front of Du Hong. Chapter 49. Overnight stay at the apartment. What's with that? So happy. Du's father, who was looking at financial charts on his computer, asked, curious as to why Du's mother was grinning from ear to ear. Our son is about to become a man. What do you mean? Du's mother rolled her eyes at Du's father, scolding him playfully. Are you really that dense that you don't understand something so obvious? Du's father, who hadn't understood at first, finally realized what she meant after hearing that and thinking back to her previous statement. Oh? With whom? Who else? Of course, it's with that very beautiful girl. Du's father smiled, revealing a kind and fatherly expression, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After saying that, he went back to studying the charts on his laptop, oblivious to Du's mother's somewhat resentful expression. Husband. Du's father shivered violently, his body breaking out in goosebumps. He glanced up at Du's mother guiltily. The latter's eyes were sparkling and sending him flirty looks. Wife? Gulp. Husband had a lot of chicken soup tonight. Shouldn't you exercise to sweat it out? Or you'll gain weight, you know. Gulp. I have a very important meeting to attend tomorrow morning, so I need to study my research materials carefully in my study tonight. What do you mean? Do you think your wife doesn't have any charm anymore? No, honey, Shut up. Come upstairs with me. Okay. Du's father's body stiffened, and he slowly stood up from the sofa, rubbed his lower back with a pained expression, sighed, and then walked with faltering steps upstairs to the super-luxurious bedroom with Du's mother. Du Hong waved his hand, and Hui Yuxuan walked over to him with a red face. Du Hong gently pulled her onto his lap. Smelling the mix of her shampoo, body wash, and her own unique scent, Du Hong grinned. He leaned close to her ear, which still had water droplets, and whispered, You've kept me here, and you're dressed like this? Aren't you taking me too lightly? Hui Yuxuan didn't say anything, her face red. She hadn't expected herself to let Du Hong stay overnight. It was the first time she'd been alone with a man in a room. Thankfully, Du Hong didn't do anything to her. He just pinched her slender waist, gently tapped her nose, and said with a smile, I'm going to take a shower. Hurry and dry your hair, so you don't catch a cold. Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Hong's face, nodded lightly. But I don't have any pajamas. What do I do? I don't even have any underwear to change into. Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. There's a 24-hour convenience store downstairs. I have their number, and I can ask them to deliver it up. Okay. After taking a shower and putting on the underwear that Hui Yuxuan handed him with a flushed face, Du Hong, bare-chested with a towel wrapped around his waist, lay down on the sofa. Hui Yuxuan sat next to him, drying her hair. Water droplets fell on his head. Du Hong reached up to wipe them away. He looked up and his nose started to bleed. Hui Yuxuan was not wearing a bra. The camisole was very loose. She had her arms raised and was leaning over to blow-dry her hair, so Du Hong saw something. Very white. That was his first impression. Very big. That was also his first impression. Most importantly, perky. Although he didn't see that particular spot, the scenery in front of him was enough to overwhelm Du Hong. He felt something warm inside his nose, and Du Hong touched it to find that his nose was bleeding. He glanced at the scenery once more, and then finally sat up reluctantly. He pulled a tissue from the tissue box on the coffee table to wipe away the blood. Hui Yuxuan, who was drying her hair, saw that Du Hong was bleeding and was shocked. Hong, what's wrong? Why is your nose bleeding? Du Hong pulled another tissue and tore it in two to stuff in his nostrils. I saw something amazing. As he said that, He grinned and gave Hui Yuxuan a thumbs up. Looking at Du Heng's sparkling eyes, Hui Yuxuan looked down at her own clothes, and she finally understood. Her cheeks flushed red instantly, and she hugged her arms tightly to her side, stammering incoherently. Eventually, Hui Yuxuan ran to the bathroom to dry her hair, leaving Du Heng alone on the sofa, his mind filled with the scenery he had just witnessed. He smacked his lips, removed the tissue from his nose, pulled out another clean one, and stuffed it in before shaking his head with a bitter smile. That night, Hui Yuxuan brought a comforter and a pillow for Du Heng. Du Heng didn't complain. Both of them were thinking about each other and fell asleep, one in the bedroom and one in the living room. The next morning, Du Heng was woken up by Hui Yuxuan. He looked at the time, and it was already 7:30 a.m. They had a class in half an hour, and they hadn't even had breakfast yet. They quickly got ready, grabbed a few siumai and pot stickers downstairs, got into the Lamborghini, and joined the morning rush hour. Du Heng couldn't eat breakfast because he needed to concentrate on driving, so he was treated to the tasty breakfast that Hui Yuxuan fed him. But when they arrived at school, it was already 8 a.m. This meant they were late. Oh well, too bad. We didn't make it. Du Heng shrugged helplessly. He had been driving very fast, but the morning rush hour was too congested. Plus, it was Monday, so everyone was trying to squeeze in. Luckily, he was driving a Lamborghini, and the other drivers kept a distance. Otherwise, they would have arrived even later. They finished their breakfast in the car. Hui Yuxuan, like a lively little sprite, was holding Du Heng's hand, ignoring the stares of other students. She smiled and said, "Actually, I woke up a long time ago, but I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you up. But you were late too. It's okay. I told Hu Ling and asked her not to call my name when she takes roll." Huh? Hu Ling is the class monitor. Yes. Du Heng looked to the sky, lost for words. He looked down at Hui Yuxuan's big eyes, and she was covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Then, "I have to get to class quickly. I missed a class last time, and I don't know what the teacher will say about me for being late this time." Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. She let go of Du Heng's hand and waved, pointing at the building next to her. "Then you should go quickly. My classroom is right here." Du Heng waved back, turned around, and ran. After running for a short distance, he stopped, then ran back. Before Hui Yuxuan could react, he wrapped his arms around her neck and gave her a deep kiss. Hui Yuxuan's body immediately went soft at the touch of Du Heng. She wrapped her arms around Du Heng's waist, completely leaning on him. After a long time, they broke apart. Du Heng grinned. "I'm off. I'll see you at the PE class later." Chapter 50. When a man has a beauty, his character changes. When he arrived outside the classroom, he saw that both doors were closed and heard the low voice of the C programming teacher. Du Heng didn't know what to do. He was now considering whether he should just go in or just wait for class to end. He pushed the back door, but it didn't open. It was locked from the inside, likely on the teacher's orders. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and walked to the front door, opened it, and walked inside. The classroom went silent instantly. The C programming teacher narrowed his eyes at Du Heng, who was standing there with a sheepish smile. "Sorry, teacher. I was stuck in traffic and was delayed." The teacher looked at Du Heng. "I thought you weren't going to come. Hurry and sit down. Today's class is very important. Pay attention. If you don't understand something, you can ask your friend." Du Heng knew the teacher meant Zhang Yang. He nodded with a smile and hurried over to sit next to his roommates at the back of the class. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yang couldn't wait to get closer. He looked at Du Heng with a scrutinizing gaze, checking his collar. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any long hair. Wang Chang kept his eyes on the teacher on the podium, then slowly leaned over, whispering into Du Heng's ear, "Du, are you tired from last night?" Han Lei pushed up his glasses and grinned. He was also very curious. "Not tired, why?" "Oh, you must have had a good night at least a few times, right? And you're not tired?" Du Heng glanced at the three of them, all smirking, and rubbed his forehead. "No, nothing you're thinking of happened. If you did it, you did it. We're not going to laugh at you." "Yeah, do tell us." The teacher happened to be walking over to that side. He tapped on the desk and said quietly, "Be quiet. If you don't want to listen, then go to sleep." "Okay, teacher." After saying that, Zhang Yang went back to sleep. Surprisingly, the teacher didn't get angry. He just warned Du Hong and the others with a look and then continued with the lesson. Wang Chong and Han Lei looked at each other. They grinned and didn't ask again. But in their hearts, they were certain that Du Hong had done something last night. Du Hong felt speechless. Yes, something did happen last night, and he even bled. It was so miserable. Thankfully, Du Hong had some programming experience. Although he wasn't as good as Zhang Yang, the contents of the class were not difficult for him. So, he didn't feel like he was falling behind because he was late and missed class. Many of the people in the classroom were dozing off. This was a typical sign of the post-holiday syndrome. On Mondays, everyone was late and sleepy for the first two classes, and on Fridays, everyone was uninterested in the last two classes and would leave early. Even the teacher seemed to be lacking energy during the lesson. Finally, after 2 agonizing hours, when some students had nearly greeted the desk with their faces multiple times, the bell rang. The students started packing up their things, but the teacher didn't seem like he was going to end the class. "What are you doing? My class is not over yet. Just stay a few minutes longer." Don't, teacher. My next class is at the old campus. I need to hurry and get a taxi to get there." This guy was a senior who had failed the previous year and was now taking the class again. He must have been from a different major since he had a class at the old campus. The teacher waved his hand. "Then you go first. The rest of you will continue with the class." XN. In the end, Du Hong was also late for basketball class. He and Zhang Yang were panting when they arrived after the warm-up exercises were already over. Helpless, Du Hong and Zhang Yang could only explain the reason to the teacher. The basketball teacher was very easygoing. Plus, he had invited Du Hong to join the school basketball team. So he waved his hand and changed the X to a square root behind the two of their names. "Oh, sorry. I meant he changed the X behind Zhang Yang's name to a square root." Du Hong was a little stunned, seeing that his name had a square root behind it. Shouldn't it have been an X since he didn't attend roll call? The teacher coughed lightly and smiled at Du Hong. "Du Hong, have you thought about joining the school basketball team?" Du Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Yang had already abandoned him and went to grab a basketball to start dribbling. "Teacher, I don't have any intention of joining the basketball team yet, but I do like playing basketball. But I'm also a content creator, so I don't have much time to train. I need to edit my videos." "You can put the video editing aside. After all, it won't make you any money, will it? If you join the basketball team and win, you'll get a bonus." Du Hong touched his nose and said with a wry smile, "Well, actually, I make tens of thousands every month editing videos. And that's not even including the advertising." That was higher than his salary. Much higher. That was absurd. The teacher coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. He realized that Du Hong probably didn't want to join the basketball team and was saying that to avoid a direct rejection. "It's okay. If you don't want to join, then don't. Go on, go play with the others and show those girls what you've got." The teacher patted Du Hong on the back. After Du Hong left, he began to ponder. Is making videos really that profitable? My wife told me, but I didn't believe her. Maybe I should try it. I have nothing to do anyway. Du Hong didn't know that because of him, the basketball teacher would go home that night and tell his wife that he would start making videos to increase his income. And it was quite good, as high-ranking people were quite remarkable. The teacher's basketball videos were popular with fans and were very well received. Ahem, we're getting off topic. Let's get back on track. There was no way he was going to play basketball. How could Du Hong let go of such a great opportunity to be alone with Hua Yuxuan? He put on a brave face and went to the volleyball class. Hua Yuxuan was bouncing the ball. Because she was much taller than the other girls, she stood out in the class. Many boys from the basketball team couldn't help glancing in that direction. Yuxuan. Hearing the familiar call, Hua Yuxuan stopped, held the volleyball in her hands, and looked at the person coming over. A smile bloomed on her face like a flower. Hong. That one word went straight to Du Hong's bones. Du Hong sensed the longing in her voice. He made eye contact with Hua Yuxuan's deep, loving gaze. His heart trembled, and he walked over with a smile. Ignoring the curious stares of the people around them, Du Hong put his arm around Hua Yuxuan's waist. The latter didn't resist. She let Du Hong lead her to the shade of a tree at the edge of the field, where they sat down. Hua Yuxuan spun the volleyball in her hand, her face red as she was lost in her thoughts. Hong, did the teacher say anything to you for being late? Du Hong pinched her waist and chuckled. What do you think? The teacher even gave me a look. Don't you think you need to compensate me for that? How do you want me to compensate you? Du-hung pointed to his face. Then, he felt a fragrant breeze, and a soft, warm sensation touched his left cheek and was gone just as quickly. When he looked, Hui Yuxuan's face was already red as she was hiding her face in her arms. When a man has a beauty, his character changes. Hui Yuxuan had never heard this phrase. She raised her head, blinking her big eyes curiously. Ahong, what does that mean? Du-hung pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist again and chuckled. It means you're so beautiful that it changes my personality. How has it changed? I've become a pervert. Chapter 51. In-game advertising. Hui Yuxuan's face flushed crimson again from Du-heng's teasing. She lightly pinched the flesh on his waist before standing up and running away from the grassy area. Du-hung chuckled and chased after her, tickling her until she begged for mercy. He then gently tapped her nose, saying, "Want to grab lunch together?" Hui Yuxuan, still catching her breath from the tickling, replied, "My grandfather is taking me out for lunch, and we're going to a museum in the afternoon." "All right, then I guess I'll be eating alone," he sighed playfully. Hui Yuxuan giggled, covering her mouth. "You have your roommates. Zhang Yang will eat with you." Du-hung nodded with a helpless smile, accepting this reality. They played a bit of volleyball together. Although they worked up a sweat, they had a blast, much to the envy of the volleyball and basketball class students. The volleyball and basketball coaches shook their heads in amusement. Feeling a bit tired, they rested under the shade of a tree. Before they could get too comfortable, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Reluctantly, Hui Yuxuan left Du-heng's embrace, waved goodbye, and headed to her volleyball class. Du-hung returned to the basketball team. After the teacher took attendance, the class was dismissed. Back in the dorm room, Wang Chong and Han Lei were already there. Du-hung noticed the takeout boxes in their trash can, assuming they had also ordered delivery. Upon seeing Du-hung, Wang Chong shot Zhang Yang a look. Understanding, Zhang Yang promptly closed the door. The three of them then surrounded Du-hung, creating a scene reminiscent of a court hearing. Rubbing his temples, Du-hung said wearily, "Nothing happened, really? Nothing like what you guys are imagining." No, Wang Chong replied. "We just have an outfit we want you to try on." "Yeah, just a quick try-on. If it fits, it's yours," Han Lei added. "Hee." Zhang Yang chimed in, grinning mischievously. Du-hung sighed, massaging his temples. He took a deep breath and looked up, relieved they weren't going to continue dwelling on last night's events. "All right, let's see it." "You got it." The three went back to their own areas and opened their closets. Each pulled out a shirt, pants, and a pair of shoes. Du-heng's eye twitched as he saw the wildly different styles. The price tags were still on the clothes, and he recognized the brands. The combination of clothing and shoes was truly interesting, because the shoes were green. Looking at Zhang Yang's mischievous grin, Du-hung sighed. He decided to just go with it, changing into the clothes and shoes right there in the dorm, modeling them for his three roommates. "Spin around, let's have a look." Du-hung suppressed the urge to punch them. He spun in a circle. "Okay, am I done?" "See, I knew these shoes would be perfect." "Bullshit. I told you not to get the green ones. A red pair would have been better." "Dude, it was you who wanted me to pick the gray ones. They looked like a pile of something unpleasant when I tried them on." "Well, your green ones are also like a pile of something unpleasant." "My head hurts. I want to die." Only Yuxuan's embrace is truly warm and comforting. This outfit was what the three of them had picked out for Du-hung while they were shopping. Although they used his 100,000 yuan shopping card, Du-hung still appreciated the sentiment. Though the items didn't match, it was his roommate's way of showing him their deep affection. He stopped paying attention to their bickering and sat down on his bed, pondering. He then turned to Zhang Yang, who was already back at his desk, launching a game. "Zhang Yang, have you made any interesting games lately?" "Yeah, but it's not finished yet. I put some effort into the aesthetics this time. I'll package it up and send it to you once it's done." Zhang Yang didn't look up, preoccupied with ruining his teammate's game. Du-hung nodded. This time, he planned to buy out Zhang Yang's game with more money than the previous 50,000 yuan. The last game had been a success, despite the chorus of complaints. People had both loved and hated it, wanting to beat it while repeatedly cursing the creator every time they respawned. His inbox was flooded with messages. Du Hong had ignored them, so the advertisers had begun reaching out through the platform itself, making offers for collaborations. Du Hong hadn't expected the game to be profitable. Although it was free to play, he could still add advertisements and paid texts. This could provide Zhang Yang with additional income and steer him away from hacking. After all, who would turn down money? After some thought, Du Hong decided to let Zhang Yang make the decision himself. Zhang Yang, some advertisers have contacted me about placing ads in your game. What do you think? Zhang Yang paused in the middle of sabotaging his teammates. His screen went gray. He turned his head, looking unsure. What do you think, Duji? There's no harm in putting ads in the game, as long as they don't affect gameplay or cover the scene. It's your game, after all. Though the 50,000 yuan was a buyout, there was no contract, so it's your call. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment before whispering, will there be a lot of money if we put in ads? Du Hong chuckled and shook his head. Not as much as you think, but if a lot of people play it, the advertising revenue will go up. You can negotiate with them yourself. You can choose between a one-time fee or a fee based on views. Zhang Yang scratched his head. He didn't understand these things, but he wanted the money, not for personal enjoyment, but because no one dislikes money. Then let's add ads. There are lots of places in Iwana where we can put them. Du Hong laughed and waved him over, showing him the various logos sent by the advertising platforms. You can pick a few, or you can use them all and have them cycle. It's up to you, but I still own the right to use the game. Zhang Yang nodded, grinning. I'm already so grateful you gave me this opportunity, Du Ji. You can use the game as you please. The more people who play, the more money we'll make, right? That's right. Their conversation made Han Lei and Wang Chang envious. Last time, Zhang Yang had made a game in a short period of time, which had earned him 50,000 yuan from Du Hong. Now he could also earn advertising fees. Having that kind of income in college was pretty impressive. He was also working on a new game, so once that took off, more advertisers would come knocking. Oh, and to prevent anyone from trying to take advantage of you, I've put your game under my family's game company. However, you'll still be the owner. Don't worry about that. Okay, thanks, Du Ji. Chapter 52, National Day Plans. Du Ji, come up with a way for us to make some money too. It's making us jealous seeing Yangzi making cash. Yeah, Du Ji, is there anything we can do? Du Hong chuckled and pointed at Zhang Yang. Isn't it simple? Go find him. He knows how to make games, we don't. It's simple. You guys can help him plan and design the game, and he'll handle the coding. Hey, that's a good idea. Wang Chang and Han Lei's eyes lit up, and they looked at Zhang Yang, who nodded in agreement. This would mean Zhang Yang would have to share some of his earnings with Han Lei and Wang Chang. How much was something they had to agree on among themselves? Du Hong wasn't concerned about money. The three gathered around Zhang Yang's desk to discuss it, quickly settling on a plan. And thus, due to Du Heng's influence, the three of them had a relatively stable income during college, and because Zhang Yang had a big heart, there was rarely any conflict. Soon, Du Hong and Zhang Yang's takeout arrived. After lunch, Du Hong wanted to take a nap. An afternoon nap was necessary to avoid being groggy during class, which could lead to headaches in the long run. On the way to class in the afternoon, Zhang Yang glanced at the time, then at the date, and suddenly perked up. It's almost National Day. So, what's your point? National Day. 7-day holiday. Aren't you guys excited? What's so exciting? Going traveling? Don't be silly. Everywhere's packed during National Day. It's all just looking at people. It's better to relax in the dorm. No sun, no wind. I'll do part-time work to earn some spending money during National Day. What about you, Du Ji? What are your plans? Me. Du Hong paused, his fingers on his chin, considering. He really hadn't thought about it, mainly because he hadn't paid attention to the date. I want to take Yuxuan out, just not sure if she'd want to. They went to class and sat down. Since it wasn't a major course, they weren't all in the same class. Du Hong glanced around at the unfamiliar faces and then picked up his phone and sent Hui Yuxuan a message. Yuxuan, National Day is coming up soon. Want to go traveling? Hui Yuxuan replied quickly, sure, but where should we go? Everywhere will be crowded, and it's probably too late to buy train tickets now. Hui Yuxuan was right. Tickets for National Day were usually booked a month in advance. Of course, tickets for the days after National Day could still be bought because everyone would have already traveled by then. Don't worry about tickets. If needed, we can take my family's private plane. You just need to think of where you want to go. Hui Yuxuan didn't reply immediately, probably thinking. Du Hong didn't rush her, patiently waiting for her response. I want to visit Slender West Lake, see the moonlight over the 24 bridges. I also want to go to Laojun Mountain. I want to see these places with you. Reading Hui Yuxuan's message, Du Hong grinned. Just then, the bell rang for class. The classroom went quiet, and soon the teacher entered and began the lesson. But Du Hong had no intention of listening. All right then, I'll take you to these places. After the brief exchange, Du Hong went to research Slender West Lake and Laojun Mountain, checking out travel guides. A 7-day National Day holiday couldn't be spent at just those two places, but they could decide on other places after they had visited those two. That evening, Du Hong was planning on grabbing dinner with Zhang Yang and going to class early to grab seats, but then Zhang Yang had a bout of diarrhea. He groaned in the bathroom for ages. To make matters worse, he wouldn't let Du Hong go on ahead. Reluctantly, Du Hong sent Hui Yuxuan a message. Yuxuan, we won't be able to save you seats tonight. Yangzi has food poisoning, and he's still in the bathroom. Relax, Hu Ling and I are almost there. We'll get seats for you. All right, see you later. Just as he finished, the bathroom door opened and Zhang Yang emerged, looking pale. What did you eat? It must have been the spicy hot pot at lunch. Food poisoning from hot pot? It shouldn't make you groan that much. Zhang Yang, wincing, rubbed his stomach. I saw non-spicy, mild, medium, very spicy, crazy spicy, and devil spicy. I was curious about the devil level, so? Tisk. Du Hong laughed shamelessly. He couldn't help it. Maybe try it again tomorrow? After all, eating spice for a moment is great, and eating spice all the time is even greater. I feel like I've been mocked, thanks. When they arrived at the classroom, Du Hong immediately spotted Hui Yuxuan sitting there, playing on her phone. A boy was trying to get past her to sit at the inner seats, but Hui Yuxuan smiled and refused him. Du Heng's lips curled into a smile. He went over. Excuse me, miss, can I sit here? Hui Yuxuan looked up and glared playfully at Du Hong, tucking the hair that had fallen loose behind her ear. This is my boyfriend's seat. My boyfriend's name is Du Hong. Du Hong grinned. What a coincidence, that's my name. And my girlfriend's name is Hui Yuxuan. She's gorgeous and is wearing a pink tracksuit today. Hui Yuxuan was amused by Du Heng's quick wit. Covering her mouth, she laughed and moved over to the inner seat. She was wearing a pink tracksuit today. Du Hong sat down next to her and playfully pinched her waist. I almost got jealous. How will you make it up to me? Hui Yuxuan's face flushed as Du Heng's big hand squeezed her waist. She looked down, afraid others would notice. There are so many people here. Du Hong feigned innocence, his hand still on her waist. What's wrong with me? You're a bad egg. Hui Yuxuan pinched his waist lightly. Du Hong winced a little before finally removing his hand. He glanced at the empty seats in front of them. Where's Hu Ling? Hu Ling wasn't in the front row. Their seats were in the back, and he couldn't see her. He also didn't know where Zhang Yang had gone. Hui Yuxuan pointed her slender finger towards the back row by the door and whispered, She's over there. When we got here, there weren't any seats together. Hu Ling is saving a seat for Zhang Yang over there. Du Hong looked in that direction and nodded with a smile. Zhang Yang had brought his laptop. He had spent almost 20,000 yuan on a high-performance gaming laptop. He was now frantically tapping on the keyboard. Although the keys were silent, Hu Ling sitting next to him could still hear the sound. She glanced curiously at the screen, finding the code incomprehensible. She quietly asked, Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Making games, busy making money. Chapter 53. Yangzi has a girlfriend. You can make games? Does anyone play them? Hu Ling clearly didn't believe him. She couldn't be blamed for that. Zhang Yang had always seemed unreliable and sloppy. She had even decided that she absolutely wouldn't date a guy like Zhang Yang. But they say that time heals all wounds, and another saying goes that men are most handsome when they are serious, and that's most appealing to women, regardless of what they're doing. Hu Ling, looking at Zhang Yang's profile, was surprised that he actually had a sort of handsome look. Just a little bit, not too much. Hearing Hu Ling's words, Zhang Yang didn't turn his head. His fingers were practically a blur. He calmly replied, I made a small game recently, and Du Ji paid me 50,000 yuan. Now, a lot of advertisers want to pay to put ads in it, So why would no one play it? Really? That you? Yeah, me. I'm working on my second game now, one that's much better than the first one. When it's done, it should be even more popular. But how do you do this? Didn't the school year just start? Zhang Yang grinned and stopped typing, pressing the run button to start the game, before turning his head and slicking his hair back, saying, I've known how to do it since I was a kid. Even the teacher of our major would pay me to work on projects. I even got a recommendation for grad school. Wow, I didn't think you were that impressive. Hu Ling's eyes lit up. In that moment, she felt that Zhang Yang was like a shining gold ingot. Even though his clothes weren't that great and his hair was a mess, it couldn't hide the kingly aura that seemed to come from him. Zhang Yang chuckled, scratching his head. Not really, not as good as Du Ji. Just then, the code ran successfully. The code flowed like a waterfall across the window. After a brief pause, the screen went dark and a lively stick figure appeared in the middle, jumping up and down. Zhang Yang clapped his hands, smiling. Done. Now just a bit of bug fixing and optimization. Wow, you're so talented. How long did it take to make this game? A few years? Years? Not so long. Less than a week to make it. The last one only took a couple of hours. Doesn't that mean you made more money in just a few hours than some people make in a whole year? Zhang Yang was stunned, then nodded. I guess so. Why do you ask? Hu Ling's eyes sparkled. She looked at Zhang Yang dreamily. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yang scratched his head and thought. Yeah, my wife is very pretty. Hu Ling's face instantly fell. Who? I haven't seen you with her? Zhang Yang laughed awkwardly. That's because she's still in the gacha pool. I'm debating on whether I should spend money to get her. A2D girlfriend? Yeah. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Hu Ling's smile returned. She hesitated, then nudged Zhang Yang's arm, whispering, Hey, what's up? What do you think of me? What about you? What do you think of me as a person? You're pretty good. We've eaten, played, and sang together. You're pretty, a bit short, and a bit chubby, but you're actually pretty nice. Hu Ling was happy with the first half, but her face fell when she heard short and chubby. She gritted her teeth and pinched Zhang Yang's waist hard. Ouch! Why did you do that? Hu Ling said fiercely, I'll be your girlfriend from now on, and you'll be my boyfriend. Huh? You made me your boyfriend without asking? Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't know why Hu Ling was being so crazy. And you don't meet my girlfriend requirements. Will you agree or not? Hu Ling pinched Zhang Yang's waist again. He was in so much pain he almost jumped, and he even had tears welling up. Okay. I agree, okay. Hu Ling's face instantly broke into a smile. She rubbed Zhang Yang's waist gently. Does it hurt? And no, it doesn't anymore. Zhang Yang's face was all scrunched up. He wanted to change seats, but he was at the inside. So Hu Ling had to get up first. But class had already started, so it wouldn't work. Hu Ling, why do you suddenly want to be my girlfriend? I'm pretty unreliable. Hu Ling nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're unreliable, so I can't let you go and harm any other girls. You can just harm me. What you're saying is so strange. Zhang Yang was silent for a while, finally sighing and whispering, I actually kind of like you too. I just didn't think that I was good enough for you. No, it's me that's not good enough for you. You're so good at making money, you'll definitely be rich in the future. I, on the other hand, have no figure or face. Then? I'm talking about the future. The current me is an investment. I'll lose weight. I swear I'll be a lean and mean machine, so that you can be proud to be seen with me. That's not what I meant. Zhang Yang helplessly accepted his new girlfriend. He had always wanted a girlfriend in college anyway. Ling. Yeah, Hu Ling smiled sweetly, blinking at Zhang Yang. What's up, Yangzi? And nothing. I just wanted to call you that. Is that okay? It's fine. I think it sounds good. Zhang Yang nodded, grinning. He had never been a proper lad, so he casually placed his hand on Hu Ling's thigh. The latter frowned slightly before relaxing, then glared at Zhang Yang before asking, Send me that game you made. I want to try it. Okay. Zhang Yang sent the installation package to Hu Ling. After installing it and seeing the simple animation, before she could say anything, the character on the screen was smashed to death by an advertisement sign. What kind of dark and twisted game is this? How did you come up with something so cruel? After playing for a while, Hu Ling was completely numb. It was a game that was only meant to torture you. She had died dozens of times and couldn't even get past the second door. But it didn't matter that she didn't like it. As long as others liked it and he could make money, it was fine. Thinking that way, she felt better and looked at Zhang Yang, who was working hard again. The corners of her lips curved into a smile. Although there was a hint of forcefulness, she now found Zhang Yang quite interesting. Chapter 54. Shocking the roommates for a whole year. What? You're Zhang Yang's girlfriend now? As soon as class ended, Hu Ling couldn't wait to pull Zhang Yang over to Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan to tell them about their relationship, shocking both of them. Yep, don't you congratulate me, Yuxuan? Hui Yuxuan felt slightly awkward. She exchanged a glance with Du Hong before smiling. Of course, I congratulate you. Du Hong studied Zhang Yang's expression. The latter didn't seem resistant. Rather, he looked delighted. He guessed that Hu Ling had confessed, possibly using some force. Hu Ling, Zhang Yang is a bit casual and sloppy. Now that you're his girlfriend, you can tell him what to do. Make him wash his hair and change his clothes often. Lastly, I wish you the best. Hu Ling nodded firmly, hugging Zhang Yang's arm, giggling, Thanks, Du Hong, I will. Du Hong nodded. Everyone had their own fate. Having a stronger girlfriend might actually be a good thing for Zhang Yang, even if Hu Ling was doing it because of something she knew. But since Zhang Yang had agreed, then there was nothing for him to say. There weren't many girls who would accept Zhang Yang as he was, especially since Hu Ling was a second-year student and was good-looking. There must have been many guys chasing her. The bell rang for class. Hu Ling and Zhang Yang went back to their seats. The classroom fell silent, with only the English teacher's weak voice at the front. Ahang, I'll ask Hu Ling what she's thinking. Don't worry. If she's not sincerely in love with Zhang Yang, I'll tell her to break up with him. Du Hong waved his hand and smiled. No need. I can tell that Hu Ling really likes Zhang Yang. Ah, why? Hui Yuxuan paused, then changed what she was about to say. I don't mean that. I know. You think Zhang Yang is useless other than the fact that he can make games and money, right? Seeing that Hui Yuxuan wasn't denying it, Du Hong smiled and continued, I just observed their facial expressions. What did you notice? Yangzi wasn't very resistant. It seems that over time, he's also developed feelings for Hu Ling. As for Hu Ling, she's actually very simple. Her eyes always wandered toward Yangzi, and she seemed very concerned about his attitude. Although it seemed like she forced Yangzi to agree, that was just her way of confessing. Okay, I thought Hu Ling might have fallen for the fact that Zhang Yang can make money. That's definitely one of the reasons. It's Yangzi's shining point. But Yangzi isn't making much money right now. So Hu Ling getting together with Yangzi right now is an investment for the future. So, are you angry? Me? Why would I be angry? Du Hong chuckled, gently squeezing Hui Yuxuan's waist. Like I said, it's a good thing. Yangzi really needs a stronger girlfriend to keep him in check. Du Hong's hands made Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flush. She glared playfully before nodding thoughtfully. Looking at Hu Ling and Zhang Yang, who were now all lovey-dovey, she silently wished them the best. After class, Du Hong got ready to drive Hui Yuxuan to her apartment. Zhang Yang and Hu Ling slowly walked towards the dorm building, strolling on the dark path. As they were walking, Hu Ling suddenly grabbed Zhang Yang's arm. When he turned towards her, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. Looking at the stunned Zhang Yang, Hu Ling giggled. That was my first kiss. I'm giving it to you. If you want to kiss me, remember to brush your teeth in the morning. Okay, sure. Zhang Yang was still a bit discombobulated. He nodded mechanically. That was my first kiss too. So what? You're not at a disadvantage. Hey? I guess not. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed heartily and hugged Hu Ling's waist, feeling incredibly happy. The surrounding lights were dim, and with not many people nearby, Zhang Yang was starting to get bold. He sat down on a large stone, and Hu Ling didn't resist. Her eyes were shining brightly in the night. After sitting down, Zhang Yang suddenly became shy. They had only gotten together an hour ago, and what if Hu Ling got angry if he did something too out of line? As if she could read his hesitation, Hu Ling grabbed his big hand and placed it on her chest. What are you afraid of? Go for it. I'm your girlfriend now. You can touch what's yours. Since she had said this, Zhang Yang didn't hold back. His big hand was initially a little stiff, but he squeezed gently. Hu Ling let out a soft breath. After some fondling, Zhang Yang pulled back his hand, giggling. Hu Ling looked at him, her face red, and asked softly, "How was it?" "Very soft. Very big. Feels really good." "That's more like it." The two stayed there until it was almost 11 p.m. before reluctantly getting off the stone. Zhang Yang walked Hu Ling to the foot of her dorm building and then turned to head back to the number 1 dorm. Hu Ling stood on the steps, looking at Zhang Yang's back. The sensation from before was still fresh in her mind. Her face flushed and she covered it. Hurrying back to her dorm, Zhang Yang grinned as he went back to his room. Du Hong was already back after dropping Hui Yuxuan off. He was now editing his game videos. He had been too busy with Hui Yuxuan these past few days, so he hadn't had any time to play, nor edit videos. He thought he should explain this in his next video, otherwise, his old fans would start getting anxious. He was a bit surprised when he came back and saw that Zhang Yang wasn't in the dorm, but seeing that he had come back from outside, with a mischievous grin, Du Hong shook his head. Wang Chong and Han Lei had already learned about Zhang Yang and Hu Ling seeing Zhang Yang back. They jumped up from their desks and gathered around him to ask him, Yangzi, how was it? Did you kiss?" Zhang Yang's hands were still in the air, fingers slightly bent. He giggled and said, "Yeah, I kissed her, and I also touched her." "Holy shit. I'm so jealous. How did you two get together?" Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. I guess I was too irresistible. She confessed to me, and I kind of liked her, so I said yes." He definitely wouldn't admit that he had been forced to agree. "You're doing well, Yangzi. Now there are 2 couples among us. Too bad that I and Lei are still single. I wonder when I'll meet my one. Why isn't she here yet? Is she really okay with me wandering around in this vast world? You're so cringe." Chapter 55, Power Outage During the Storm, Buying Pajamas. "So, when are you two treating us to a meal?" "Duji already had his treat," someone said. "Ah, so that's what they were really concerned about." Han Lei pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "It doesn't have to be anything fancy. That buffet we had last time was all right, but having it again so soon doesn't seem appealing. Why don't you treat us to something different? You've been making a bit of money lately anyway." "Sure, just name what you want." "My treat." "That's the spirit." The 3 of them enthusiastically discussed what they should eat. They even asked Du Hong for his opinion, but he didn't even turn his head, just saying, "Whatever." The video editing was still not finished when the dorm room lost power. Helpless, Du Hong could only grab his phone, climb into bed, and text back and forth with Hui Yuxuan for solace. "Ah Hong, Hu Ling told me she's going to be good to Zhang Yang, so we shouldn't worry too much." "Okay, let's wish them well. I think they're a good match." "I think so too. Just like I think we're a good match." Du Heng's lips curved into a smile. Before he could reply, Hui Yuxuan sent a photo. Almost instantly upon seeing it, Du Hong felt a reaction. Something in his body seemed to be going crazy, a rush of hormones and dopamine. In the photo, Hui Yuxuan was wearing a black lace camisole. Her long, straight legs were exposed to the air, radiating a strong temptation. Her perky peaks combined with her bashful expression and the way she displayed her bent leg had Du Heng's blood racing. "Ah Hong, what do you think of this style of pajamas? Do they look good? I bought it online. The reviews said it was pretty good." Du Hong grinned, first saving the photo to his phone, then quickly replying, "Amazing. They look amazing. You have such a great figure, Yuxuan. Too bad you can only look and not touch. And seeing a photo is not as good as seeing the real thing, is it? Someday it will all be yours if..." "If what?" "Humph. I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to bed." "Then good night." "Good night." Moi. Moi. Ending the conversation with Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. He couldn't seem to shake the image of that photo from his mind, and when he thought about the amazing sight he'd seen last time, Du Hong had no choice but to turn over and curl into a fetal position. Oh, this is just torture. The night passed uneventfully. When Du Hong woke up the next morning, he discovered it had rained heavily overnight, and it was still raining. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled. It was as if the heavens were enraged. Raindrops the size of beans pounded mercilessly against the ground. Inside the campus, umbrellas had transformed into colorful lotus blooms. They looked even more vibrant under the rain's wash. But because the wind was so strong, many umbrellas had turned inside out, resembling radar dishes, while some of the flimsier ones were just reduced to their frames. In the morning, for some reason, whether it was a broken power line or something else, the school lost power. Teachers relying on projectors were forced to announce an early end to classes, urging students to return to their dorms. Zhang Yang was called away by a phone call from who Ling Wangchong and Han Lei looked at each other, shrugged, and, holding their umbrellas, waded through the water towards their dorm room. Du Hong stood in front of the teaching building. He didn't follow them. Instead, he thought for a moment and then called Hui Yuxuan. The call was answered quickly. Ah Hong. Yuxuan, are you at school? Yes, classes have already ended. I just came out of the classroom. Oh, which classroom? Xingji building. Where are you, Ah Hong? Du Hong paused, then turned his head. He saw Hui Yuxuan in the crowd, still holding the phone to her ear as she walked out. She hadn't seen Du Hong yet. Du Heng's playful side emerged. Crouching low, he ran to the side and hid. Once Hui Yuxuan walked past, he suddenly tapped her shoulder. When someone tapped her, Hui Yuxuan instinctively turned her head, but saw no one. She turned her head towards the other side, when she suddenly felt a powerful arm around her waist. When her vision cleared, she saw the person she had been missing, smiling as he leaned in to kiss her. Even though there were many people around, Hui Yuxuan didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Du Heng's neck, tilting her head to return the kiss. Fortunately, Du Heng pulled Hui Yuxuan to the side of a wall, so as not to block other people's path. However, their kiss had still drawn quite a bit of attention. Girls walking by giggled and pointed. The guys whistled. Du Heng's kiss left Hui Yuxuan weak in the knees. She hung on Du Heng's neck, responding to his affection. After a long time, they broke apart. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were glazed over. Her watery gaze locked with Du Heng's eyes. She whispered, Ah Hong. Du Heng hugged her waist and smiled. Did you miss me? Yes, yes. I missed you. Shall we go eat? Okay. In the cafeteria, Du Heng found a window seat for them and they sat down together. Their clothes were a little damp. The rain outside was too heavy, and most importantly the wind was too strong. The umbrella didn't offer enough protection. Du Heng was worried about Hui Yuxuan getting hurt, so they shared an umbrella, and he got most of his own clothes wet. Ah Hong, aren't you cold like this? It's okay. I'm not cold. Let's eat quickly. After we're done, I'll take you shopping and buy some of those pajamas from last night. Hui Yuxuan's face turned crimson, and she nodded lightly, starting to eat in a slow, graceful manner. Because of the power outage, the cafeteria was a little dim. Luckily, the food had been prepared in advance. Although it wasn't a feast, Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan ate with relish. After their meal, Du Heng took Hui Yuxuan through the water to the west gate. When he saw the puddles on the ground, Du Heng was troubled. The Lamborghini's chassis was too low. He was worried that driving through the puddles would cause problems, even though it had water protection measures. If only I had a car with a higher chassis. And this car is great in many ways, but the space is too small. If I wanted to take Yuxuan shopping, there wouldn't be enough room. What are you thinking about, Ah Hong? Du Heng rubbed his chin and smiled. Oh, nothing much. I just remembered there are a few cars with higher chassis in my dad's garage. I was thinking of switching cars. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed. Why switch cars? Isn't this one pretty good? Du Heng shrugged. This car is great, but the chassis is too low and there's not much space. If I take you to the mall and we just buy a few things, it would be full. Let's get in the car first. I'll take it back and switch to another one later. After getting in the car, Du Heng carefully avoided areas with obvious puddles. It took nearly an hour to reach the mall, and he was exhausted. Let's go. Let's buy some of those pajamas from last night. I'll pick them out. Hui Yuxuan's face flushed. She clung to Du Heng's arm. His clothes had already dried in the car, but he was now looking excited, his eyes glowing. She was so embarrassed her little face was completely red. Once I pick them out, I want to see you wear them for me at 11:17. Chapter 56. Clothes that make Hui Yuxuan's heart race. Inside a lingerie store, Du Heng sat seriously on a sofa in the middle, sipping the barley tea a shop assistant had given him. The lingerie in this store cost thousands of yuan, and a single set could easily cost over 10,000. But it was worth it. It was undeniable that their designs were very effective at attracting a man's attention. Lace netting edges, with only a tiny piece of fabric to cover things. And this was just one style. This shop had countless designs that were even more outrageous than this. Hui Yuxuan was picking out things with one of the staff at the side. Du Hong coughed once and put down the disposable cup. He leaned in towards Hui Yuxuan and, nodding at the sales assistant, said with a smile, "Thank you. You can go to your work. We'll pick them out ourselves." The staff had seen this sort of thing many times. He just figured that they were too shy to have an outsider watch, which would affect their performance. After the shop assistant walked away, Du Hong pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and whispered in her ear, "I've got a few designs in mind. See if you like them?" Hui Yuxuan's head was buried in her collarbones, her cheeks flushed, her ears bright red. She stammered, I'll listen to Ah Hong. Then we'll buy them all." "Okay." When they emerged from the lingerie shop, Du Hong looked quite satisfied. He was carrying a large bag, full of more than a dozen sets of lingerie, every style imaginable. Hui Yuxuan was blushing as she clung to his arm as they entered a pajama store. When they came out of this store, Du Hong could no longer suppress his grin. Hui Yuxuan, meanwhile, couldn't even raise her head. The clothes Du Hong had picked out were much bolder, much sexier and more mature than the ones she had worn last night. She had never worn pajamas like these before. Now that they had bought lingerie and pajamas, dresses and cheongsams were naturally a must. It was at this point that Du Hong realized how important it was to have a large car. After thinking for a moment, Du Hong called Uncle Lee. "Hello, Uncle Lee, can you please get the largest car out of my dad's garage? And take the Lamborghini back while you're at it." "No, it's just that I want to be able to fit more stuff." "Yeah, I'm at the mall. Call me when you get here." Hanging up the phone, Du Hong sighed with relief. He turned to Hui Yuxuan, whose face was still flushed, and said with a smile, "We're going to switch to a bigger car. Now we'll be able to fit everything. Want to buy more stuff?" "I'll listen to Ah Hong." "Then let's go." Half an hour later, Du Hong could no longer carry anything. Hui Yuxuan was also carrying a few shopping bags. Their frantic shopping spree had drawn the attention of many passers-by. Finally, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan settled down to rest in a jewelry store. Although they hadn't bought anything, the store clerk, Xiaoli, was still very enthusiastic about serving them tea and water. The store manager even instructed another clerk to get them some desserts from a nearby dessert shop. Faced with the store manager's enthusiasm, Du Hong didn't refuse. He placed everything at his feet and began to enjoy the desserts with Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan only ate a little bit and stopped. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "It's not that. Eating too much dessert will make me fat. I'm afraid Ah Hong won't like me if I get fat." "It's okay. Eat it. And, I've looked at your body type. You won't get fat even if you eat a lot. Don't worry." However, no matter what Du Hong said, Hui Yuxuan refused to eat any more. Helpless, Du Hong could only beckon, and Xiaoli, who was standing nearby waiting, quickly came closer and asked in a clear voice, "Sir, is there anything I can do for you?" "Take my girlfriend to pick out some more heirloom bangles. The last heirloom bangles were pretty." "All right, this way, please, miss." Du Hong gave Hui Yuxuan an encouraging look and then smiled as he picked up a pastry and began to eat it with his milk tea. Hui Yuxuan followed Du Hong to the display case to pick out heirloom bracelets. Du Hong was happily enjoying his snacks. Occasionally, he would glance in Hui Yuxuan's direction. The sight of her perfect figure and long legs was even more alluring from behind, and Du Hong had to gulp. At that moment, two people came into the store, a man and a woman. The man was a bit short and fat, and more importantly, a bit dark. He also had two large gold chains hanging around his neck. It was obvious he was a nouveau riche. The woman next to him was quite pretty. She was tall, with curves in all the right places, heavy makeup, and a wavy hairstyle. The fat man had his arm around the woman's waist. Because of the height difference, he had to reach up to be able to put his arm around her waist. This woman was likely at least 1.8 meters tall, but because she was wearing towering heels, her real height probably wasn't as tall as Hui Yuxuan's. The woman was full of charm as she walked, swaying her hips. The fat man's arm occasionally brushed against her curves, and he had an obvious lecherous smile. "Lily, see if there's anything you like. Just tell Brother Tao. Brother Tao will buy it for you." The woman winked at the fat man. Her bright red lips parted in a giggle. Her eyes, with their obvious contact lenses and fake eyelashes, narrowed. "Thank you, Brother Tao. Then I'll go pick something out." "Go ahead. I'll just sit, The fat man looked around and then saw Du Hong quietly sitting there, enjoying his sweets and milk tea. He pointed to the seat next to Du Hong. I'll just sit there. Call me when you've picked something out. The woman nodded and was about to leave, when the fat man gave her a squeeze and chuckled. The woman rolled her eyes at him, then sauntered over to the display counter. A clerk enthusiastically came to serve her. The fat man's gaze was fixed on the woman. Her narrow waist and her curves swayed as she walked. It made him itch, not to mention her super short, tight skirt and sheer black stockings. She was very alluring. The fat man gulped and wiped some saliva off the corner of his mouth before heading towards Du Hong. He sat down as if they were old friends, in the seat Hui Yuxuan had just vacated. He picked up the dessert Hui Yuxuan hadn't eaten and started eating it. Du Hong was stunned. He almost choked on the pastry he had just eaten. He took a sip of milk tea and patted his chest to swallow. The fat man saw Du Hong and sized up his outfit. Du Hong's clothes were all understated luxury, but because they had been dried after getting wet, they were a bit wrinkled. The fat man assumed it was some bargain basement stuff. His desire to show off started to kick in. He changed his posture, making the 2 gold chains around his neck more obvious. Little brother, are you still in school? Du Hong nodded lightly. Yes, why? What's your major? Computer science. That's a hot field. Study hard. Once you graduate, find a job. You'll be able to make a good living. Du Hong rubbed his nose. He had no idea what this fat man was up to. When the fat man saw Du Hong's expression, he assumed he felt inferior. It didn't stop him from showing off, though. He picked up another piece of pastry and ate it, saying, You can't take it too lightly, young brother. Look, nowadays, if you don't have money, you can't even find a girlfriend. No money, no house, no car, girls will look down on you. Chapter 57. The Fat Man Who Loves to Show Off. Du Hong shook his head with a wry smile. What sort of person had he run into? The fat man saw Du Hong's expression and assumed he deeply agreed. He was so excited. He took another piece of pastry and said, But if you've got money, things are different. Oh, how is it different? If you've got money, you'll have women. See that woman over there? Du Hong looked in the direction the fat man was pointing. The woman turned around and, seeing the fat man beckon, tossed him a wink. She swayed her hips and changed her stance, showing off her figure. Then she turned back to continue looking at the jewelry. Her name is Lily. She's a model for a magazine cover. She's just a third-tier model, but she has an amazing figure. I managed to hook her. Tonight, I'm going to use my money to make her beg for me in bed. Du Hong shook his head. The fat man's behavior was the epitome of many wealthy men, but he couldn't agree with it. If he wanted to, a woman 100 times more outstanding than Lily would queue to climb into his bed. Just then, the woman, in a coquettish voice, called out to Brother Tao. The fat man grinned and raised his eyebrows at Du Hong. He stood up and said with a smile, Keep it up. Study hard, though it might not be that useful, ha ha ha. With that, the fat man ran over to the woman, put his arm around her waist, and then froze when he saw the jewelry she had chosen. Lily, you picked out so much. The woman blinked her heavily made-up eyes and said in a sweet voice, Brother Tao, you said you'd buy them for me, didn't you? Why, yes. After we buy them, I want to go to the hotel for a bath. Then, you can do whatever you want. The fat man's eyes lit up. Chuckling, he gave the woman's but a hard squeeze. I'll buy them. Du Hong suddenly felt like his pastry had lost its flavor. He shook his head and went to stand behind Hui Yuxuan. He gently put his arm around her waist. Hui Yuxuan turned her head. Her expression was conflicted. Ah Hong, which one of these do you think looks better? Du Hong gave her waist a little squeeze, smiled at Shaoli behind the display case and said, Pack all of these. Ah. Hui Yuxuan was dumbfounded. She was still agonizing over which one to choose, but Du Hong had just had all of the heirlooms packed up. Du Hong gently tapped her nose and smiled. That way you won't have to worry. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed. Her expression was sweet. Du Hong couldn't help but to give her tiny, flawless waist another little pinch. Let's go pay. They went to the checkout counter. The fat man was in the middle of paying for his purchase, and his face was as pale as a ghost when he saw the receipt for nearly 200,000 yuan. This one-night stand was expensive, but he had already spent the money. He would just have to grit his teeth and go through with it. Coincidentally, Du Hong came over, with a sweet smile and Hui Yuxuan beside him. He even nodded and greeted the fat man. The fat man was completely stunned as soon as he saw Hui Yuxuan. She perfectly matched his dream girl. Most importantly, her face was so pure and flawless. It didn't need much makeup, just a simple, gentle beauty. Gulp. The fat man turned sour. Suddenly, the woman next to him didn't smell so sweet anymore. However, the sales clerk's voice pulled him back from his daze. Sir, the total is 1,360,000 yuan. You are one of our valued customers, so after an 80% discount, it comes out to be 1,088,000 yuan. I've also rounded it down to an even 1,080,000 yuan. Du Heng nodded and smiled as he handed his gold card to the clerk. As he swiped it, his face didn't change at all. It was as if he didn't care about the amount. And it was true. 1,080,000 yuan was probably worth less to him than 108 yuan. But it wasn't the same for the fat man. He was completely dumbfounded. The guy he had been showing off to was actually a super rich person? And he was a student, too? Why would you even bother going to school if you were so rich? Wouldn't you rather just go home and inherit your family's business? And why were you so quiet when you were so rich? Did I look like a clown as I showed off? The fat man wished he could disappear. Du Heng took the large red shopping bag and his bank card from the sales clerk. He put his arm around Hui Yuxuan and was preparing to leave. As he was walking past the fat man, he paused and thought for a moment, then turned to him and said with a smile, "Be careful. Don't pick up any nasty diseases. Oh, and next time, you should look before you eat. That pastry you were just eating was my girlfriend's. Finally, I wish you good luck." With that, Du Heng, a smile on his face, took Hui Yuxuan, who didn't understand what had just happened, out of the jewelry store, amidst the store managers and the employees' enthusiastic greetings. They picked up their shopping bags and disappeared into the crowd. The fat man was humiliated. The woman next to him was still staring at the direction Du Heng had disappeared, her eyes glowing. Du Heng's smooth transaction of the payment and his composure had her completely captivated. She wished she could throw Du Heng down and have a love affair right there and then. She didn't care about love, just Du Heng's money. The fat man noticed the woman's expression and became rather annoyed. He had already spent 200,000 yuan, but the woman was still ogling other men. Although she wasn't his girlfriend, he was a man. How could he stand this? I'll teach you a lesson tonight. But then he thought that he had just spent 200,000 yuan to hook such a beautiful woman. Du Heng spent 1,000,000 yuan, and he wasn't even guaranteed a night, so he felt better. But then, the woman said something that made the fat man's heart drop to his stomach. His mind went blank for a moment. "Brother Tao, I suddenly don't feel well. I think my period is starting. I don't think I can be with you tonight." As Hui Yuxuan followed Du Heng towards the underground parking lot, she asked curiously, Heng, was that man your friend?" Du Heng raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head. "Just a self-important fat man who likes to show off. I don't know him." "Then why did you say that to him?" Du Heng was carrying stuff, so he couldn't squeeze Hui Yuxuan's waist. He could only shrug helplessly. "Well, he started it. He started showing off first, told me to study hard, or I might not find a wife later, but I have my wife right here, don't I?" Hui Yuxuan blushed and rolled her eyes at Du Heng, who was grinning at her. She snorted lightly. "You bad boy. Who is your wife?" "Oh, if you're not my wife, then I'll have to go find my wife, right?" "You." Hui Yuxuan pinched Du Heng's waist lightly, thinking he would dodge, but instead, he kissed her cheek and said, "I'm going to make you my wife." Chapter 58. Bunny Girl Outfit? When they got to the underground parking garage, Du Heng once again lost his sense of direction. He remembered clearly where he had parked the car when they came up, but now that they were back down, he felt completely lost. Hui Yuxuan kept smiling to herself. Du Heng had been walking in circles for a while now. Even though it was raining heavily outside, the underground parking lot was still very stuffy. After walking around for a bit, Du Heng's clothes were wet again. Finally, Du Heng heard a beep-beep sound coming from one direction. He and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had walked around for over 10 minutes and were about to cover the entire parking garage before they found where they had parked the Lamborghini. Once they found the car, everything was easier. Uncle Li called to tell him that he had parked the car near the entrance of the underground parking lot. Du Heng told Hui Yuxuan to wait there and got in his car and drove toward the exit. Soon, Du Hong found a huge SUV parked near the exit. It was a night 15. Looking at the domineering car, Du Hong grinned. Hui Yuxuan, waiting in the same place, was watching the direction the Lamborghini had disappeared. Soon, a car that looked like an armored vehicle came toward her and stopped in front of her. The car window rolled down, and Hui Yuxuan saw Du Hong on the driver's seat. Her jaw dropped in surprise. Hong, is this car a bit too big? Du Hong chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. It's only this big that it's cool. You wait a minute while I find a place to park, and then I'll take you to go shop some more. Hui Yuxuan nodded lightly. Du Hong got out of the car and put all of the shopping bags in the trunk, then turned around, found a large empty space and parked the car. He was quite satisfied as he got out of the car. Now that he had this car, he could take Hui Yuxuan shopping without worrying about space. But this time, Hui Yuxuan took Du Heng's hand and didn't go into a women's clothing store. They went into shops like the department store, Sanfu. Hui Yuxuan, like other girls, stopped to look at the hair accessories and earrings. Occasionally, she would try something on and ask Du Hong what he thought. It was at this moment that Du Hong realized that to make a girl happy, you didn't necessarily have to spend a lot of money. Small things like this could make them happy too. For example, Hui Yuxuan would occasionally pick up a hairband and put it on, looking at herself in the mirror. She would even act cute and pout. Men who were also out with their partners shamelessly forgot their companions. As soon as they glanced at Hui Yuxuan, they couldn't take their eyes off her. But when they saw the tall, handsome, and charming Du Hong standing next to Hui Yuxuan, they disappointedly turned their gaze back to their own partners. Hui Yuxuan put on a pink headband with 2 furry rabbit ears on top. She turned around cutely, her watery eyes looking at Du Hong. Hong, does it look good? Du Hong was stunned. He could only feel Hui Yuxuan's every move and smile tugging at his nerves. It took him a long time to recover. He gave her a thumbs up and grinned. It looks good. It looks really good. Buy it. Isn't a girlfriend someone you love and care for? If he didn't buy such a good-looking hairband, he would be letting down Hui Yuxuan's beauty. And maybe it was just his imagination, but Du Hong thought Hui Yuxuan was getting more beautiful. Her inner charm was making him unable to resist her. Hui Yuxuan gave him a sweet smile. The corners of her lips made Du Heng's heart leap. He started to subconsciously imagine Hui Yuxuan wearing the pajamas they had bought, one of which was a bunny girl outfit. What if she also wore this pink hairband? He felt something warm on his nose. Du Hong touched it and realized it was blood. His nose was bleeding again. Hong, why is your nose bleeding again? Hui Yuxuan quickly pulled tissues out of her bag and helped Du Hong wipe his nose. The latter grinned, his eyes glowing. He leaned over and whispered into Hui Yuxuan's ear, I want to see you dressed as a bunny girl wearing a bright red headband. This pink one is for a pure look. You can wear it during the day, but wear the bright red one for me at night. Hui Yuxuan's face turned completely red. Her hands were twisted together, and she couldn't speak for a long time. When Du Hong gave her a bright red headband, she lifted her head, her watery eyes overflowing with love. She took off the pink headband and put on the bright red one. Her face was flushed, her eyes were like stars, and coupled with her bashful expression, Du Heng's heart was beating rapidly. He gulped. No question. Du Hong gave her another thumbs up, grinning. It looks good. Buy it. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong, took off the red headband and put the pink one back on, and stuck her little tongue out at him. She put the red headband in the basket that a sales clerk handed over and continued to shop. When they passed the gift section, Du Hong saw a crystal ball on the counter. His eyes lit up, and he stopped to look at it. After picking for a while, he picked one where there was a kissing couple inside, and it also had music, snow, and lights. Then, he saw some exquisitely crafted small toys nearby, and he couldn't resist them. They were small, very well-made and cute dolls. Du Hong really wanted to buy what he wanted, which was a boy and a girl doll wearing traditional costumes. The girl doll was dressed in a red robe, the type worn during a traditional wedding ceremony. She also had a headdress. The boy doll was dressed in a red robe as well. He was a pair with the girl doll. However, these dolls were in blind boxes, so although Du Hong saw them, he couldn't just take them. Hui Yuxuan realized that Du Hong wasn't following her, so she came back. When she saw Du Hong looking at the dolls, she walked over to him. What are you looking at, Hong? Du Hong pointed to the pair of dolls. I want to buy these too, but these are from blind boxes, so they're not for sale. After thinking for a moment, Du Hong decided to ask the store clerk who wasn't far away. He beckoned, and the clerk came over and asked with a smile, "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Du Hong pointed to the dolls and asked, "Are these two for sale?" The clerk smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. The ones on display are just for display purposes. They're not for sale. If you want them, you can buy the blind boxes." Du Hong was helpless. He only wanted this pair of dolls. But he could see Hui Yuxuan's expression, and she also looked like she wanted them. She must be thinking the same thing he was. "Then let's take 2 blind boxes and see what we get." When the people in the store heard that someone wanted to buy blind boxes, they all came over to watch, like a swarm of bees. The blind boxes that Du Hong wanted to buy weren't expensive, 39 yuan each. 2 only came up to 78 yuan. For him, that was nothing. But someone who looked like they had experience with blind boxes came over and said, "Bro, I can see that you're not short of money. You can buy these dolls outside. If you want specific ones, you can look on Xinyu. It's too hard to open the blind boxes and get the ones you want." Chapter 59, 2 hits, 2 souls. Yeah, young brother, spending money to open them is not worth it. You won't get the doll you want. It's a deep hole. I suggest you just buy them from someone else. Otherwise, you'll just get angry when you don't get what you want. It had to be said, there were a lot of people who had been burned before. If you didn't have a specific goal and just wanted to randomly open a box, then it didn't matter. It was just money. But if you had a specific target, the odds of opening it were so low it could make you question your existence. Hui Yuxuan was also starting to feel hesitant. She turned to Du Hong and whispered, "Ah Hong, why don't we just not buy them?" Du Hong rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Just then, the store clerk brought over 2 blind boxes and a POS machine, hoping to take advantage of them. "Sir, do you still want to try?" Du Hong nodded with a smile. "Let's give it a shot. Maybe we'll get lucky, right?" As soon as he said that, everyone who had tried to warn him shook their heads. He's too naive. Blind boxes are like gambling. No, they are even worse than gambling. Du Hong glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who looked a bit worried. He smiled and pinched her waist. "It's okay. If we don't get them, we don't get them. Anyway, the money doesn't matter. Whatever we get, I'll give it to you, okay?" Hui Yuxuan nodded. "Then, we'll open these 2, right?" "Okay." After paying by card, Du Hong took the blind boxes, tossed them in his hand a few times, then thought for a moment before handing one to Hui Yuxuan with a smile. "You open one too." Hui Yuxuan didn't refuse. She took the blind box, looked Du Hong in the eye, and then started to tear open the packaging. When the onlookers saw that the 2 of them were actually going to open the boxes, some of the more experienced ones shook their heads, thinking, "Another 2 fools are about to fall into the trap. Don't listen to the old people, you'll regret it." Young and full of energy, it's normal. I bet he doesn't want to lose face in front of his girlfriend. Doesn't want to lose face? With so many people watching, wouldn't he lose even more face when he doesn't get the ones he wants? Well, who can blame him with such a pretty girlfriend? I'd do anything to impress her. Let's just watch. Ignoring the onlookers' idle chatter, Du Hong was quick. He opened the box and took out the doll inside. He was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but all the onlookers who were hoping to see a train wreck were stunned too. Holy crap, he actually got it? Is that even possible? Calm down, he wants a pair. This just makes it worse. He'll definitely want the other one now. That's true, let's see what the other one is. Du Hong looked at the male doll in his hand, dressed in a red robe, and grinned. He didn't like how the others were talking, but it was normal. They had tried to warn him, but he hadn't listened, so of course they wanted to see him fail. Just then, the crowd of onlookers burst into exclamations. Holy shit! What the hell? Is that even real? Are they paid actors? How is it possible to get a pair right away? I bought over 100 and didn't get the one I wanted. I was so frustrated. This is not science. Du Hong looked at the doll in Hui Yuxuan's hand and laughed heartily. The doll in her hand was the girl doll dressed in a red robe. They were a perfect match. Hui Yuxuan also hadn't expected to be so lucky. She blinked her watery eyes, looked at the doll in her hand, then looked at the doll in Du Heng's hand, and covered her mouth to laugh. It seems like even the heavens are telling us we're really meant to be. Hui Yuxuan nodded gently, her eyes narrowed. This sudden little surprise made her feel as sweet as if she'd eaten honey. The onlookers had wanted to watch the drama unfold, but were instead shocked by the couple's luck. Some of them, not willing to accept this, immediately bought some blind boxes. But when they opened them, they found that they didn't get the ones they wanted. As a result, the store erupted into cries of despair and sighs. And there was also the sound of people gulping. It couldn't be helped. Hui Yuxuan was wearing a pink hairband. Her appearance was pure and sweet. Her body was amazing, and most of all, she had a happy smile and a flushed face. She was simply an absolute beauty. Du Hong didn't linger with Hui Yuxuan. He had gotten the dolls he wanted. After paying at the cashier with the small basket, he left with Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, is there anywhere you want to go? They were both tired from shopping. Du Hong put his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist and strolled through the mall, no longer entering any shops. Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently and rested her head on Du Hong's chest. It's raining hard outside. We can't go to the park or botanical garden, and I'm not feeling very well these days. You're not feeling well? Should you see a doctor? Hui Yuxuan's face turned red. She lowered her head and said softly, My lower back hurts. I think my period is starting today. Oh. Du Hong was stunned. He stared at the blushing Hui Yuxuan, and then shook his head and laughed wryly. As your boyfriend? I don't even know this? Am I not a failure? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Don't worry about it. Nobody can think of everything. And you wouldn't know if you didn't ask me, would you? Du Hong rubbed his nose and laughed. No, you've forgotten how we met on the first day of school, right? Hui Yuxuan thought for a moment, and then covered her mouth and laughed. Yeah, I was buying those insoles you mentioned. That's it. Calculating that, it should be around this time. Du Hong shrugged. He hadn't really paid attention. He lightly pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, That means you can't eat anything cold, right? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded gently, once again snuggling into Du Hong's chest. Du Hong rubbed his stomach. He was starting to get hungry. He glanced at the time and took Hui Yuxuan to the third floor, finding a dessert shop to have afternoon tea. Hong, are we going back to school later? Du Hong took out his phone and asked in their dorm group chat, Is the power back on? Zhang Yang, I don't know. I'm outside with Lingling. Hanlei, nope. Wang Chong, Yangzi, remember to bring an umbrella. Hu Ling is a good girl. Don't get her pregnant. Zhang Yang, I know. I don't want to be a dad yet. The conversation quickly derailed. Du Hong rolled his eyes, put away his phone, and glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was smiling at him. He coughed lightly, then thought for a moment and said, The school still has no power. Going back would be pointless. Then Hong, take me to the arcade. I want to play the claw machines. Okay. Chapter 60, The Claw Machine Terminator. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan directly to the underground parking lot. He drove towards the pedestrian street. He remembered that there was a large arcade there, with lots of different things to play. Because it was raining hard and it was a Tuesday, there weren't many people. Du Hong found a parking spot on the side of the road, and then, holding an umbrella, he and Hui Yuxuan ran to the arcade. They stomped their feet at the door, put away their umbrella and placed it in a locker. Then, he led a curious Hui Yuxuan to the front desk where he exchanged 500 yuan for game tokens. They got 1,200 of them in total, which stunned Hui Yuxuan. Hong, you bought too much. How will we ever use them all? Du Hong laughed and gently tapped her nose. It's 3 tokens per try. That's only 400 tries. And that's not counting the tokens the machine will eat. Plus we can play other things, right? We definitely won't use 400 tries this afternoon. You're so silly, Hong. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth to laugh. It was clear that she was very happy. Du Hong rubbed his nose and grinned. It's okay. If we don't use them all, we can come again next time. And I think we can use them all, unless we grab so many dolls that we run out of space. How is that even possible? It's not that easy to get the dolls, right? A few minutes later, after failing on his first try, Du Hong had succeeded in getting dolls out 3 times in a row. Hui Yuxuan's mouth hung open in surprise. Wow, Hong, you're amazing. I can't even get one. Du Hong tucked the 3 dolls under his arm, his lips curling. He looked at Hui Yuxuan. Which one do you want, Yuxuan? Tell me, I'll get it for you. Hui Yuxuan's eyes narrowed happily. She grabbed Du Hong's arm and looked at the claw machine in front of them. She pointed at a doll that was standing up near the back. Hong, I want that one. Du-hung glanced at it and laughed. That's in the back, and it's standing up. That's going to be a bit difficult. Then how about I pick another one? Du-hung chuckled and pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. I just said it was a bit difficult, not impossible. Just watch. He inserted 3 tokens, looked at the position of the doll, and then held his breath. He controlled the joystick, and a few seconds later, the doll in the back was picked up by the claw and dropped into the basket. Wow, Ahong, you're amazing. Hui Yuxuan jumped for joy and kissed Du-heng's cheek. She crouched down to pick up the doll, and then pointed to the claw machine next to it. Ahong, I want that little panda over there. Hui Yuxuan's kiss filled Du-heng with energy. He nodded and inserted a few tokens into the claw machine next to it. 10 seconds later, a cute little panda doll was in the basket, and Hui Yuxuan jumped for joy again. Du-heng felt the firmness and softness on his arm and grinned. Du-heng's ability to win with each try had attracted the attention of the people around them, and with the fairy-like Hui Yuxuan happily skipping around, her clear and melodious voice, it was hard not to notice them. And so the two were surrounded by onlookers again. Each time Hui Yuxuan pointed at a doll, Du-heng could get it out accurately. Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed with happiness. She held Du-heng's arm and hopped around, making Du-heng feel her softness many times. The people around them were cheering. Some even wanted to insert tokens and have Du-heng help them get dolls, but Du-heng refused. No way, he was enjoying this. How could he let others disturb his happiness? The dolls he grabbed should belong to his Yuxuan. Because one of his arms was occupied by Hui Yuxuan, Du-heng's other arm soon had no room to carry any more dolls. Hui Yuxuan's hands and arms were also full. Ahong, I can't hold them anymore. What do we do? The store clerk, seeing this, was almost crying. 3 tokens for 1 doll. Although the cost of the dolls was less than 3 yuan, seeing them being taken out one by one was just too painful. Seeing that Du-heng and Hui Yuxuan couldn't carry any more, he couldn't help feeling secretly pleased. However, Du-heng smiled and asked, Hello, do you have any bags here? I want a big one. I can buy it. Quick, go to the west and ask the Buddha to take this guy away. Hui Yuxuan couldn't take it anymore and covered her mouth to laugh, tugging Du-heng's arm. The store clerk looked at Hui Yuxuan with gratitude, and then said to Du-heng, Please have mercy, you too. Our store would like to offer you a gift. Please be merciful and try something else. Du-heng rubbed his nose and glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who looked like she wanted to do something else. He nodded and said with a smile, Okay, what gift? The store clerk secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Another store clerk brought over a rose bear that was over 2 meters long. The store clerk pointed to the bear and said, We'll give you this as a gift. Please stop playing the claw machines. We are begging you. Before Du-heng could say anything, Hui Yuxuan's eyes were already glowing. Women couldn't resist cute and soft toys like this. Du-heng looked at it and smiled, thinking that they wouldn't be able to play other games with so much stuff, and then asked, Can we leave these things with you for now? We'll play some other games, and we can come back to pick them up when we leave, can we? Yes. Of course you can. Don't worry, we won't lose these things. Go play other things. We wish you to have fun. Du-heng smiled at Hui Yuxuan. The latter understood, and gave all of the dolls that they had one to the clerk. The clerk found a large bag and packed all of the dolls inside, sealing it. Then, he asked for Du-heng's phone number and put a tag on it. After sorting everything out, Du-heng put his arm around Hui Yuxuan, whose face was glowing with happiness. They squeezed through the envious crowds and ran off to play other games. He's a god. He's too awesome. Did you see that? The store owner's face was green. He gave them such a big rose bear. That's worth at least 200 yuan, right? The store owner is scared, haha. I'm going to try the claw machine too. I'm going to make the store owner give me that rose bear too. The guy is handsome. The girl is beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Too bad I don't have a girlfriend. Huh? What a coincidence. I don't have a boyfriend either. You were so amazing at the arcade game earlier. Why don't I be your girlfriend? Huh? Is that okay? We don't even know each other. We do now. He took Hui Yuxuan to the basketball game machine. He lightly pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and smiled. How about this? Do you want to try? Okay. After successfully getting through the first 3 rounds and reaching the last few seconds of the final challenge, with their scores rapidly increasing, and about to surpass the current top score, Du Hong threw his last ball, and Hui Yuxuan also threw a ball, and the two balls collided and didn't go in. In the end, they were second on the list of all-time high scores. Hui Yuxuan stuck her tongue out. Ah Hong, it's all my fault. If I hadn't thrown the ball in the end, your ball would have gone in and we would have been first. Du Hong laughed and gently tapped her nose. Why not say that I was the one who hit your ball? Yuxuan was very good. You got a lot of balls in. They looked at each other and laughed happily. Let's go play the racing game. Okay. Chapter 61. The idea to buy a motorcycle. Although it wasn't a real motorcycle, Hui Yuxuan was surprisingly good at the game. In several rounds, she left Du Hong far behind. They were playing a motorcycle racing game, the kind that had vibration feedback. Yuxuan, can you ride a motorcycle? No, why? Du Hong couldn't help but rub his nose and laugh wryly. He, who could ride a motorcycle, had been left in the dust by Hui Yuxuan, who had no experience. He was embarrassed. When Hui Yuxuan saw Du Hong's discomfiture, she covered her mouth to giggle. Can Ah Hong ride one? Yes. I don't know why, but I suddenly really want Ah Hong to take me out for a ride on a motorcycle. It would be so fun. Is that so? Du Hong's eyes lit up. After a brief thought, he made up his mind. I'll have a friend help me order a motorcycle. No need for that. I just had that thought. There's no need to buy a motorcycle just for that. Hui Yuxuan blinked her watery eyes. Her cute appearance made Du Hong lightly tap her nose. I also suddenly really want to ride a motorcycle with you. It's a feeling that neither the Lamborghini nor the Night 15 can provide. Why? Du Hong grinned. Because that way you'll be holding my waist from behind. Hui Yuxuan gave Du Hong a reproachful look. Ah Hong, you only think about those things. Well, I can't help it. You're just so beautiful. You should enjoy it while you can. Nonsense. I'm ignoring you. With that, Hui Yuxuan got off the motorcycle, made a face at Du Hong, and ran away. Oh, you think so? Du Hong was up for the challenge. He got off the motorcycle and chased after Hui Yuxuan. How could a lamb outrun a big bad wolf? Soon, Hui Yuxuan begged for mercy as Du Hong tickled her. She laughed so hard she was almost crying. After calming down, Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong, gave his waist a light pinch, and said reproachfully, There are so many people watching. So what? Du Hong's expression turned serious. He hugged Hui Yuxuan's waist tightly, blew into her ear and whispered, They're just jealous. Du Hong's breath made Hui Yuxuan go weak in the knees. Her ears were burning hot, her cheeks instantly red. Looking at the bashful Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong grinned, pinched her waist, and took her to the dance machine. At this moment, a girl was stiffly dancing. She was moving her feet and raising her hands to the beat. Her expression was a bit vacant. Because her dance moves were too awkward, there was not even a single person watching. Oh, Du Hong had brought Hui Yuxuan over, so the number of watchers went from 0 to 2. No, it was 3. Her boyfriend was there too. But her boyfriend must have known that her dance moves were too terrible. He was covering his face and trying to make himself invisible. After dancing for a while, the girl felt bored and got off the machine. She grabbed her boyfriend's ear and started to scold him as she walked away. Du Hong's eye twitched. Hui Yuxuan was covering her mouth and giggling. After a while, the song the girl had picked ended. Her score was a shocking 3. It was truly unprecedented. No wonder her boyfriend didn't want to raise his head. Du Hong pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist, who was still giggling. He pointed at the dance machine. Yuxuan, can you dance? Never mind. Even if you could, you shouldn't dance here. Just dance for me alone when we get back. Hui Yuxuan had just calmed down, and when she heard Du Hong's domineering statement, she started laughing again. It took her a long time to compose herself. She waved her hand. Don't worry, I've only done yoga. I've learned some simple dance moves, but I won't dance well if I have to perform. You've done yoga? Du Hong's eyes lit up. Then can you do the splits? The splits are a basic yoga pose, as well as a basic dance move. Of course I can do them. Really? Du Hong rubbed his nose and grinned. He had thought of some amazing things. The innocent Hui Yuxuan had no idea what Du Hong was thinking. She blinked her big eyes and asked softly, What's wrong? Nothing, just good things. Very good things. The innocent Hui Yuxuan gave him a sweet smile and nodded gently. Does Ah Hong want to go up and dance? Du Hong's thoughts were brought back. He glanced at the innocent Hui Yuxuan and rubbed his nose. Does Yuxuan want to see it? Okay, then. I'll just do one song. Du Hong released his hold on Hui Yuxuan's waist and stepped onto the dance machine. After inserting the tokens, he looked at Hui Yuxuan. What song do you want to hear, Yuxuan? For Love Insane, Wei Ai Chi Kong. Hui Yuxuan said an old song without any hesitation, which clearly stunned Du Hong. He took a deep look at the serious Hui Yuxuan and nodded. After searching for it, he found For Love Insane, but it was only the remix version. The song had been sped up and some electronic sound effects had been added. He couldn't find another version, so he had no choice but to choose this one. Soon, the intro started. From the beginning, a waterfall-like beat was dropping down. Du Hong moved his body to the rhythm. His limbs were powerful, not just simply raising his hands and feet, but adding twists and turns. With a mix of arm movements and leg shakes, he had turned the game into an actual dance. Most importantly, although a lot of Du Hong's moves were unnecessary, he did not miss a single beat. When the song ended, Du Hong gave Hui Yuxuan a gentlemanly bow, and then walked over to Hui Yuxuan, who had been watching in a daze. He gently kissed her lips before she could react. He put his arm around her waist and looked into her gentle, captivating eyes. He whispered, "What did you think?" Hui Yuxuan gazed into Du Hong's eyes, pursed her lips, and nodded emphatically. She wrapped her arms around Du Hong's waist and rested her head on Du Hong's chest, unable to hide her smile. The heavy rain outside was still falling, making one wonder if the heavens wanted to flood Jinqing. People coming into the arcade had watermarks on their feet, making the floor slippery. To be safe, Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan, who was quietly hugging his arm, to the front desk. They picked up the 2-meter rose bear and the big bag with a dozen small dolls, and under the umbrella Hui Yuxuan was holding, they ran to where the Night 15 was parked. Luckily, the umbrella was big enough. Although the rose bear got wet, Du Hong used the bag to block most of the rain. Hui Yuxuan didn't get wet at all, besides some water on the stockings at her ankles. After putting all of the things in the Night XV's huge trunk, Du Hong thought for a moment and asked, "Shall we continue playing, or get something to eat? Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry." "Then let's go. There's a beef soup place nearby. I'll take you there to try it out." "Okay." Chapter 62. A Strong Will to Survive. After lunch, Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan to buy several pairs of brand-name sneakers. Since she wasn't used to wearing high heels, Du Hong wanted her to be comfortable. While sneakers might not go with every outfit, they were definitely more comfortable for her feet. As they left the shoe store, Du Hong walked under the eaves with one hand carrying the shoe boxes and the other arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist. After a moment of thought, he chuckled softly. "Since Yuxuan isn't used to high heels, we can do a traditional Chinese style for the wedding photos. That way, you can wear cloth shoes instead of heels." Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong, playfully retorting, "Who said I'm taking wedding photos with you? And isn't it too early to talk about this? If you won't take them with me, I might have to find someone else." You wouldn't dare." "Tisk, tsk, tsk." He lightly pinched her waist, and Du Hong chuckled. "It's not too early. You're so beautiful, I won't be at ease until I marry you." Hui Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head. "But we haven't even met each other's parents. Your parents might not like me." "Nonsense. My mom is dying to meet you." "Really?" "Honestly, my mom has urged me several times to bring you home." As he spoke, Du Hong's eyes lit up. "That's right. It's still early, and we aren't going back to school anyway. How about I take you to my place now?" "But, isn't it too soon?" I'm not ready yet. There's nothing to prepare for. My mom just wants to see you. What's there to be afraid of? It'll be your home in the future, and my parents will be your parents too." Hui Yuxuan hesitated. Every girl gets nervous and scared about meeting her boyfriend's parents, not to mention that they hadn't been together for very long. "How about next time? I can't meet your parents looking so casual, and it's not very appropriate to visit when it's raining. I haven't prepared anything." Du Hong thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. He gently touched Hui Yuxuan's nose with his finger. "Then it's a deal. You can't refuse to come to my place next time." "Okay, deal." "Since we're not going to my place, where should we go now?" "Yuxuan, is there anywhere else you'd like to go or see? The pedestrian street is actually quite nice, but it's raining, so we can't stroll there. How about you take me to play billiards?" "I don't know how to play." "Sure, There's a billiard hall on the pedestrian street. I'll take you. After putting their purchases in the car and buying 2 cups of milk tea at a nearby shop, they headed towards the billiard hall. The heavy rain caused splashes of water that made their shoes a little wet. Du-hong held the umbrella with his left hand, his arm tucked under Hui Yuxuan's, and tilted the umbrella slightly towards her to protect her from the rain. After a moment, Du-hong took out his phone and made a call. The phone rang a few times before being answered. There was a whistling sound in the background, indicating that the person was outside and it was windy. Hello? Bro? Bro, you finally called me. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. Suddenly, Du-hong wanted to hang up. The way he was addressed gave him goosebumps. He just couldn't stand it. I need your help with something. Why so formal? Just say the word. Bro will absolutely help you out. Get me a motorcycle, one that can seat 2 people. It can be a customized one, but it has to be legal. Bro, you've finally come to your senses and are going to ride a motorcycle? I told you to try it a long time ago, but you didn't want to. By the way, why a 2-seater? Are you going to ride me around? No, I have my own ride. You don't need to carry me. Du-hong rubbed his temples, his eyes twitching. Hui Yuxuan, beside him, was covering her mouth, trying to stifle her giggles. It's for my girlfriend. What? AI, my back. A yelp came from the other end of the line. Du-hong imagined that the man was probably on his bike and fell down, surprised by the news. You have a girlfriend? How can you have a girlfriend? What happened to our eternal vows? That's it. I'm hanging up. Wait. Before the other guy finished speaking, Du-hong had already hung up the phone. He rubbed his temples hard. Hui Yuxuan was now laughing so hard she was bent over. Hong, what eternal vows are you talking about? Your friend sounds very upset. Du-heng's face flushed. He hesitated for a moment before sighing softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. We were young and didn't know anything. We thought it was better being free and single. Lots of girls chased us, but we rejected them all. Back then, we joked about staying single forever and becoming single, super elites. Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes as her shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. After a while, Hui Yuxuan finally recovered. She blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Du-hong curiously. Then why did you chase me, Hong? Du-hong rubbed his nose and grinned. Well, you're too beautiful. You awakened my heart's desire for love, so I chased after you, right? Does that count as being attracted by my beauty? Well, maybe a little, but I genuinely like you. And what I like most isn't your appearance, it's your charm. Hui Yuxuan giggled, her eyes sparkling with affection. She didn't dwell on the topic too much. She understood Du-heng's feelings, something she could truly sense, and that was enough for her. They continued walking, and soon spotted a brightly lit sign that read billiards. Du-hong gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and put his arm around her, leading her into the building. Du-hong had initially planned to take Hui Yuxuan to play badminton or ping pong, but she was on her period and obviously couldn't do such strenuous exercise. After paying the deposit and getting a table near the window, he led Hui Yuxuan to the pool table with 2 cues. Next to the table was a large, floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the outside. Although it was raining heavily and the sky was dark, the inside was brightly lit, not at all affected. In fact, it created a cozy feeling of warmth compared to the dismal weather outside. After putting on gloves, Du-hong took a couple of practice swings before looking at Hui Yuxuan, who was gazing at him with wide eyes. What's wrong? I don't know how to play. What should I do? Du-hong rubbed his nose and smiled. It's okay. I'll teach you. Du-hong broke the rack and sank a ball directly, then another and another. After a few shots, only the low balls and the 8-ball remained. It was only after sinking the last black 8 that Du-hong realized. He was supposed to be playing with Hui Yuxuan, not playing a competition. He looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was pouting, sulking because Du-hong had ignored her after starting the game, and showed off by sinking all the balls by himself. She knew the basic rules, and he had just finished the whole game in one go. At that moment, Du-heng's survival instinct made his IQ instantly spike to 200. Did you understand my demonstration just now? Chapter 63. Hui Yuxuan's parents arrive. Hui Yuxuan was successfully disarmed by Du-heng's sudden silliness. She covered her mouth and laughed. The little sulk she felt earlier, because Du-hong ignored her after the start of the game, vanished in an instant. Du-hong rubbed his nose, secretly giving himself a thumbs up, and grinned as he walked behind Hua Yuxuan. He held Hua Yuxuan's hands, signaling her to lean over the pool table. His face was close to her ear, and he couldn't help feeling a little stirred by the faint fragrance coming from her, let alone the fact that their current position was making his mind wander a little. Hua Yuxuan was so flustered by Du Heng's breath that she didn't know what to do, her mind blank. She mechanically followed Du Heng's movements and swung the cue, sending the white ball rolling. After teaching her once, Du Heng straightened up and smiled. "Why don't you try?" Hua Yuxuan nodded, her cheeks flushed. She focused intently, recalling the feeling from earlier. She pushed the cue gently, and then successfully missed the white ball entirely. Ha 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 ha. Du Heng laughed shamelessly. He couldn't help it. The way she went from having such a serious expression to becoming so bewildered and confused was just too cute. Hua Yuxuan blushed and glared at Du Heng. She became serious again. She stared intently at the white ball, pushed the cue gently, and then, once again, succeeded in avoiding the white ball. Ha 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 ha. Du Heng laughed until his stomach hurt. Hua Yuxuan was exasperated. She pinched his waist playfully, scolding him. "You're still laughing." Du Heng rubbed his nose and grinned. He walked behind Hua Yuxuan again, his right hand cupping her elbow, his left hand on top of hers. He bent down with her and whispered, "Find the feeling. Your right hand must be steady, and you can't shake it when pushing the cue. Use finesse, not brute force. Now, try again." Hua Yuxuan nodded, her cheeks red. She pushed her right hand gently, accurately hitting the center of the white ball and sending the adjacent ball into the pocket. Hua Yuxuan's eyes lit up, but Du Heng's breath on her ear made her body feel weak, making it difficult to find the strength. Du Heng gently pinched her waist and smiled. "See, didn't you get it?" Hum. The heavy rain outside was still relentless, accompanied by flashes of lightning. There were very few pedestrians on the street. Hua Yuxuan had fun, and Du Heng simply leaned on a cue and watched her, occasionally giving her a few pointers. She was a fast learner and quickly began to play like a pro. By 7 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. The shops along the pedestrian street were all lit up with colorful lights, making the raindrops glisten. Du Heng glanced at the time and asked, "Yuxuan, are you hungry?" Hua Yuxuan was taken aback, realizing then she was actually hungry. "Yes, I am." "Come on, let's go eat. After that, I'll take you back." "Okay." Du Heng took Hua Yuxuan back to Royal Dragon Mansion, helped her take everything upstairs. As he passed through the lobby and rode the elevator carrying the giant rose bear, it attracted everyone's attention. The rose bear was just too big, making it impossible not to be noticed. He had to go back and forth 3 times to get everything upstairs. Standing at the door of 1117, looking at the mess of items scattered around the entrance and living room, Du Heng smiled. "You can organize these things yourself and see how you want to arrange them. I'm heading back to the dorm. It's been a long day." A hint of reluctance flashed in Hua Yuxuan's eyes. She was deeply in the throes of love and couldn't help but be happy whenever she spent time with Du Heng. Ding! Just then, the elevator stopped at the 11th floor. Du Heng glanced at it. It was someone from the 11th floor returning home, but the two of them didn't know each other. "The elevator's here. I'll go. I need to do my video when I get back to the dorm." Although reluctant, Hua Yuxuan nodded gently. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Du Heng's neck, closing her eyes in anticipation. Du Heng understood. He held her waist tightly and leaned down for a kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Hua Yuxuan's face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with affection, as she gazed at Du Heng with fondness. Du Heng gently touched her nose, and then let go of her. He turned and walked towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator door opened. Du Heng turned and quickly pecked Hua Yuxuan's lips before stepping into the elevator before she could react. Turning her head, Hua Yuxuan looked dreamy and waved her hand lightly. "Drive carefully, Heng. Be safe on the road." Du Heng nodded. The elevator door closed, and he went downstairs. The elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged couple entered after Du Heng left. They went to the 11th floor, and after a moment of hesitation, they knocked on the door of 1117, which had just been closed. The door was quickly opened. Hui Yuxuan said with surprise. Ahong, you're back? Mom and Dad? What are you doing here? Yes, the people were Hui Yuxuan's parents. Upon hearing Hui Yuxuan's first sentence, they were stunned for a moment. They exchanged glances, noticing the intense flames of gossip burning in each other's eyes. Hui's mom smiled and said gently, "It's raining heavily. Your dad and I just returned from school, and we happened to pass by, so we thought we'd drop in and see you." "Oh, I see. Come on in." Hui Yuxuan moved aside. She then realized that the entrance hall and living room were full of stuff. The place was a bit of a mess. Hui's dad and mom were also a little taken aback by the scene. "What's all this? Yuxuan, are you planning to open an online store?" They stepped over the threshold and entered the house. Looking at the clothes bags and shoe boxes all over the floor, as well as a large bag of stuffed animals and the giant rose bear, they were very curious. Hui Yuxuan looked guilty and shrank her neck a bit. After thinking for a moment, she whispered, "Ahong bought all these things." "Ahong? Who's that?" Hui's mom's eyes lit up. Yuxuan was about to confess. Although she knew her daughter's concerns recently, she hadn't brought it up yet. Hui Yuxuan looked shy. "He's my boyfriend." Hui's dad's face instantly fell. He had only heard from Hui's mom that his daughter had recently been getting close to a boy, but he hadn't expected that they had already become a couple. Looking at the bags all over the floor, he couldn't help but scoff. Without saying anything, he went to the sofa and sat down. The rose bear was beside him, and Hui's dad could only squeeze himself into the corner of the sofa. Hui's mom's expression was a mixture of laughter and tenderness. She asked softly, "Did he just leave?" "Yes." "So that tall guy who came out of the elevator was him?" "He looked quite handsome and sunny." "Mom, are you not angry?" Hui's mom chuckled. "Why should I be angry? You're not young anymore. Isn't it normal to have a boyfriend?" Hui Yuxuan's face broke into a smile. She wrapped her arms around Hui's mom's arm and giggled. "Mom, you're the best. Let me help you clean up these things." No, Mom. I can clean up by myself. You guys should go back. It's raining outside, and it's not safe to drive too late." "What's wrong? Is there anything here that you don't want your mom to see?" Hui Yuxuan's face instantly turned red. She hesitated for a moment before nodding softly, "Yes." Chapter 64. Hui Yuxuan's parents' attitude. "Oh, playing it so fancy? There are even these kinds of pajamas? You've bought all these clothes, so why didn't you ask your boyfriend to stay overnight?" Hui's mom eventually helped Hui Yuxuan tidy up her things, while Hui's dad was left on the sofa to drink tea. At this moment, Hui's mom spotted the pajamas and some lingerie from the packaging bag and asked with a chuckle. Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed, her ears burning. She stammered, "Ahong. He went back to school." "Oh." Hui's mom's response was slow, and it had a little Z-shaped shake at the end, making Hui Yuxuan so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look up. "Mom." Okay. Mom won't say anything more. Your generation can make your own decisions. Mom only has one request. You are still a student, so you must not get pregnant, you know? "Oh, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore." Hui Yuxuan pouted and continued to take the clothes out of the packaging bags to fold them. The washing machine was already full, and these would have to wait. "Yuxuan, is this Duheng's family very rich? These clothes don't seem cheap, and you bought so many. And these shoes and, oh my gosh, so many heirloom bracelets." Hui's mom noticed the big, red jewelry store bag. After opening a few of them, she was directly stunned. So many heirloom bracelets, roughly calculated. They're worth hundreds of thousands. Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment before nodding softly. "Yes, 1.08 million. This is just the cost of these heirloom bracelets. The clothes and shoes aren't included. If those are included, then Ahang spent about 1.2 million on me today." "Oh my gosh. Yuxuan, you have found an incredible boyfriend, and he doesn't seem like a playboy. Do you really like him?" When she mentioned this, Hui Yuxuan's eyes were filled with love. A blissful smile appeared on her face, but in Hui's mom's eyes, she looked like a love-struck fool. "Ahang is very good to me. I'm willing to give everything for him." Hui's mom carefully watched Hui Yuxuan's facial expressions and changes. After confirming that Hui Yuxuan didn't seem to be faking it, she nodded with a gratified smile. "That's good. I'm quite interested in this Du Hong. When will you bring him home to visit?" "It's too early. Ahung invited me to his house today, but I didn't go. Mom is just saying, see, you are already protecting him even before you're married. Will you forget about your mother later? Mom. Hui Yuxuan hugged Hua's mom's arm and shook it, acting like a little girl, making Hua's mom's smile bloom like a flower. Okay, Mom is just teasing you. When you think the time is right, then bring him home. Okay, Mom, you are the best. Mom just wants you to live well in the future. It's a good thing that you found a man who is well off and loves you. Mom is truly happy for you. Meanwhile, Hua's dad was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and secretly looking at the direction of the closed bedroom door, itching to know what the mother and daughter were discussing. Hua's mom clearly knew something but refused to let him know, even refusing to let him hear their conversation. Bored, Hua's dad got up from the sofa and paced around the living room. Then he noticed a pair of oversized men's slippers at the entrance. As the saying goes, mothers-in-law find their sons-in-law more and more pleasing, but fathers-in-law find them less and less pleasing. Not to mention that Du Hong wasn't even his son-in-law yet, so it was understandable what Hua's dad thought when he saw such a pair of slippers in his daughter's house. Big feet. Huh? I wonder what kind of person he is. If he is a playboy who dares to treat my daughter's feelings like a game, I will beat him to death. Okay, what Du Hong didn't know was that, without even meeting each other, he was already on Hua's dad's watch list, and not in a good way. After more than half an hour, the bedroom door finally opened. Hua's dad had already begun to do stretching exercises in the living room, and this was his third set. Hua's mom glared at Hua's dad. She pulled Hui Yuxuan out of the bedroom and gently patted Hui Yuxuan's hand, instructing her, Mom and Dad are going back now. It's raining outside, so don't go out, you know? Will Du Hong pick you up tomorrow morning? Mom, I can go to school myself in the morning. There is no need for Ahung to pick me up. Let him sleep a little longer. Hua's mom nodded. Then we'll head back. Remember to bring Du Hong home when you have the chance so that Mom and Dad can meet him, you know? I know, Mom. Drive safely on the way home. Hua's mom pulled the unwilling Hua's dad towards the door. Hua's dad was anxious. He had come to see his daughter, but he hadn't said a single word to her. What was this? Unfortunately, Hua's mom didn't give him a chance to speak. She pressed the button of the elevator that had just come up. Under Hua's dad's resentful gaze, she waved to Hui Yuxuan outside the elevator. The two of them then left the place. In the elevator, Hua's dad's resentment was almost written all over his face. Wife, I haven't even said a word to my daughter, and you pulled me away. What was there to say? About the family, and ask what Du Heng's family is like. It's such a big deal that she has a boyfriend, but she didn't tell us. This child is getting more and more disobedient. Is that so? Then go and teach her a lesson? Never mind. Hua's dad was a little embarrassed. He was only saying that, but he actually supported his daughter dating. It's just that he had a hard time accepting it and felt a little upset inside. Hua's mom glared at Hua's dad. Are you trying to ask if that Du Hong is a playboy? Do you also want to give this Du Hong a good warning? We are an old couple. Stop exposing me like this. Don't worry. Based on your daughter's descriptions and her previous diaries, this Du Hong is a very good man. From a woman's point of view, he's someone who is both suitable to be a boyfriend and suitable to be a husband. Hua's dad felt a little jealous. Hua's mom had never said such things about him. In Hua's mom's eyes, he was just a decent husband but not a decent boyfriend. Basically, he was not romantic and had a low EQ. This is a good thing. You should be happy for Yuxuan. It's a great thing that our daughter has found such a high-quality partner. Most importantly, his family is very rich. That way, she'll have both love and material comfort. Isn't that great? Hua's dad was unconvinced and insisted. What if our daughter was deceived by Du Heng's carefully constructed facade? You also know that the IQ of women in love is 0. If he can deceive her for the rest of their lives, so what? Chapter 65. Do I really have to thank you guys? Even though that's true, I still hope that this Du Hong is sincere to our daughter. That's why I'll have our daughter bring Du Hong home. With your years of experience in reading people, won't you be able to tell whether he's faking it or not? Hua's dad nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I'll test Du Hong out then. If he's pretending, he will definitely show his true colors. Forget it. I'm afraid our daughter will get angry with you. What if she refuses to come home for holidays? Then what should we do? I'm doing it for her own good. Let the young people handle their own affairs. We just need to keep an eye on our daughter. There's no need to make things unpleasant. Achoo. Du Hong, who was driving attentively, rubbed his nose hard. He had sneezed several times already. He wondered who was talking about him. Is it Yu Xuan who is thinking of me? At that moment, he arrived at the north gate of Jincheng University. Seeing the campus still pitch black, especially with the rain making the scene even gloomier, he was speechless. The power was still out. Walking in the pitch-black campus with only the rain's echo, it was somewhat scary. Though the sound of the rain somewhat diluted that feeling, the darkness where a single figure could be seen was still unnerving. If someone were to suddenly pat his shoulder from behind, they could scare him half to death. When he opened the dorm room door, Du Hong was stunned. A candle was lit in the dorm, the small flame giving the dark room a bit of light. Zhang Yang and the others were playing cards. When they saw Du Hong return, they began to complain. Du bro, you're finally back. I don't know when the power is coming back. My phone has been dead for ages, and I can't play on my computer. I'm beating them every time at cards. It's so boring. Damn it. You're cheating. You're taking advantage of the darkness to steal cards. 4 twos, 4 aces, and a pair of kings. You ruined a perfectly good hand. If you hadn't stolen a 2, do you really think you could have won that round? A win is a win. Damn it. Let's go outside and brawl. Du Hong ignored them and went straight to his seat to sit down. He still needed to edit the videos. Although his desktop computer was out of power, he could still do something with his laptop. However, when he pressed the power button, the computer didn't turn on, even after waiting for a while. He knew his laptop's startup speed was usually very fast, so he didn't know what was going on. Could it be that it's not plugged in, so it's reacting slowly? Du Hong didn't understand. He pressed the power button several times, but the computer still wouldn't react. Zhang Yang, who had been bickering with Wang Chong, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, Du bro, my computer's battery died, so I used yours. And then your computer also ran out of battery? That really was some good, uplifting news. Du Hong rubbed his temples hard, his right hand instinctively reaching for the phone on the table, ready to smack Zhang Yang's head. After a moment of thought, he gave up and placed his phone back on the table. So you guys started playing cards? Where did you get the candle? Did you buy it at the supermarket? The class monitor handed them out to each dorm room, 2 per room. Oh, and he said that tomorrow's classes are canceled. We'll wait for the power to come back. Du Hong rubbed his temples. This wasn't good news. Without power, he couldn't edit videos. Although he didn't rely on that income, his fans were probably waiting anxiously. Did they say when the power will be back? No, they just said they'll notify us. I see. Helpless, Du Hong went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he turned on the tap, not a single drop of water came out. Oh right, Du bro, the water in the rooftop water tower is gone. The pumps can't work because of the power outage. And then? Du Hong already guessed what Zhang Yang was about to say, but, hoping he was wrong, he still wanted to ask. So there's no water to use. Then what about washing faces and brushing teeth? Can't we take a shower either? Zhang Yang was about to speak, but Han Lei pushed up his glasses and said earnestly, I saw someone showering in the rain just now. I think that's a good idea. Do you not want your skin? With a soft sigh, Du Hong took off his shoes and climbed into bed. He still had power on his phone, and he had a super large capacity power bank. Hey, where's my power bank? Zhang Yang, Wang Chong, and Han Lei all looked a bit embarrassed. Zhang Yang chuckled and handed a huge power bank to Du Hong, laughing awkwardly. That thing ran out of power too. What did I do to deserve such caring and considerate brothers? I really have to thank you guys. Du Hong was on the verge of tears. With a sigh, he lay down. Luckily, his phone still had a lot of power. He always kept his phone on him, so his 3 roommates would definitely not be able to take it. However, as soon as Du Hong turned on his phone screen, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he leaned closer. Before he could open his mouth, Du Hong already knew what he was up to. He stretched out his hand and blocked Zhang Yang's face. No way. Don't be like that, Du bro. It's still early, and I can't sleep. Why don't we find a movie to watch together? I think The Conjuring series and The Ring are very interesting. If you want to watch movies, wait until the power comes back. My phone can't run out of battery. What if Yu Xuan suddenly has something to say to me, and I don't receive it? What could possibly happen in the middle of the night? I told you no. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fine. Yangzi looked like a defeated rooster. He called Wang Chong and Han Lei, and they started playing cards again. Du Heng pulled up Hui Yuxuan's chat window. After a moment of thought, he sent a message. The school hasn't restored power yet, and tomorrow's classes are cancelled. I'm doing laundry. Aheng bought me too many clothes today. I've washed 2 loads, and I'm not done yet. Du Heng's lips curled up. The bad mood caused by his roommates had been healed. It's okay. Take your time. I'll go to sleep after I finish doing laundry and showering. It's still thundering outside, which is very scary. I'm afraid I won't be able to fall asleep if it gets too late. Okay, then good night. Moi. Mua. Putting down his phone, he laced his hands behind his head. He stared blankly at the ceiling, which looked a little yellow from the candlelight. His thoughts wandered, but soon he was pulled back by the noisy sounds of the dorm. 3 of a kind. Royal flush. Ha 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 ha. Can you play that? For of a kind. Oh my god. I bought a hiking backpack last year. Super durable. Chapter 66. The apartment is out of power too. Without electricity, there was no way to say that the power was out. 1 candle had already been used up. Wang Chong used a lighter to light a second candle, but was stopped by Du Heng. Don't light it. It smells weird. Let's just sleep. Dreams have it all. Thanks. It's a hint. Oh yeah, Chong bro. Where did you get your lighter? You don't smoke, do you? Lei Zi and Yangzi don't smoke either, right? Wang Chong, after hearing what Du Heng said, blew out the candle he had just lit. He chuckled. I always carry a lighter and a pack of cigarettes on me. This way when I'm doing part-time work, I can offer a smoke to people who smoke, and it'll be easier to talk to them. The leaders of these part-time jobs often smoke, so this is a good way to connect. Du Heng understood. He had to admire Wang Chong for his people skills. Even though he didn't smoke, he carried a pack of cigarettes to give to others and make connections. The dorm suddenly went dark. Only during the occasional lightning flash did they get a glimpse of their surroundings. Wang Chong had already climbed into bed. Han Lei and Zhang Yang didn't stay on the floor either. They all climbed into bed. Yangzi, how's it going with Hu Ling today? It was pretty good. We were strolling on campus, but her clothes got wet. Did you guys not have an umbrella? And with such a heavy rain, you went strolling? What were you thinking? It was her idea, and we did have an umbrella, but she's too short. I would put the umbrella over my head, and she would still get wet. This silly kid. Hu Ling really suffered. She ended up with a boyfriend with such a low emotional intelligence. And then what? Her clothes got wet. Then what? Hey, Dubro, are you thinking, why not take her to a hotel to warm up and change clothes? That's probably what you were thinking back then, wasn't it? Hiss. The more Du Heng thought about it, the more he felt that something was not right. You didn't intentionally get her clothes wet, did you? Oh, that's a good idea. Tomorrow I will ask her to stroll on campus again and make sure her clothes get wet. Then I'll take her to the hotel to change clothes. Hee hee hee. Sorry, Hu Ling. It's my fault. I overestimated his emotional intelligence. After Ling Ling's clothes got wet, she went back to the dorm. She didn't even kiss me when she left. She was kissing me last night. If I were her, I would break up with you. She hasn't broken up with you. That just shows how deeply she loves you. I didn't do anything. Why would she break up with me? That's the problem. You did nothing, and not in a good way. Zhang Yang became quiet, as if he understood something, but at the same time, it seemed like he hadn't understood anything. Du Heng did not continue to discuss the topic. He was afraid that he would also be led astray. If Hui Yuxuan got angry and sad, he would hate himself. The heavy rain continued to pour outside, and the wind howled. There were flashes of lightning, and the dorm fell silent. If you were alone in a dorm room, it would be easy to develop feelings of fear in such an environment. But as the saying goes, rainy days are sleeping days. The sound of the rain drumming against the ground and the faint sound of thunder could easily lull a person to sleep. Du Heng soon fell asleep. His 3 roommates also couldn't resist. Before long, they all fell asleep one after another. All that could be heard were the sounds of the wind and rain outside the window and the faint rumble of thunder. The time came to 11 o'clock. Du Heng was sound asleep. He had a dream. In the dream, Hui Yuxuan was wearing a bunny girl costume with big red bunny ears. She walked gracefully, a shy expression on her face, slowly approaching him. He slowly took off her clothes. Just as he was about to admire her beauty, his phone next to his ear rang. The sound was quiet, but in the silent environment, it was very noticeable. Du Hong opened his eyes immediately and looked at his phone. Then he answered the call from Hui Yuxuan. Hello, Yuxuan. What's wrong? Ah Hong, I'm scared. Du Heng's heart skipped a beat. He sat up straight and said softly, Don't be afraid. Tell me what's going on? I was taking a shower, and then suddenly the power went out. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw lightning flashing outside, and the eyes of that rose bear seemed to be glowing. I'm scared. Ah Hong. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll go keep you company. Don't hang up. I'll come right now. Okay, then I'll wait for you. It's still raining heavily outside. Remember to use an umbrella and drive slowly. Okay. Putting down his phone, he quickly put on his clothes, jumped out of bed, put on his shoes, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out. His 3 roommates had woken up when Du Hong answered the phone. Oh, I'm wrong. Yangzi hadn't woken up yet. The saliva was still drooling out of the side of his mouth, and the blankets were raised in some places. He must have been having a beautiful dream. What happened to sister-in-law? Calling Du Bro out at this time? Maybe she's scared of the thunder. A lot of girls are like that. Is that so? Then Du Bro is in for a treat tonight? Hee hee hee. When he arrived at the door, he glanced at the main door. After telling the dorm lady, Du Hong rushed out. He had forgotten his umbrella. Since he was in a hurry, he didn't go back to get it. He sprinted towards the west gate. Fortunately, his phone was waterproof, but Du Heng's clothes were already soaked. Getting in the car and starting the engine, the Night 15 transformed into a demon in the rain. With its massive body, it charged towards Royal Dragon Mansion. Yuxuan, I'll be there soon. Don't be afraid. Du Hong took a few deep breaths, making sure his tone was as calm as possible. Hui Yuxuan's voice on the other end of the line was no longer as afraid as it was at the beginning, although it still trembled a little. However, perhaps because of Du Heng's tone, she felt a sense of security. 15 minutes later, Du Hong arrived at Royal Dragon Mansion. He had to thank the Night 15, which allowed him to recklessly drive through places with puddles, and the 4 high-powered headlights on the car illuminated the road. Even with the heavy rain, there were not many obstacles. Because of the power outage, the building was dark, and the elevators could not be used. Du Hong was still dripping water. His hair was wet, and his shoes left big footprints on the ground. He ran into the stairwell and dashed up towards the 11th floor. In less than 2 minutes, Du Hong finally arrived at the 11th floor. He was out of breath after the sprint. He stood in front of 1117. Yuxuan, I'm here. Open the door. The phone was hung up. After a few seconds, the door was opened. A figure darted out from the dark doorway and directly threw herself into Du Heng's arms. She didn't care about the water on Du Heng's body. She started crying in his arms. She was really frightened. Du Hong gently patted her back and soothed her like a child. Okay, it's okay. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Ah Hong, I love you. Du Hong was taken aback for a moment. Then, his lips curled up, and he said softly, I love you too. Chapter 67. Too lazy to think of a title. Ah Hong, why are your clothes all wet? Didn't I tell you to use an umbrella? While taking Du Hong into the house and closing the door, Hui Yuxuan found the men's slippers she had prepared for Du Hong on the floor and gave them to Du Hong. I was in too much of a hurry. I forgot to take it. Why didn't you go back to get it? Because I didn't want you to continue being afraid. I had to come to you. Hui Yuxuan was so touched that tears started to well up in her eyes. Du Heng's phone flashlight was on, so he saw this. He smiled and gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's nose. Okay, I'm your boyfriend. We have to face difficulties at times like this. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. She walked into the bathroom and got a dry towel for Du Hong. Ah Hong, dry your hair and body. I'll go get you some pajamas. Du Hong was taken aback. He took the towel and chuckled. Where did the pajamas come from? Just so you know, I won't wear female pajamas. I bought them for you. Last time you came, you didn't have any clothes to change into, so I prepared some. After saying that, Hui Yuxuan blushed and walked into the bedroom. Du Hong grinned. What did it mean to prepare pajamas for him? It meant that she knew that he would definitely be staying here overnight in the future, right? After drying his hair, he went into the bathroom and used a bath towel to dry his body. Then, he put on the men's pajamas Hui Yuxuan bought for him. Du-hong then picked up Hui Yuxuan and brought her to the sofa, where he placed her on his lap. Breathing in her scent, he felt incredibly at peace. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. With me here, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, her hands clenched nervously together. She seemed to have made an important decision. Her face flushed, and she raised her head. Her bright eyes in the darkness were staring intently at Du Heng's. I want Hong to hold me while I sleep tonight. Du Heng's eyes lit up. Who would want to sleep on the sofa when they could hold Hui Yuxuan asleep? Even if Hui Yuxuan had her period and they couldn't do anything, just the fact that they could sleep together in the same bed was already a big step forward. Are you sure? That soft sigh made Du Heng's bones melt. With a chuckle, he picked up Hui Yuxuan in a princess carry. Hui Yuxuan didn't resist. She wrapped her arms around Du Heng's neck, her bright eyes locked onto him. Her eyes were filled with affection, and it was as if she wanted to carve Du Hong into her mind. He gently placed Hui Yuxuan on the large bed. Du Hong took off his shoes and lay down. This was the first time he was sleeping in Hui Yuxuan's bed. The sheets, quilt, and pillow all smelled like her. Just when Du Hong wanted to hug Hui Yuxuan, she suddenly sat up. Hong, wait, let me change. Okay. A minute later, Du Hong saw a figure slowly approaching him in the dark. Just at that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, allowing Du Hong to see the person in front of him. A bunny girl. A large, red headband. A pair of long legs were clearly visible in the air, while her upper body was barely covered. Her flat stomach and slim waist, along with her long neck, all drew Du Heng's gaze. Not to mention, Hui Yuxuan's face was so beautiful that it was breathtaking, and her face was flushed. Her watery eyes were staring blankly in his direction. Her intention was obvious. Du Hong swallowed hard. He beckoned, "Come here." The figure moved slowly, walking towards him. She stopped by the side of the bed. With one big move, Du Hong pulled Hui Yuxuan into his arms. He leaned down and gave her, who was looking at him with a longing expression, a deep kiss. Their breathing grew rapid. Du Heng's hand slowly moved up Hui Yuxuan's waist, eventually stopping. Hui Yuxuan's soft sigh almost made Du Hong lose his mind. Hui Yuxuan didn't resist, which showed that she had already given him her heart and was ready. His hand moved to Hui Yuxuan's back and found the zipper. He placed his hand lightly on it. Hui Yuxuan's body trembled at Du Heng's action. Du Hong didn't act rashly. Instead, he whispered in her ear, "Is it okay?" Hui Yuxuan thought for a long time. In the end, she nodded softly. The two of them cuddled until after 1 in the morning before falling asleep. When they fell asleep, a happy, sweet smile was on Hui Yuxuan's face. Du Hong was already asleep. Hui Yuxuan snuggled in his arms. Her bright eyes were blinking in the dark. When lightning flashed, her happy smile could be seen. Slowly closing her eyes, Hui Yuxuan fell asleep peacefully in Du Heng's arms. Nothing happened all night. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, Hui Yuxuan's alarm clock rang, and she and Du Hong opened their eyes at the same time. The heavy rain was still falling outside the window, but the wind had stopped, and the rain had lessened a lot. The light passed through the curtains into the bedroom, and a lingering scent could still be faintly smelled. Du Hong grinned and tickled Hui Yuxuan's armpit, making the sleepy Hui Yuxuan open her eyes. She turned to glare at Du Hong. "You bad boy. Get up now." Chapter 68. A stunning trailer. Hui Yuxuan escaped from Du Heng's clutches, covered her assets with her arms, grabbed clothes from the wardrobe, and rushed into the bathroom, making Du Hong chuckle. He clenched his hands in the air, feeling a little stirred up. He shook his head with a wry smile, put on his clothes and slippers, and followed her into the bathroom. Hui Yuxuan was already dressed, not giving Du Hong a chance. After they had finished washing up, they cuddled for a while in the bathroom. Then, with Hui Yuxuan begging for mercy, he put on his shoes, and they prepared to leave. The power was back on in the apartment building. It must have been fixed overnight. I wonder if the power is back on at the school. There's no way to ask. Yangzi's phone is dead. Hui Yuxuan smiled and waved her phone. "It's back on. Grandpa told me. He also said that the last 2 classes will be held as scheduled." "Oh, so the first 2 classes are canceled?" Many people probably didn't see the notification at this time. If the notification isn't thorough, it's hard to judge whether someone's skipping class or not, so the first 2 classes were simply canceled. Du Hong nodded in understanding. He closed the door with Hui Yuxuan and got into the elevator. After getting into the car, Hui Yuxuan glanced at the time and urged, "Hurry and go to school, or you'll be late." "Alrighty." After watching Hui Yuxuan walk into the teaching building, Du Hong turned and left. He also had classes for the last 2 periods. After class, Du Hong didn't look for Hui Yuxuan. The 2 of them tacitly gave each other some space. After ordering takeout, when he returned to the dorm, the delivery guy happened to be at the door, about to knock. Du Hong intercepted him. After getting the takeout and opening the door, Du Hong was stunned. Wang Chong and Zhang Yang were in the room, and they were playing games. Han Lei was the only one who was not there. Closing the door and going back to his seat, Du Hong glanced at the takeout on their tables, which they hadn't touched. He asked curiously, "Did you guys not go to class?" "Class? Why would we go to class? Weren't they canceled? Did you guys not see the notification? Did the class monitor not tell you?" "No. The class monitor went to a late-night internet cafe with them last night, and he's still asleep." Du Hong rubbed his temples. The class monitor had screwed over the entire class 2 of the computer science major. If there are classes in the afternoon, remember to go. It's been announced. The last 2 periods in the morning will already be normal classes. Then I'm doomed. My elective teacher is very strict. He calls roll every time, and if you're absent, you don't get any participation points. You can explain the reason to him next time. I think there should be a lot of people who didn't see the notification. That's the only thing I can do. I hope the teacher believes me. I really don't want to fail at the end of the semester. You have a chance to be recommended for graduate school. What are you afraid of? Hey, that's right. Ha ha ha. I have the opportunity to be recommended for graduate school, so it's fine if I fail. You're thinking too much. That's just a chance. If you have failed classes, the teacher can't save you. Shaking his head, Du Hong stopped talking. He plugged his phone and power bank to charge. He turned on his computer and opened a website to see if there were any new video recommendations. Then, he saw a trailer video for a game recommended on the homepage. Black Myth, Wukong 12-minute UE5 real-time gameplay compilation? Du Heng's eyes lit up. They've released a new trailer? He was very excited, because he had been looking forward to this game for a long time. The last trailer was released almost a year ago. This game was crowned with the title of Pride of China, which shows how popular it is among Chinese gamers. He clicked on the video, opened it in 4K resolution and Dolby Audio, looking at the detailed, almost unbelievable scenes and the traditional Chinese background music, as well as the narration that seemed to bring one's soul to the clouds. Du Hong grinned. He opened his takeout container and was about to eat when he was drawn to the scenes in the trailer. Zhang Yang and Wang Chong finished a round of games and also started to eat. Hearing the sound from Du Hong, they leaned over. Holy cow, the graphics. What movie is this? Where did you watch it? What? This is real game footage? So amazing. Holy cow, the weapon leaves a trail on the snow? Incredible. Holy cow. A dragon. It's a dragon. That's so awesome. Not only was Yangzi excited, but Du Hong was also pumped when he saw the dragon. He wished he could play it immediately, especially when he saw the last scene of the broken dragon cart, and he shouted along with Yangzi. Oh! The following scenes were demonstrations of some bosses and elite monsters. Overall, they did not have the same intimidating feeling as the 4 Heavenly Kings in the first trailer. But just the presence of the Eastern Dragon was enough to give the game a score of 99 out of 100. The only flaw was that it was too difficult. How can you not be upset when you're down half your health after an elite monster slashes you 3 times? And you hit an elite monster for a long time and it barely loses any health? Finally, the song Dare to Ask Where the Road Is concluded the trailer. This caused the 3 of them to calm down. Du bro, where can we play this game? Do we have to wait until 2023? Du Hong nodded with a smile. Yes, the trailer said so. Game Science is an amazing company. They were able to polish a game to this extent. It is worth admiring. But it seems like they are short of manpower. Short of manpower? What kind of manpower? Game developers. Yangzi's eyes lit up. Du bro, do you think if I go to this company for an internship, they'll take me? I don't know. By the time you graduate, this game will already be out. That's true. Yangzi looked a little disappointed, and he didn't bring up the topic again. Du-hung ate a few mouthfuls of food. After thinking for a moment, he downloaded the trailer. He planned to do a frame-by-frame analysis video to explain this game. He thought was perfect. It was also a way to show support for the pride of China. It was also a good opportunity to explain the reason for his delayed updates. No sooner said than done. Du-hung was immersed in the joy of editing and analyzing the video. He didn't even notice the messages on WeChat. He stayed busy until night fell before he finished editing the video. He stretched and looked at the sky, which was already a bit dark. Wang Chong and Zhang Yang had gone to class in the afternoon. He didn't even know when they left. After drinking some water, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Then he saw the message Hui Yuxuan sent at 3 o'clock. What's Ah-hung doing? Ah-hung. Below were 2 voice call requests, both of which were unanswered. Du-hung was stunned. He quickly made a voice call back. Soon, the voice call was connected. Hui Yuxuan's face was a little resentful. Ah-hung is ignoring me. Du-hung smiled wryly. I didn't ignore you. I was wearing headphones while making the video. I didn't hear it. I was so busy that I forgot, and I just saw it now. Don't be angry, okay? You have to make it up to me. I thought that you didn't want me anymore, boo-hoo. Chapter 69. The Crying Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, don't think nonsense. How could I not want you? I was really busy making the video and forgot. I'm not lying. Want me to show you the video I made this afternoon? Woo-woo-woo. I heard people say that after a boy gets a girl's body, they'll become cold. Last night, after I thought that you would just not want me anymore, Wool. Du-hung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't listen to what people say. You can't generalize like that. Your boyfriend is different from the others. I don't care. You have to make it up to me. Okay. Where are you? I'll come to find you. Let's go eat together. I'm outside your dorm building. Du-heng's eyes widened. He stood up from his seat and rushed out of his dorm without a second thought. There, a figure was shivering, huddling under a place where the rain wouldn't reach. Her face was a little pale. When she saw Du-hung, Hui Yuxuan couldn't hold back any longer, and she cried as she threw herself into his arms, making Du-heng's heart ache. He gently patted Hui Yuxuan's back and comforted her in a low voice. Okay. Stop crying. You won't look good if you smear your makeup. Woo-woo-woo. Hui Yuxuan cried even harder. Some students who were returning from class under their umbrellas laughed when they saw this scene. Helpless, Du-hung could only pat Hui Yuxuan's back gently and whisper, Don't cry. I can't bear to let such a beautiful woman cry. Didn't we already agree that you'll be my wife? I still need to take wedding photos with you and watch you put on your big red wedding dress. How could I not want you? Hearing that, Hui Yuxuan clearly calmed down. She looked up, her big watery eyes were a bit red, and she stared at Du-heng's eyes. There were still tear marks at the corner of her eyes. She looked so pitiful. Without hesitation, Du-hung leaned down and kissed her. Hui Yuxuan didn't dodge. She responded quietly. Outside, raindrops fell on the ground, causing beautiful splashes of water to celebrate for the two of them. After a long time, their lips parted. Du-hung looked at Hui Yuxuan, her eyes sparkling, and her gaze was a bit hazy. She just stared at him, mesmerized. He gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist, which didn't have an ounce of fat, and pulled her into his arms, laughing, Are you hungry? Silly girl, when did you get here? After I called you and you didn't answer, I came over. As she said that, Hui Yuxuan's eyes turned red again. Tears were gathering in her eyes. It was imaginable how wronged she felt waiting for so long. Silly girl. Du-hung smiled wryly. Why didn't you tell the dorm lady to go inside and find me? I don't know which dorm you're in, and the dorm lady can't go in. She also thought it was unsafe for me to go in alone, and was thinking of taking me with her to find you. Okay, remember, my dorm is in 417. Let's go. Let me take you to eat first. Du-hung hugged Hui Yuxuan tightly, pulling her closer, so he could share his warmth with her. Du-hung had just touched her small hands. They were ice cold. He opened the umbrella and covered Hui Yuxuan completely. The two of them headed towards the cafeteria. It was Hui Yuxuan's request, and since it was raining, it wasn't really convenient to travel back and forth to eat outside. Luckily, The number 1 cafeteria was very close to the number 1 dorm, just 2 minutes away. So although Du Heng's right shoulder was soaked from the rain, at least he wasn't completely drenched. Since they didn't have much appetite due to the rain, the two of them ordered a bowl of porridge, 2 Chinese crepes, some siumai, and 2 tea eggs. They walked over to a window seat and sat down. The outside sky was almost completely dark, forming a stark contrast to the brightly lit cafeteria. Eating by the window had a unique charm. Yuxuan, don't go back tonight, just stay in the dorm for the night. It's not convenient to travel back and forth in this rain. That's what I was thinking. That's good. Hui Yuxuan took a sip of porridge. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Hong, what video were you making this afternoon? You were so focused, you didn't even get a chance to look at your phone for hours. Du Heng looked at Hui Yuxuan with a smile, took out his phone, found the trailer video in his history, and played it for Hui Yuxuan. Then, he ate with a vengeance. The video, which made him feel so excited, didn't move Hui Yuxuan at all. There was no way around it. Most girls just didn't get it. They simply didn't understand the romance of men. As the saying goes, a man's romance is conquering the stars in a mech. Although Hui Yuxuan watched the entire video, she didn't react at all. Instead, she stared at Du Heng with curiosity. Do you like this game a lot, Heng? Du Heng nodded heavily. I like it a lot, but it's not released yet. The official trailer says that it will be released in 2023. Then, when the game comes out, I'll buy it for Heng. At this moment, Hui Yuxuan transformed into a little rich lady. The expression on her face was very serious. Du Heng was stunned. He met Hui Yuxuan's serious gaze, his lips curled up, and he nodded with a smile. Then I'll wait for it? After finishing the meal, Du Heng took Hui Yuxuan downstairs to her dorm. Because it was dark and raining, the two of them lingered under the umbrella for a long time. Du Heng gave Hui Yuxuan a deep kiss and only stopped when she was about to lose her balance. You bad boy. Hui Yuxuan turned and ran. She ran under the rain a bit and then got to the stairs. She turned around to make a funny face at Du Heng, and then she smiled and walked into her dorm, disappearing around a corner. Du Heng stood there. He didn't leave until he could no longer see Hui Yuxuan's figure. Then, he slowly let out a breath and headed towards the number 1 dorm. After he had walked 2 steps, he suddenly heard a sound of running behind him. Du Heng turned around and saw a figure rushing over. He instinctively reached out and caught the person. It was Hui Yuxuan with a grin on her face. Heng, what is it this time? Weren't you going back? Why did you run back out in the rain? Hui Yuxuan blinked her bright eyes. Her little face was a little red under the umbrella. The surroundings were dim, and her courage had grown a lot. She tiptoed and kissed him. A sweet scent wafted over. Du Heng smiled and wrapped his arms around Hui Yuxuan's neck. After a deep kiss, they separated. He looked at her watery eyes and laughed. Happy? Happy. I'm happy every minute and every second I'm with Heng. Then why were you crying so sadly earlier? Hui Yuxuan playfully pinched Du Heng's waist, scolding, It's because you bullied me last night, and today you didn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. Du Heng apologized with a smile. He gently touched Hui Yuxuan's nose with his finger. I won't miss any of your calls in the future. I'll reply to every message. I'll definitely not make my baby Yuxuan feel sad anymore. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and extended her right little finger, pinky promise. Du Heng was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and extended his right little finger, hooking it with hers. Chapter 70. Hui Yuxuan's dorm room. After watching Hui Yuxuan enter the dorm again, Du Heng didn't rush to leave. He stood there watching for a long time before turning with a smile and heading towards the number 1 dorm building. When he returned to the dorm, Wang Chong and Han Lei were there. Zhang Yang hadn't returned yet. He went back to his seat. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Where's Yangzi? I remember that he didn't have class tonight, right? I don't know. He went out at noon and hasn't come back yet. Now that he has a girlfriend, isn't it normal that he doesn't come back? Du Heng nodded and didn't dwell on it. He turned on his computer and continued editing the video he hadn't finished. Just the final part was left, and he'll also explain the reason for the delay. This time, he put on his headphones and started speaking. Hello everyone, it's been a long time since I've added a voiceover. This time, I first want to apologize to everyone, since I've delayed the updates for several days. Secondly, I also want to say that I'll still do it in the future. Because I'm in love, so I have to spend more time with my girlfriend. After the voiceover was finished, the video was uploaded, and then Du Hong closed the software and opened LOL to play. He didn't know how his fans would react to the video. At the beginning of the video, the comments were all like this. Fresh and hot. First, you have the nerve to come back? A certain missing person has returned. Holy cow. An analysis of Black Myth. Wukong? Love it, love it. Then, the comments at the end of the video became uniformly, I'm jealous. So you don't love us anymore, right? Is that your reason for delaying the updates? Congratulations, congratulations. Of course, Du Hong didn't have the habit of looking at the comments immediately. Even if he saw them, he would just smile and let it go. Was he supposed to apologize to the audience and say that he wouldn't have a girlfriend in the future? Would that affect his swordsmanship? Stop joking. Making videos was just a hobby, not his job. Hui Yuxuan's dorm room. Since she hadn't stayed in the dorm for quite a while, the two roommates were stunned when they saw Hui Yuxuan return. Yuxuan, you're back? You haven't spent the night in the dorm for so long. I missed you so much. Yuxuan, I heard that you have a boyfriend. How is it? Is he handsome? What year is he in? Hui Yuxuan smiled and took 2 Armani lipsticks from her bag and handed them over. Ah, Armani. Yuxuan, I love you. Wow, Yuxuan, little rich lady, you're so generous. Hui Yuxuan smiled and walked to her seat. After putting her bag down, she said, I didn't treat you two to dinner after getting together with Ah Hong, so this is to make it up to you. Ah Hong? Is that your boyfriend? You're so close when you call him that. Yuxuan, tell us about your boyfriend. What year is he in? Is he handsome? Do you have any pictures? Let us see. Helpless, Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. She opened her phone, found a photo of herself with Du Hong, and showed it to them. His name is Du Hong, and he's a freshman this year. He's actually a freshman. He's quite handsome. He and our Yuxuan are a great match. You guys got together so fast? Hui Yuxuan's eyes sparkled. She nodded with a smile. Yes, it was quite fast. I didn't expect it either. Is his family rich? You're a little rich lady. You should at least find someone with similar conditions, right? Yeah, Yuxuan, you're too naive. You can't be fooled by those boys with sweet words. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Ah Heng's family is quite rich. Anyway, it's not worse than my family's. She didn't say that he was very rich because saying it would cause trouble. After all, she hadn't stayed in the dorm for a long time, and the relationships were subtle. It was possible that they would tell others that she had gotten with a rich man and then was staying out all the time. It wasn't that she was afraid of being slandered or anything. It was just that Hui Yuxuan didn't want to cause trouble, and especially didn't want to cause such trouble for Du Hong. So, she thought it was better to be vague. Luckily, her two roommates didn't dwell on the matter. In their one-year knowledge of Yuxuan, they knew that her family's conditions were okay. At least, she wasn't stingy when it came to food, clothing, and expenses. She had even bought a studio apartment outside to live in by herself. Now that they heard that Hui Yuxuan had found a boyfriend with better conditions than hers, although they were a little envious, because Hui Yuxuan had prepared gifts for them at the beginning, they were only envious. Has Hu Ling come back? Lingling went to class and hasn't returned yet. Oh yeah, Yuxuan. Hu Ling's boyfriend is also a freshman. She's been praising her boyfriend to the heavens. You're close to her. Is what she said true? Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. After thinking about the impression Zhang Yang gave her, she smiled. A hint of slyness flashed. In her eyes, he is quite good, a little taller than Ah Hong, with standard features. Most importantly, he is good at making money. She was saying Yangzi's strengths and avoiding all of his weaknesses. Otherwise, Hu Ling would have nowhere to put her old face. Good at making money? How can a freshman make money? By tutoring or working part-time. He knows how to make games. An IT guy? No wonder Hu Ling praised her boyfriend so much. As everyone knows, IT guys are people who earn a lot of money, spend less, and die early. Most importantly, they're always working overtime. So they don't have time to have affairs with other women. That's not true. Some IT guys use overtime as an excuse to go out and mess around. By the time you find out, their child outside will already be able to make soy sauce. That's not what I heard. Her two roommates chattered. Hui Yuxuan smiled and didn't say anything. Unfortunately, her two roommates didn't intend to let her be idle. Yuxuan, What do you think of IT guys? Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. They're pretty good. Oh yeah. Ah Hong and Lingling's boyfriend are roommates. Ah, your boyfriend is also an IT guy? Then does that mean that IT guys are all warm men? I've decided that I'm going to find an IT guy as my boyfriend. Then what about your current boyfriend? We'll see how he acts. My birthday is in a few days. If he doesn't remember or doesn't prepare a gift for me, then I'll break up with him. So ruthless? Are you a snake? I wish I was, but I'm already 21. The two roommates quickly switched from talking about boyfriends to skin, then to skincare products, and finally returned to the Armani lipstick in their hands. This was a typical day in a girls' dorm room. They watched dramas and chatted about various topics. No doubt, there would also be dirty jokes, and those would only be more exaggerated than the ones in a guy's dorm room. Hui Yuxuan no longer participated in the conversation. She wiped the dust off the table, grabbed a book, and climbed into bed to read. As she was reading, Hui Yuxuan suddenly remembered that Du Hong had said he would give her a book, but he hadn't done so yet. He had probably already forgotten about it. As soon as she thought of Du Hong, the corners of Hui Yuxuan's mouth involuntarily curved upward. She picked up her phone and sent Du Hong a message. I'm angry. Chapter 71. Fake anger. Real cuddling. While engrossed in a game, Du Hong's phone lit up, making him flinch. No surprise there, since he'd promised Hui Yuxuan that afternoon that he would reply without fail. His hands left the keyboard and mouse. Shamefully, he'd hung up on his teammates again. But could you really blame him? Of course you could. I was wrong. No matter what she was angry about, admitting fault first was always the right move. Hui Yuxuan was confused by Du Hong's message, and she couldn't help but giggle. Tell me, what were you wrong about? Now Du Hong was in a tough spot. He had just blindly apologized, but he truly didn't know what he'd done wrong. After a moment's thought, his fingers flew across the keyboard. Not talking to you? Not that. Then what is it? Du Hong racked his brain, still clueless. In the end, he could only sigh in defeat. Baby, please tell me, what did I do wrong? You said you were going to get me some books. It clicked instantly. He vaguely remembered asking Hui Yuxuan what she liked, and she had mentioned reading. He'd then said he would pick out some books from his dad's bookshelf for her. But he'd completely forgotten. Oh, sorry Yuxuan, I forgot. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth, chuckling to herself. Her eyes held no trace of anger. It's okay, I'm not mad. I just remembered when I was getting ready to read. Actually, I almost forgot too. Du Hong rubbed his nose, a wry smile on his face. You scared me. Oh, I didn't mean to. It's fine. Aren't I taking you to my house anyway? When we get there, pick whatever you like from my dad's bookshelf. He won't mind. Wouldn't that be a bit rude? It's nothing. My dad doesn't read them anyway. They're just there for show, to give the place a learned vibe. Hui Yuxuan didn't reply right away. She seemed to be hesitating. After a while, she finally replied with one word, okay. After a few more messages, Hui Yuxuan said she was going to read and ended the conversation. Du Hong sighed, shaking his head as he put down his phone and looked at his computer. The match was over. His teammates must have surrendered. Not only that, but he had also been reported. Frustrated, he quit League of Legends and started playing Do Di Ju instead. Yangzi didn't return to the dorm until almost 10. Like last time, his clothes were completely dry. It was obvious that either he'd used 2 umbrellas or Hu Ling had been the one getting rained on. Du Hong was more inclined to believe the latter. Ugh, this second-year philosophy class is giving me a headache. Why does such a boring class even exist? Zhang Yang complained as he closed the door, returning to his seat and flopping down, too lazy to even change his shoes. Why would you go to a philosophy class of all things? I didn't want to. Ling Ling heard I didn't have class and wanted me to go with her. The classroom was so quiet, I didn't even dare breathe. So, what did you think of the class? I learned that sleeping on your stomach makes your legs and arms go numb. Oh, and you drool easily. That's not what I asked. So you slept through 2 class periods? Yep. If Ling Ling hadn't woken me up, I could have slept until morning. You're something else, man. Heh, I'm not even a student in that class. There's no chance of failing, so I'm not afraid. Yeah, you're awesome. After the brief exchange, the dorm fell silent again, save for the click-clack sounds of Zhang Yang's phone screen. Soon, it was 11 p.m. Before the power went out, Du Hong had managed to win billions of beans in Dodiju. The last round was a guaranteed win, but suddenly the power went out. The rest of the round would be played by the robot. Du Hong could already predict the outcome, a loss. It was guaranteed. Other players could see the robot was controlling, so they would toy with him, using single cards to lure out his bombs. Smart robots wouldn't use bombs, so it would split them up and throw them out piece by piece. He climbed into bed and looked at the date. It was September 26th, which meant that in just a few days, it would be National Day. Du Hong had already agreed with Hua Yuxuan to travel together, but he hadn't bought tickets or booked a hotel yet. Of course, for Du Hong, buying tickets on the day and buying them in advance made little difference. Du Ji, where are you and your girl planning to go for National Day? Why are you asking? On the way back from class today, Ling Ling asked if I had any plans. What did you say? I said I had no plans. I was originally planning to spend 7 days in the dorm for a 7-day canyon tour. Wang Chong, who was lying beside him, couldn't help but chime in. Hu Ling didn't get mad at you? She got mad. That's why I'm asking Du Ji where you're going. Ling Ling said Du Ji knows to take his girl traveling, and all I know is to play games in the dorm. Ha 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 ha. ×3. Among them, Han Lei laughed the loudest. And because he was sleeping head-to-head with Zhang Yang, the latter felt like a loudspeaker was blasting right into his ear. Du Hong chuckled helplessly. Shaking his head, he said, Yuxuan and I are currently planning 2 places, the Slender West Lake in Yangzhou and Lao Jun Mountain in Hunan. I also want to take her to Fanawild to play, and maybe to the water park, but it all depends on the weather. That's far. Is it too late to buy tickets now? It's probably too late to buy tickets now. You'll have to figure out where you want to go yourselves. We haven't decided how we're going to travel yet. If we're flying on my family's private jet, I can take you with us. To his surprise, Zhang Yang shook his head. No, Du Ji, we can't interrupt your private time with your girl. I know it wasn't easy for you two to get together. Ling Ling and I will discuss it. If not, we'll go somewhere closer. We should be able to buy bus tickets. Zhang Yang's sudden seriousness made Du Hong feel a little uneasy. Whatever, I was only saying you could fly with us to Yangzhou and Hunan. I didn't say we were going to hang out together. No need, Du Ji. No need to trouble yourself. We can figure it out. Du Hong nodded, not trying to persuade him any further. After a moment, he added, you should probably talk it over with Hu Ling soon. If you're going to prepare, start early. It will only get harder to buy tickets as the holiday approaches. Okay, I'll talk to Ling Ling now. Han Lei pushed up his glasses. After a moment's thought, he asked, ask Hu Ling if she has a driver's license. Why are you asking that? If she has a driver's license, you could consider a road trip. You don't have to go far. You could still visit some of the tourist attractions within the province. Oh, good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Spittle flew as he said, no, I need to buy a car first. I have some money now, and once I have a car, I can go wherever I want. Chapter 72, Departure, the Airport. Ling Ling, I have an idea. What idea? Tell me. I want to buy a car. What do you need a car for? And where would you get the money to buy one? To take you on a road trip, of course. Don't worry about the money. At worst, I'll buy a decent second-hand car. It's not like I'm trying to buy a luxury car. But didn't you say you haven't finished your new game yet? Last time Du Hong gave you 50,000 yuan to make a game. What kind of car can you buy for 50,000 yuan? You're not planning on buying a used one, are you? Heh, you don't need to worry about that. Just know that I have enough money to buy a decent car. So, you have a secret stash of money? What do you mean, secret stash? That's money I made doing freelance work. Anyway, will you go on a road trip with me, yes or no? Yes, yes, yes. But do you have a driver's license? No. Then what do you need a car for? Isn't that why I'm asking you? Do you have a license? No, why? Huh? You're already in your second year. Why don't you have a license? Says who? Who says I need to have a driver's license in my second year? Yuxuan doesn't have a license either. Ask Du Hong if he would say anything about that. Okay, forget it then. If we don't have a driver's license, we can't drive. There goes my road trip. I was originally hoping to do some exciting things in the car. Du Hong rubbed his temples. You want to buy a car just for that? Well, now we can't buy it anyway. So you were planning on that. On the afternoon of September 30th, because they had to make up for Monday's classes, the group didn't skip classes in the morning. After all, the first 2 periods were major-related courses. Hui Yuxuan also had a major course in the afternoon. It was 4 p.m., the weather was clear, and there was a gentle breeze. Du Heng and Zhang Yang waited for Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling to finish class in front of the teaching building. We're really causing Du Ji a lot of trouble. We're eating and staying with you guys, Zhang Yang said apologetically. And Ling Ling heard that sister-in-law was going to travel on a private jet and really wanted to ride it as well, so she just decided to travel with you. But don't worry, we'll find our own hotel rooms when we get there. Don't need your help. Du Heng waved his hand, unconcerned. We haven't celebrated the 2 of you getting together yet. Consider this a compensation. Plus, having more people around is good for safety, since there will be a lot of people traveling during the National Day. I'll take care of your accommodation and travel. As for what to do with the tourist sites, that's up to you. Du Ji is amazing. Du Heng smiled nonchalantly. Just then, the class dismissal bell rang. The already restless teaching building erupted in cheers. Then, many people could be seen running down the stairs with books or bags. The atmosphere was already electric, even though the 7-day National Day holiday hadn't started yet. Du Heng looked at the time and put his phone back in his pocket, glancing at the exit of the lobby. A moment later, a figure who seemed to have her own goddess-like aura jogged down the stairs, followed by a slightly chubby girl. It was Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling. Hui Yuxuan saw Du Heng waiting for her from afar. Her smile blossomed like a flower, her eyes filled with love as she walked straight towards him. Ahong. Yang Zi. ×3. Hu Ling shouted at Zhang Yang and began to nag. I told you to get a suitcase, and you just brought a backpack? What about clothes? Don't you need to change clothes? Zhang Yang shrank his neck, pointing to Du Heng, who hadn't even brought a bag, and weakly tried to defend himself. Du Ji didn't bring anything either. I originally thought of bringing a suitcase, but when I saw that Du Ji didn't have one, I changed to a backpack instead. Hu Ling glared at him, pinching his waist hard, causing him to grimace in pain and beg for mercy. Du Heng shrugged helplessly. He'd thought of using Hui Yuxuan's gentle call as an opportunity for a kiss, but the warm atmosphere had been shattered by Hu Ling's yell. Let's go. Uncle Li is already waiting at the west gate. We should leave early, or we'll get stuck in traffic. As he spoke, he walked over and wrapped his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist. He then followed the throng of people towards the west gate. Hu Ling and Zhang Yang, who had been flirting earlier, looked at each other and quickly followed. They got into the 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce, and under Uncle Li's expert driving, they smoothly drove towards the airport. Along the way, Hui Yuxuan quietly leaned on Du Heng's shoulder, playing Candy Crush. Du Heng watched the whole time, occasionally pinching her waist while occasionally saying nice, excellent, and great. Because there were other people in the car, Hui Yuxuan had only slightly resisted the first time. She ignored it afterward. When they arrived at the airport, Uncle Li got out and took a large suitcase from the trunk and handed it to Du Heng. Young master, this is what Madam asked me to bring to you. There are some clothes, shoes, some mosquito repellent, sunscreen, and towels inside, and some other things as well. Madam wasn't very specific, so you can check it out when you have time. Du Heng smiled and took the suitcase, nodding to Uncle Li. Thanks, Uncle Li. You can head back now. We can go in ourselves. After bidding farewell to Uncle Li, they went through the VIP security check and headed straight to the boarding area. There, a plane slightly smaller than a normal passenger plane was parked quietly, with the boarding stairs down and a few uniformed flight attendants standing nearby. The flight attendants quickly walked towards Du Heng when they saw him. A flight attendant took the suitcase from his hand. The group boarded the plane, filled with curiosity, and sat in the spacious seats. Hui Yuxuan sat next to Du Heng, while Hu Ling and Zhang Yang sat on the other side. Are you scared? Du Heng could tell that Hui Yuxuan looked a bit uneasy. He took her small hand and asked softly. Hui Yuxuan was a bit nervous. I'm okay. I've never been on a plane before. I don't know if I'll get airsick. Du Heng smiled, gently squeezing Hui Yuxuan's hand. It's okay. We'll arrive soon. You don't have to be afraid. If you get airsick, just lie down and sleep. That will help. The seat can recline. Hui Yuxuan forced a smile, nodding. It was her first time flying, and she was indeed a little nervous. Hu Ling and Zhang Yang, who were also flying for the first time, had big hearts. They didn't know what nervousness was, and were looking all around them. They would touch this leather pad and press that button. Just then, the flight attendant's clear, melodious voice came over the intercom. With a sense of pushing and a distinct tilt, the plane took to the sky. The group's journey had officially begun. Chapter 73. Arrival in Yangzhou. Yuxuan, are you all right? When the plane was ascending, Hui Yuxuan had tightly closed her eyes and gripped Du Heng's hand, her face pale. Du Hong had been gently patting her hand, comforting her. Now that the plane had leveled off, the view outside the window was beautiful. They were passing through the clouds. Below them, the city lights were dimly visible, and the flow of traffic was like a river, making the darkening evening sky even more stunning. Hui Yuxuan slowly opened her eyes, looking at the worried Du Hong. She nodded gently. I'm fine. Are you dizzy? Hui Yuxuan carefully checked herself, then smiled sweetly. I'm not dizzy, Ah Hong. I'm not getting airsick. Seeing that she had recovered and transformed back into a happy little sprite, Du Hong grinned. He'd been quite worried just now. He had even wanted to tell the crew to turn back. On the other side, Hu Ling and Zhang Yang had already gotten up from their seats and were glued to the window, looking at the scenery and shouting in excitement. If they weren't on a plane, they would have jumped up and down. Hui Yuxuan also went to the window to look outside. At this point, the plane was already very high above the ground. Below, the scattered lights converged, looking like an exquisite painting. Hui Yuxuan was captivated, staring in awe. Du Hong went behind Hui Yuxuan and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. He inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from Hui Yuxuan, then said softly, Do you like it? Hui Yuxuan nodded emphatically. It's so beautiful, Ah Hong. Are you still afraid? Hui Yuxuan gently shook her head, putting her hands on Du Heng's larger ones. I'm not afraid now. I'm not afraid with Ah Hong by my side. I know Ah Hong will protect me. Du Hong was touched. He didn't say anything, just quietly hugged Hui Yuxuan, enjoying this beautiful moment while looking at the scenery outside the window. Behind them, Hu Ling had wanted to come over to share her joy with Hui Yuxuan, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel envious. She glared at Zhang Yang, who was still looking out the window and shouting in excitement. Then she pinched his waist hard. Ouch! Shoo! It hurts, but you're telling me not to make a noise. Look at them, and then look at you. You don't even know how to make a move during such a romantic opportunity. Do I have to be the one who initiates everything? Zhang Yang scratched his head, looking at Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan, who were still being lovey-dovey, and realized what she meant. He chuckled, going behind Hu Ling and hugging her. However, because of his height, his hand ended up directly on her chest, making Hu Ling roll her eyes and swat away his hand. Wasn't it you who told me to hug you? Why did you hit me? I told you to hug me, but I didn't tell you to touch me. But my arm is naturally placed there. Can you blame me for that? And no one else is watching anyway. Humph. Zhang Yang chuckled again, embracing Hu Ling again. This time, she only resisted symbolically and then didn't move, letting Zhang Yang's large hand have its way. It was already 8 p.m. when they arrived at the Yangzhou airport. It was completely dark. After leaving the airport, they got into the minibus that had been waiting for them. The group headed to a 5-star hotel that had been booked in advance. Du Hong, we're causing you so much trouble, eating and staying at your expense, Hu Ling said apologetically. Hui Yuxuan sat beside her, while Zhang Yang had been banished to the last row. That guy hadn't been well behaved on the plane. He'd been touching Hu Ling for more than an hour, pinching her until she was sore. Du Hong, who was sitting on the other side, smiled and waved his hand. We're all friends, so there's no need to say that. We haven't given you and Yangzi anything to celebrate you getting together. Consider this a free trip as a gift from us. Hu Ling smiled and nodded, glancing at Zhang Yang, who had a look of resentment on his face. She then rolled her eyes at him before saying, I'm not good at anything, but Yangzi can make games. I also heard that you're an uploader, so you need to try out a lot of games. Have Yangzi make some games for you to use for material. Du Hong grinned. Hu Ling was playing a smart game. It seemed like she was selling Zhang Yang to him, but she was actually using his help to promote Zhang Yang's games. However, since this was a win-win situation, Du Hong didn't call her out on it. I've booked 2 rooms at the hotel. You and Yangzi can stay in one room, right? As soon as he said this, Zhang Yang nodded vigorously, his eyes shining, and he was completely impressed with Du Hong. Hu Ling rolled her eyes at the excited Zhang Yang before smiling and nodding. No problem. He'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. If he tries to get into my bed, I'll break his legs. Du Hong shrugged, giving Zhang Yang a nothing I can do to help look. He looked at Hui Yuxuan, who had a rosy blush on her cheeks. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Du Hong. Du Hong had said that he booked 2 rooms, and Hu Ling and Zhang Yang were staying in 1 room, which implied that she was staying in the same room as Du Hong. When she thought about the last time the power went out, Du Hong had seen almost everything, except her last line of defense. She blushed and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. When they arrived at the hotel, they got out of the car. The porters naturally took the luggage upstairs. After registering at the front desk, Du Hong put his arm around the blushing Hui Yuxuan and walked toward the elevator, followed by Hu Ling and Zhang Yang. Let's go drop off our things first, and then come down for dinner. After dinner, we'll go to the night market. Yangzi, since you didn't bring anything, you should buy a few clothes. And buy a few for Hu Ling as well. The clothes at the night market should be cheap enough for you to handle. All right. Since time was tight, Du Hong brought Hui Yuxuan to their room. After closing the door, he hugged her from behind. After a bit of love play, Hui Yuxuan's body went soft, and the sweet fragrance she was exuding wafted onto Du Hong's arm, her face rosy. After cuddling for a while, Du Hong smacked his lips, reluctant to part. He led Hui Yuxuan downstairs for dinner. He was met with a teasing look from Hu Ling. Du Hong rubbed his nose a little awkwardly. He was the one who said they should come down early, but their love session had gone on too long, and Hu Ling and Zhang Yang had already been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Hui Yuxuan was so embarrassed that she could have been dripping water from her face. She lowered her head and was pulled by Hu Ling to sit on the side. The dishes had already been served. The group had been hungry for a long time. They hadn't eaten anything since the light meal on the plane, so they no longer cared about their image and started eating voraciously. Hui Yuxuan looked towards Du Hong every now and then, her eyes filled with adoring love. Hu Ling, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but chuckle. Yuxuan, do you know that you're glowing? Oh, am I? Hui Yuxuan covered her small face with her hands, her eyes wide. Hu Ling smiled knowingly. Look at Du Hong. His eyes are about to light up too. Hurry up and eat. I can see that you can't wait to go back to him. I'm getting embarrassed to have you sit next to me now. Chapter 74. Nighttime Stroll on the Ancient Street. After dinner, the 4 of them called a car and went straight to the night market. It was already 10 p.m. when they arrived. They hadn't even entered the market yet, but the number of pedestrians and vehicles on both sides of the road had already increased. Looking at the antique buildings on both sides of the road, they noticed that although they were all white walls, the roof tile structures were very unique. When they got out of the car, they could already smell the distant aroma. Although they had just finished eating, they couldn't help but salivate at the smell. Hui Yuxuan was very happy. As soon as she got out of the car, she hugged Du Hong's arm, pointing excitedly at the hand-cut cake stand on the side. Ah Hong, hand-cut cake. I want to try some. Du Hong smiled and gently flicked her nose. He then turned to Hu Ling, who couldn't wait to look around. We'll split up here. You can decide when to go back. Tonight. By the way, the lights at Slender West Lake are very beautiful at night. You can take a boat on the lake. You can see the scenery during the day tomorrow. Hu Ling nodded emphatically and pulled Zhang Yang to a stall with delicate handmade trinkets and began to pick through them. After the 2 of them left, Du Hong bought some hand-cut cake with the excited Hui Yuxuan and then strolled through the night market. They were still on the outer street. They needed to buy tickets if they wanted to enter the inner street. But the 2 of them weren't in a hurry. There were also many places to explore on the outer street, such as some food and handicraft stalls. After seeing a lot of girls wearing glowing ears on their heads, Du Hong curiously started looking around for some. Then he saw them on a trinket stand not far away. He pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. She was still happily eating the hand-cut cake. Feeling the odd sensation on her waist, she blinked her large eyes and looked at Du Hong. Ah Hong, what's wrong? Du Hong grinned. I suddenly think that these glowing hair accessories are also suitable for wearing at night, outside. As he spoke, Du Hong leaned into Hui Yuxuan's ear and whispered, Of course, when we go back, it's better to wear a bright red hair accessory. Hui Yuxuan blushed slightly, rolling her eyes at Du Hong, then let go of his arm and went to the stall to choose one. Du Hong smiled and rubbed his nose, following her. Hui Yuxuan picked one and put it on, then turned her head to look at Du Hong. Hong, how is it? Du Hong grinned, giving her a thumbs up. Beautiful. We're buying it. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, her eyes curving into crescents. The female boss on the side laughed heartily. This beauty is really good-looking. Her skin and figure are both amazing. Du Hong smiled as he scanned the QR code to pay. He then nodded to the boss before leaving with Hui Yuxuan. The two stopped in front of a stall selling oil paper umbrellas and folding fans. After thinking for a moment, Du Hong bought an oil paper umbrella and a folding fan before continuing to look around with Hui Yuxuan. What did you buy these for, Hong? They're good-looking, and a qipao goes so well with an oil paper umbrella. But we didn't bring a qipao this time. Du Hong smiled mysteriously. Did you forget that we had a suitcase? I told my mom to prepare a qipao. Yuxuan can wear it tomorrow. Okay. There was nothing left to explore on the outer street. Du Hong then bought tickets to enter the slender West Lake with Hui Yuxuan. Looking at the shops with lanterns on both sides, it felt different immediately. Unlike the noise outside, the inner street was much quieter, although there were still shopkeepers and customers haggling. From time to time, boats passed through the river channel, and the flashes of light lit up in different places, highlighting the beauty of the inner street. Wow, it's so beautiful, Hong. Look at the little bridge over there. There are a lot of people on it. Du Hong smiled, gently squeezing her waist. Come on, I'll take you on a boat ride. There were many wooden boats docked along the river. Du Hong found a wooden boat with a canopy. After taking Hui Yuxuan onto the boatman used a bamboo pole to push the boat away. It floated slowly along the river. The ripples spread out, shimmering in the light from the shops on both sides. Hui Yuxuan had a sweet smile on her face. She leaned on Du Hong's shoulder, her eyes sparkling, looking at the shops on both sides, not knowing what she was thinking about. Yuxuan, aren't you going to take a picture of this beautiful scene? Hui Yuxuan smiled slyly, gently shaking her head. No, I want to keep this memory in my head. When I'm about to forget, I want Hong to bring me back here. Du Hong was stunned for a moment. He gently flicked Hui Yuxuan's delicate nose and grinned. Then I won't take pictures either. Actually, the fun of traveling is about going to see and feel, instead of just taking pictures everywhere with your phone. That way you'll miss a lot of the beautiful scenery. The small boat pushed through the waves, the lights sprinkled on the water. The warm atmosphere was broken by a gentle scolding. Be gentle. Why are you pinching so hard? Another wooden boat had followed them. Hearing the voice, Du Hong knew it was Hu Ling. Although it was dark and he couldn't see who was laughing awkwardly beside her, just from the slightly perverted laughter, he knew that it was Zhang Yang. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth, giggling. She had guessed what happened. Her face was slightly red, but the lanterns on both sides were red, so you couldn't tell. As the two boats got closer, Hu Ling, whose chest was being touched by Zhang Yang, saw Hui Yuxuan looking at her with a smile, and quickly lowered her head, swatting away the hand that was still trying to get fresh. Ling Ling, you're here too. Why yes, what a coincidence. Hu Ling looked up, her gaze a little evasive. Such a thing had been seen, and it was by her best friend. Although she had a big heart, shyness was inevitable. Zhang Yang, who was on the side, scratched his head awkwardly, waving at Du Hong as a greeting. Look around for a bit longer, and then go back early. We still have to come tomorrow? Okay. The two boats moved away from each other. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan's boat was obviously a lot slower, but the two didn't care. The boatman had no intention of speeding up. Suddenly, Hui Yuxuan felt Du Hong's large hand move from around her waist, moving upwards until it stopped, causing a tingling feeling in her chest. Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed and her ears were burning. She softly leaned into Du Hong's arms, too embarrassed to lift her head. She made a soft noise from time to time, making her even more alluring in the night. Hong, there are still people on the shore looking. Du Hong grinned. It's okay. They're in the dark, they can't see. Hui Yuxuan curled up in Du Hong's arms, not daring to show her face. It was as if the people on the shore were all looking at them. Actually, the only lights in the river were the long strips of lamps on the walls of both sides. The light was dim, so you couldn't see anything, not to mention that the boat Du Hong chose had a canopy. There was a hint of sensuality in the warm atmosphere. Du Hong didn't do anything further. After kneading for a while, He hugged Hui Yuxuan and enjoyed this beautiful moment. The night air was getting colder. Although Hui Yuxuan was huddled in Du Heng's arms, they were on the water, after all. The breeze was chilly, and Hui Yuxuan was feeling a little cold. As if sensing this, Du Heng gently squeezed Hui Yuxuan's waist. Yuxuan, let's go back. Hui Yuxuan nodded softly, her face red. Okay. Chapter 75. Yang Zi's Dilemma. Without informing Hu Ling and Zhang Yang, Du Heng took a taxi back to the hotel with Hui Yuxuan. It was already midnight. As soon as they closed the door, Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, her face flushed, and hurried into the bathroom. Du Heng rubbed his nose. After thinking for a moment, he opened the suitcase to find some clothes and noticed a piece of paper on top. He picked it up and read it, and then he froze. Dear son, Mom knows you young people these days have a lot of tricks and know how to have fun, but safety is most important. There's something good that Mom prepared for you at the bottom. Du Heng took everything out of the suitcase, and then he saw a box at the very bottom. Rubbing his nose, Du Heng grinned. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Du Heng put the box under the pillow. After a moment's thought, he went to the bathroom door and gently turned the handle. It wasn't locked, but Du Heng didn't push the door open. After another moment, he returned to the bed and leaned against the headboard. If he remembered correctly, Hui Yuxuan hadn't taken any clothes into the bathroom, but she was definitely going to change. He turned off all the lights, leaving only the bathroom light on. Behind the frosted glass, a beautiful figure stood gracefully, probably washing her hair. A dozen minutes later, the bathroom door opened. The scent of shampoo wafted out, and Hui Yuxuan turned off the light. Du Heng only felt a figure quickly climb into bed and into the covers. The room suddenly became quiet. Du Heng rubbed his nose. After thinking for a moment, he laughed and said, Okay, I can't see anything. You're under the covers now. Can I turn on the light? Click. Du Heng pressed the switch on the bedside table. The room lit up. Du Heng went to the suitcase and rummaged through it for a few moments before throwing some clothes on the bed. Put these on. I'm going to take a shower. Looking at the bundle under the blanket, Du Heng shook his head helplessly. He grabbed a towel from the suitcase and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water came. At that time, Hui Yuxuan finally peeked her head out from under the covers. She looked toward the bathroom, her eyes a bit dazed. She looked at the clothes on the blanket, and her smile was so beautiful it was breathtaking. When Du Heng came out of the shower, he found that the lights in the room were off again. He shook his head with a wry smile, turned off the bathroom light, and climbed into bed in the dark. The air conditioning was on in the room. Having just showered, the water droplets on his body felt a bit cold in the breeze. Du Heng reached for the blanket, but suddenly froze. He touched clothes, and the texture was just like the clothes he'd tossed to Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you aren't wearing anything? Just then, the blanket was lifted, and a fragrant breeze rushed at him. Then, Du Heng felt Hui Yuxuan's fervent embrace. The storm had passed, and Hui Yuxuan was asleep in Du Heng's arms. Her hair wasn't dry yet, and it felt a bit cold on Du Heng's body. However, Du Heng's heart was burning hot. He replayed what had just happened, and he grinned. The bedsheets had already been changed. They couldn't very well sleep on the blood-stained ones, could they? He gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. She murmured something softly. Du Heng felt sweetness to his core. Du Heng moved Hui Yuxuan's wet hair to the side. He found a comfortable position and prepared to go to sleep while still holding her, but then his phone lit up. He turned over to pick it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Yang. Du Ji, I'm really torn right now. What's wrong? Du Heng glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Ling Ling made me sleep on the sofa as soon as we got back. She also told me that if I dared to climb into bed tonight, she would break my legs. And then I lay down on the sofa, and I had already fallen asleep, but suddenly Ling Ling came over and pinched me, saying that I wasn't a man. Du Heng rubbed his temples. He thought that what he and Hui Yuxuan were doing was pretty wild, but it seemed these two were even wilder. And then I didn't know what to do. She said that if I dared to go to bed she would break my legs, and that I wasn't a man. What should I do? Did you not try to sneak into bed? I didn't dare. Ling Ling is really painful when she pinches. Then why did she pinch you if you were sleeping on the sofa? How should I know? Du Heng felt like this guy was hopeless. He couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. His emotional intelligence was appallingly low. After a moment, Du-hung asked, "Did you prepare those things?" "What things? What else could it be at this time?" "And no, I have some here. Come to my room. I'll give you a few. Then, go straight for the bed. See what her reaction is." "Okay." A few minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door. Hui Yuxuan's body tensed. Du-hung gently removed his arm, looked at Hui Yuxuan, who had already opened her eyes, and smiled. "Keep sleeping. Yang Zi is here to get something." After that, Du-hung put on his slippers and ran to the door. He opened it and handed a few small packets to Zhang Yang. "Hu Ling is good to you. Don't let her down." Okay. Talking to him was a waste of time. This guy's brain was probably blank right now, and he didn't understand anything. Hu Ling was going to have a tough time. He closed the door and lay back on the bed. He felt his arm being hugged, but since the lights were off, he couldn't see Hui Yuxuan's expression. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Hui Yuxuan moved her wet hair around and smiled. "I can't sleep." "Aren't you tired?" "I'm tired, but I'm also happy." "Is Ah-hung happy?" Du-hung moved his arm slightly, then grinned. "Happy?" Hui Yuxuan's breathing quickened, and her breath tickled Du-heng's arm, making his heart itch. "Yuxuan, do you know why red apples taste better? Because there's a lot of sunlight?" Du-hung grinned, pushed Hui Yuxuan down, and said softly, "Because there are a lot of nutrients." The storm had passed. Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed. She was leaning on Du-heng's chest, her fingers gently tracing patterns. Just then, her phone lit up as well. She picked it up and looked at it, and then she giggled. Ling Ling says that Zhang Yang finally got the hang of it. Du-hung glanced at the messages Hu Ling had sent to Hui Yuxuan. He couldn't help but rub his nose and smile. That idiot finally got the hang of it. What a great opportunity that he let slip until now. He's so tired that he's already asleep after I trained him a few times. How's it going on your end, Yuxuan? Chapter 76. The Experienced Driver. The night passed without a word. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight entered the room, tiny particles could be seen floating in the air. The room still smelled faintly of fragrance. Hui Yuxuan, who was curled up in Du-heng's arms, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. An uncomfortable sensation made her frown slightly, but it quickly relaxed, replaced by a happy and sweet smile. Behind her, Du-heng's breathing was still even. He was sleeping soundly. There was no helping it. He was exhausted from last night and needed to catch up on sleep now. Not daring to make too much noise, Hui Yuxuan felt a dry sensation on her body. She quietly got up and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, she discovered that Du-hong had already woken up, and he was looking at her with a grin. However, she had already gotten dressed, so Du-hong didn't see anything. "Ah-hong, you're awake?" Du-hong smiled and nodded. "I woke up as soon as you went into the bathroom." Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue. She walked softly to the bed and sat down. She giggled and hugged Du-heng's arm. "How did you sleep?" "Not well. You were in my dreams, and it wore me out." Hui Yuxuan blushed and glared at Du-hong playfully. "Get up, I'm hungry." Du-hong smiled, gently flicked Hui Yuxuan's nose, and then he lifted the blanket. He then remembered that he wasn't wearing any clothes. He scratched his head with a chuckle, picked up his clothes from the floor, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. It was 9 a.m. It was drizzling outside, and the sky was a bit gloomy. When he finished washing up and went to the restaurant downstairs with Hui Yuxuan, they saw that Hu Ling and Zhang Yang were already there. Zhang Yang's face was pale, and his legs were shaking. The way he looked at Hu Ling seemed to show a bit of fear. Du-hong was concerned that this guy might not even last until the end of the National Day holiday. As soon as Hu Ling saw Hui Yuxuan, she ran over, took Hui Yuxuan's hand, grabbed some food, and ran to a corner to sit down. They started to chat quietly. Hui Yuxuan was blushing the entire time. She would occasionally say a few words, but Hu Ling was clearly the one doing the asking while she did the answering. Hu Ling would sometimes chuckle and glance at Du-hong. She would also secretly give Du-hong a thumbs up, making Hui Yuxuan not dare lift her head. Du-hong rubbed his nose. He ordered some porridge, a few shumai, and 2 eggs. He walked over to Zhang Yang's table and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yang started to whine. "Du-ji." Du-hong got goosebumps instantly. He moved away a bit and asked, "What's wrong?" "Shi. Sigh." Du-hung didn't hear the rest of it. Anyway, it was probably about her being too scary and that he couldn't handle it. When she saw that I brought several of those things back, she said that if I wanted to touch her tonight, I had to use them all, or else she wouldn't let me touch her again. Du-hung rubbed his temples. After a moment's thought, he whispered, Yang Zi, think about it. While you're still alive, find a good feng shui spot. If you wait too long, I'm afraid even your ashes will be gone. Is it that scary? She's a girl willing to do this much, so just enjoy it. Treat Hu Ling well, and don't let down her feelings for you. I know, Du Ji. Ever since I got together with Ling Ling, she's always been the one taking the initiative. I want to do something for her, but I don't know what I can do. It's simple. Du-hung took a bite of his shumai before continuing. Today we're going to the Slender West Lake, but it's raining outside. This is your chance to shine. By holding her umbrella? But I did hold it for her before. Me holding an umbrella for her doesn't mean you only need to take care of yourself. Take care of her first. What's a bit of rain for a big man like you? She gave you her body, so can you bear to let her get rained on? Zhang Yang subconsciously shook his head, and then his eyes lit up. I know what to do. Du-hung laughed. It's good that you know. After finishing their meal, the four of them took separate taxis to their destination. This time, Du-hung didn't care about Zhang Yang and Hu Ling. He had come out with Hu Yuxuan to have fun, not to accompany them. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Du-hung felt that Hu Yuxuan's face was rosy and that her skin looked better than before. When he remembered the jokes he'd seen online, he couldn't help but rub his nose and grin. What are you smiling about, Ah-hung? Du-hung leaned into Hu Yuxuan's ear and whispered, Your skin looks even better. You look like a ripe peach. Hu Yuxuan's face instantly turned red, because Hu Ling had told her the same thing. Hu Ling had explained the reason to her, and told her that it was good to do it often, that it only had advantages and no disadvantages. When she looked up again, Hu Yuxuan's eyes were shimmering, and her love was evident. Du-hung was a little stunned by how beautiful she was. With a chuckle, he kissed her still red cheek, put his arm around her shoulder, and pulled her into his arms. The driver was a middle-aged man. He chuckled when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. You're really a beautiful couple. You make others so jealous. The driver's accent was a bit regional, but it didn't stop Du-hung and Hu Yuxuan from understanding what he was saying. Hu Yuxuan lowered her head shyly, while Du-hung grinned. Before the two could say anything, the driver continued, I drive this car every day, and I pick up a lot of customers, including many young couples. But I've noticed that many couples are just going through the motions. You can tell from their eyes that their love isn't real. Oh, how so? Du-hung was intrigued. Although what the driver was saying might not be accurate, he was very experienced, and he had met many people. He must have developed his own way of reading people. The driver chuckled. You can tell if someone really likes you just by looking at their eyes. Some people seem to be very affectionate to your face, but it's all fake. I'm sure you don't need me to say what their intentions are. Du-hung nodded. Anything else? Another thing is that you can see from the interactions between the couples. If one side wants to hug or kiss the other, but they are clearly annoyed or resistant, it's obvious that they don't really like each other. Then why are they still together? Wouldn't it be better to break up? Hu Yuxuan asked curiously. Hey, that's a great question. The driver cleared his throat. Young people today are different from those in our day. Many just need a partner to fulfill their own needs. And some are simply just doing it to show off on social media. But wouldn't that hurt the other person? That I don't really understand, because I've never encountered it myself. But I think in these situations, it's probably one-sided. Then what do you think of Yuxuan and me? Chapter 77. A little bridge, a flowing river, and a home. Didn't I just say it? You two are really the envy of others. Du-hung smiled and nodded, gently pinching Hu Yuxuan's waist. She was staring at him blankly, and the love in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Look at that beautiful girl's gaze. Tiske. Even at my age I can't help but feel envious. Young man, you're so lucky. Ha 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 ha. Du-hung laughed happily. Hu Yuxuan also laughed happily. Her beautiful face, which was already in great condition, had now become even more gorgeous. You two must be tourists from out of town? Let me tell you, the Slender West Lake is best to visit on a rainy day. I proposed to my wife on a rainy day at the Slender West Lake, and now our child is almost as old as you two. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other, smiling and nodding. Yes, we're from Jincheng. That's pretty far. It's not easy to come all the way here, so you need to treat your girlfriend well. Thank you, I will. The driver was very talkative and chatted with them until they arrived near the entrance of the slender West Lake. After paying and getting out of the car, Du Hong opened the oil paper umbrella he'd bought last night, and he walked towards the entrance with Hui Yuxuan in his arms. Although it was raining, there was still a long line at the entrance. Some people were holding umbrellas, while some were simply standing in the rain. Du Hong had already bought the tickets, so they didn't need to buy any. They just had to go to the entrance and line up to have them checked. The stalls on both sides were different from those in the night market. It seemed like they had a clear division of labor. They squeezed into the entrance after waiting in line for over 10 minutes, but they were stunned by what they saw inside. Saying that people were shoulder to shoulder was an understatement. They were completely packed together. Because the walkway was very narrow, there was a river on the right side. Many people were also stopping to look at things at the stores on the side, making the scene very chaotic. Du Hong laughed wryly. There are too many people. Hui Yuxuan avoided a woman who squeezed her way over. She held Du Heng's hand tightly, afraid of getting lost. It would be very difficult to find each other again if they got lost in this crowd. Du Hong gently squeezed Hui Yuxuan's hand, clearing a path for her while walking sideways. However, his efficiency was very low because he also had to hold an umbrella for Hui Yuxuan. It took them a long time to squeeze to the small bridge. By that point, they were already covered in sweat. The bridge was packed with tourists who had stopped to take pictures. They had no intention of leaving because it was a good place to take pictures of the little bridge, a flowing river, and a home scenery. Du Hong wiped the sweat off his forehead. Suddenly, a small hand came over with a wet wipe, helping him wipe the sweat off his face. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, who looked very serious, Du Hong said with a wry smile, "It's a sea of people." They squeezed again for a long time before they got off the bridge. The crowd was a lot thinner at this point because most people were stuck on the bridge. Let's go. I'll take you to see the moonlight over the 24 bridges. The sky was gloomy and the rain was misty, making it a great time to take a boat ride on the lake. He brought Hui Yuxuan to the small bridge in the middle of the lake. Although there were still many people here, it wasn't as crowded. Hui Yuxuan excitedly let go of Du Heng's hand, running out from under the umbrella, leaning on the stone bridge railing, and looking at the lake's surface that was rippling in the breeze. Her smile bloomed like a flower. "Ah Hung, look, it's so beautiful." Du Hong followed her and held the umbrella over Hui Yuxuan's head, and then he looked at the lake. Small boats were still shuttling through the lake, and there were faint songs coming from the boatmen, adding a touch of life to the area. After thinking for a moment, Du Hong smiled. "Yuxuan, I want to take a picture of you." "Why?" Hui Yuxuan blinked her large, watery eyes at Du Hong. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't take any photos?" Du Hong rubbed his nose and shrugged. "I want to use it as my phone's wallpaper." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, nodding. "Okay, should I pose here?" "Yes, pose right here." "Okay. I'll give you the umbrella." "Aren't you going to hold the umbrella, Ah Hong?" "It's okay, a little rain won't hurt." After saying this, Du Hong ran down the steps and turned around. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at Hui Yuxuan. "Yuxuan, strike a pose." Hui Yuxuan put the oil paper umbrella on her shoulder and blinked her watery eyes. She didn't know what pose to use. However, just at that moment, Du Hong smiled and pressed the shutter button, capturing the scene. In the photo, Hui Yuxuan's eyes were full of confusion. The qipao with the blue and white porcelain pattern accentuated her figure. Her high bun was secured with a magnolia hairpin. She also had a traditional bracelet and a jade bracelet on her wrists. Although she was wearing white sneakers, it didn't detract from her beauty at all. The scenery behind her made for a perfect background. Hui Yuxuan under her oil paper umbrella was frozen in that moment of confusion, forever preserved on Du Heng's phone. What Hui Yuxuan didn't know was that, while she was struggling to think of a pose, Du Hong had already taken more than a dozen pictures. Hui Yuxuan wanted Du Hong to take a picture that he would be very happy with. Just then, Du Hong said suddenly, without raising his head, "Yuxuan, I love you." Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned slightly red. Her smile bloomed. Love was evident in her eyes, and her eyes curved into crescents. Du Hong was very satisfied with this picture and decided to use it as his wallpaper. While Hui Yuxuan was still thinking about what pose to strike, Du Hong was already smiling and putting his phone away. He ran up the stairs and went straight to her side, putting his arm around her waist. "Aren't you going to take a picture, Ah Hong?" "I'm done." "Ah, I haven't figured out what pose to use yet." Du Hong grinned, gently flicking Hui Yuxuan's nose. "You look best when you smile, that's enough." Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, and then she covered her mouth and giggled. The two of them stopped at the bridge for a long time. Hui Yuxuan leaned in Du Heng's arms, watching a few pairs of mandarin ducks playing in the lake. A smile slowly formed on her face. The two of them had become what they used to hate, stopping on the bridge and refusing to leave. More and more people were coming behind them. Eventually, the bridge became crowded. Helpless, the two of them looked at each other and had no choice but to get off the bridge and continue forward. "Let's rent a boat. Whatever Ah Hung wants." They waited in line for a long time before a small electric boat returned. It was already noon. Du Hong bought 2 corn on the cob from a small shop nearby. He then took Hui Yuxuan to the boat, and then he stepped on the gas pedal. The little boat rocked as it moved towards the center of the lake. After passing under the bridge arch and traveling further for a bit, he stopped. Du Hong took out a corn on the cob and handed it to Hui Yuxuan. "Eat some. You must be hungry." "Okay." Hui Yuxuan had just taken the corn on the cob when she saw a few pairs of mandarin ducks slowly approaching. The mandarin ducks circled their boat, not wanting to leave. Hui Yuxuan smiled gently. Du Hong rubbed his nose helplessly. "Okay, it seems like they're hungry too." Chapter 78. The rain gets worse. On a small boat that was drifting on the lake, Hui Yuxuan leaned on Du Heng's shoulder, watching the rippling water surface and the concentric circles of the raindrops spreading outwards. Although the rain was pattering loudly on the roof, it didn't affect the warmth of the moment. People were coming and going on the shore, and some of them were stopping to look at the lake and take photos. Without a doubt, someone had also taken a picture of Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan's boat. Although a boat ride on a rainy day was beautiful, the breeze carrying the moisture on the lake was very cold. Du Hong could feel that Hui Yuxuan had shivered just now. He pulled Hui Yuxuan closer into his arms. He rested his chin on Hui Yuxuan's hair and said softly, "Yuxuan, are you cold? Do you want to go ashore?" Hui Yuxuan gently shook her head and snuggled deeper into Du Heng's arms. "No, I want this quiet and warm moment just for us two. There are too many people on the shore." "Then should we go back to the hotel?" Du Hong pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and chuckled. "Humph. No, you're going to bully me again if we go back," Hui Yuxuan said with a pout, burying her head in Du Heng's arms. Du Hong chuckled and pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist again. "Then, are you not going back tonight?" "Huh? What? I'll leave that to the me of tonight. The me now doesn't want to go back. I want to take a boat ride with Ah Hong." Du Hong rubbed his nose. He was amused by Hui Yuxuan's sudden cuteness. After a moment's thought, he lightly stepped on the gas pedal. The little boat pushed through the waves and slowly moved toward the center of the lake. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Hu Ling had just entered the park, and they were stuck in the crowd, unable to move. "Damn, there are so many people. How are we supposed to see anything? Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're so big, go squeeze through. What are you doing just standing here?" "It's not that I don't want to squeeze, but I can't move at all. I'm even standing on my tiptoes, and there's no place to stand. Yuxuan and them have been inside for more than an hour already. It's all your fault. You suddenly said your stomach hurt and went to look for a toilet. People have to relieve themselves. I didn't know that my stomach would suddenly hurt. Ouch. Who the hell stepped on my foot?" "Stop complaining. I stepped on it." "Oh." By the time the two finally managed to squeeze across the bridge, they were soaked. Their hair and shoulders were wet from the rain, and the rest of them was wet from sweat. Zhang Yang's shoes had already turned black, other than the one time Hu Ling stepped on it. All the other times he had his feet stepped on, he had no idea where the feet came from. "Next time, I absolutely won't come out on a holiday. This is too terrible." At around 2 p.m., the rain began to get heavier and heavier. Many people in the scenic area didn't have umbrellas and were completely soaked. Some were hiding under trees while others were leaving the scenic area. Du Hong was running with Hui Yuxuan under the umbrella. Oil paper umbrellas were nice to look at, but they were useless in heavy rain. The rain was coming down heavily outside, and lightly inside. It was obviously impossible to get a taxi at the entrance of the scenic area. It wasn't just about having money. They walked under the eaves for a long time before they saw that there were fewer people on the road. The ride-hailing app kept saying that they were still in the queue. Du-hong had a bit of a headache. They had gone out to have fun but had ended up in a heavy rain. There were too many people, and they were all trying to call for a taxi. The app said that there were still 99 people in front of them. Those 99 people didn't actually represent the total number of people. That was just the highest number the app could show. If it had shown 999 people, people would have just canceled their orders. They might as well walk back instead of waiting for a car. Du-hong looked at a small button at the bottom of the queue screen that said, Add a tip. He clicked on it and saw that it said that adding a tip would allow him to get a driver faster. After thinking for a moment, Du-hong added a tip of 200. He waited for a moment, but still no one accepted. He decided to just add a tip of 500. This time, almost as soon as he confirmed, a driver accepted the order, and the map showed that the driver was not far behind them. Soon, a call came in. It was from an unfamiliar number. Du-hong answered it without hesitation. Hello? Is that 500 tip for real? You're not going to take it back, are you? Du-hong grinned. It's for real. Come pick us up. Okay, I'll be there right away. In less than 3 minutes, Du-hong helped the soaked Hui Yuxuan into a private BMW. The driver was a man in his 30s. After they got into the car, he confirmed their location and then drove off. The air conditioning was on in the car. Hui Yuxuan was shivering. Du-hong put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer, looking at the driver. Mister, can you turn off the air conditioning? It's too cold. Sure. The customer is God, and a customer with money is the god of gods. Ha ha ha. Du-hong rubbed his nose and chuckled. Mister, you can afford a BMW, so why are you driving for ride-hailing apps? The driver was very cheerful and wasn't angry at all that Du-hong asked such a question. He laughed. Well, nobody complains about having too much money, right? And I'm bored at home anyway, so I'm just driving to earn some money for cigarettes and alcohol. Du-hong nodded with a smile. The driver had already turned off the air conditioning. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the windshield wipers were almost not enough. Oh, the rain is just too heavy. After I finish this ride, I'm going home to take care of my kid. Du-hong was also a bit helpless. Why did it seem that it would always rain wherever he went, and it was always heavy rain at that? Not wanting to believe it, Du-hong took out his phone and changed his destination to Laojun Mountain in Hunan. That was their next stop. Then he saw that the weather forecast for Laojun Mountain showed that there would be showers starting tomorrow. Putting his phone down, he rubbed his temples hard. He then looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was huddled in his arms, and said softly, Yuxuan, are you still cold? Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently and looked at Du-hong with a smile. I'm not cold anymore. I just looked at the weather forecast, and it says that it will be showering at Laojun Mountain in Hunan starting tomorrow, and it's going to last for several days. Hui Yuxuan blinked her big eyes twice, then she giggled. Are you a rain god, Ah-hung? Why does it always rain wherever you go? Du-hong rubbed his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's not my fault. I've only taken you out once. No, that's not true. Ah-hung, remember when you were doing your military training? It rained heavily when I walked to the dorm, and then it rained last time when we went to fly kites. And it's raining now, and it's going to rain tomorrow at Laojun Mountain. Du-hong rubbed his temples and sighed. Yeah, I'm also curious about why. Is it that God wants me to stay indoors with you? Just the two of us? Hui Yuxuan's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Du-hong before lowering her head to read the messages on her phone. The driver chuckled as he listened to their conversation. Young man and young lady, are you going to Hunan tomorrow? You wouldn't be able to buy tickets at this point, right? Did you buy them in advance? Du-hong rubbed his nose and shook his head. Kind of. We're taking a plane. Chapter 79. This is a disease. It needs treatment. You're flying around to travel? You must be really rich. No wonder you were willing to pay an extra 500 for a ride, the driver said with a hearty laugh, looking at Du-hong in the rearview mirror. Du-hong rubbed his nose and didn't say much. It was always better to be careful when you were out of town. He wasn't stupid. Having a little bit of money was one thing, but saying that his family had a private jet was another. It was very likely that someone would try to take advantage of him. Du-hong didn't want to get into trouble, and even more so, he didn't want Hui Yuxuan to get hurt. He chatted with the driver about nothing in particular. The driver was driving slowly because the rain was too heavy and the visibility was very poor. After a while, the car windows would become foggy, and the driver had to turn on the air conditioning, increasing the temperature and lowering the fan speed. The hotel was a bit far from the scenic spot. What was originally a 30-minute drive would take almost an hour in this weather. Hui Yuxuan suddenly looked up at Du Hong and said, "Ahong, Ling Ling and them can't get a taxi, and they've been waiting for a long time." Du Hong nodded and picked up his phone, sending a message to Zhang Yang. "Add a tip to your ride. Don't just wait. Decide how much you're willing to pay." "Okay." He put his phone down, looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was blinking her big eyes at him, and shrugged. "That's all I can do to help." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled, nodding gently. It was 4 p.m. when they arrived at the hotel. Because of the rain, it was very gloomy outside. Before getting out of the car, Du Hong paid the fare. It was a total of 536. The driver only accepted 530, giving him a small discount. Before they left, the driver chuckled and said, "You're very lucky, brother, and you're very generous. I hope you stay together forever and live a happy life." "Thank you." He nodded with a smile and got out of the car with Hui Yuxuan. The wind outside was quite strong, and it was howling. Hui Yuxuan's clothes weren't dry yet, and she was shivering in the wind. Du Hong put his arm around her, and they quickly walked into the hotel, taking the elevator straight to their room. As soon as she got into the room, Hui Yuxuan went straight to the bathroom to shower. If she didn't wash her hair after getting rained on, she would get a lot of dandruff. She wanted to be perfect in front of Du Hong. Dandruff was something she couldn't tolerate. Looking at the vague shadow on the bathroom glass, Du Hong rubbed his nose. He looked at his own clothes, touched his hair, grinned, and stood up. He gently pushed open the bathroom door and slipped inside. After finishing his shower, Du Hong felt refreshed. Hui Yuxuan was wrapped in a towel. Her face was flushed, and she was looking at Du Hong with a bit of resentment. "You don't let people take a proper shower." Du Hong rubbed his nose and chuckled. "I think you showered very well. Look, you're so white and clean, and you feel comfortable after a shower. You don't even sweat. That's great." "Humph." Hui Yuxuan snorted and turned her head away. She picked up her phone to see if she had any new messages. She did have messages. Because this shower took 1 to 2 hours, Hu Ling had sent her several messages, several voice messages, and had even called, all of which she hadn't seen. Just as she was about to reply, another voice call came in. Hui Yuxuan tapped the answer button and heard Hu Ling's slightly complaining voice. "Yuxuan, where are you? I've been looking for you for a long time, and you're not answering my calls." "I'm in the hotel room." "You didn't answer your phone for such a long time in the room?" "I was taking a shower. My phone was outside, so I didn't see it." "Oh, I see. TSK. It seems like I interrupted your fun." Hui Yuxuan's face instantly turned red. She pinched Du Heng's waist, who was confused, and then said, "Ling Ling, is there something you need?" "It's nothing much. It's just that it's already 6 p.m. Aren't you going down for dinner? Aren't you hungry after all that exercise?" Oh, we'll be down soon." After ending the voice call, Hui Yuxuan pinched Du Heng's waist again and said resentfully, "It's all your fault." Du Heng chuckled and pulled Hui Yuxuan into his arms, whispering in her ear, "Don't you like it?" Hui Yuxuan lowered her head, her face red, and whispered softly, "I do." "So?" "Humph." Hui Yuxuan broke free from Du Heng's embrace, pouting, "I'm hungry. I want to go downstairs for dinner." Du Heng rubbed his nose, pointing at the towel on Hui Yuxuan's body. "Are you going down like that?" "Oh." Clothes were also a great thing. After she cherished them, she put them on Hui Yuxuan. The beautiful clothes made her face, which was so red it could drip water, look even more gorgeous. However, Hui Yuxuan's gaze at Du Hong became more resentful. When they entered the elevator, the resentment in Hui Yuxuan's eyes turned into adoring love as she held Du Heng's arm tightly. "You're not angry anymore?" Do you like it?" "I do." "Do you remember what you said during the day?" "What?" "You said that you would leave tonight's matters to the you of tonight. Do you have anything else to say now?" Bad guy. Aren't you hungry?" Du Hong rubbed his nose and gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. He chuckled and said, "I am hungry. So what happens after we're full?" Hui Yuxuan blushed and rolled her eyes at Du Hong, pouting. "Ling Ling said that we're going to the movies together tonight after dinner, and Zhang Yang is paying. He wants to thank you for bringing them along. Then let's discuss our business after we get back from the movies. Ding! The elevator arrived on the first floor. Hui Yuxuan gently pinched Du Hong and then ran out of the elevator, giggling. Du Hong shook his head and sighed. Ah, little lambs can't outrun the big bad wolf. Amidst the pleas for mercy, Du Hong grinned and brought the blushing Hui Yuxuan to the restaurant. Hu Ling and Zhang Yang had already finished eating. They were standing at the entrance, and when they saw the two of them, Hu Ling giggled and took Hui Yuxuan's hand, running off to get food. Du Hong rubbed his nose and shook his head, following them. Du Hong and Zhang Yang sat at one table, while Hu Ling and Hui Yuxuan sat at a table far away. They would occasionally make clear, Belle-like laughter, attracting the attention of many men in the restaurant. Du Ji, you're amazing. Without warning, Zhang Yang suddenly gave Du Hong a thumbs up and praised him. Du Hong was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Teach me, please. How can you last so long? Why can't I last very long? Is there some kind of secret?" "I think you're simply just weak. Nothing else, just weak." Rubbing his temples, Du Hong thought for a moment, not knowing how to start. After hesitating for a long time, he finally opened his mouth, choosing his words carefully under Zhang Yang's expectant gaze. "This is a disease. It needs treatment." Chapter 80. The Picky Hui Yuxuan. This is a matter of personal constitution. There are no techniques. If I had to say something, it's that my body is good. It's just that simple. Yang Zi had successfully fallen into self-doubt. Du Hong was finally able to relax and eat a few bites. Then he asked, "Where are we going to watch a movie tonight?" Ling Ling found a nearby movie theater on Manhwa that has a pretty good rating. It's about 2 kilometers from here, inside a shopping mall. "Is that so?" Du Hong took out his phone and looked at the time. He laughed. "Then we should book a later showing. We can walk around the mall first." Zhang Yang scratched his head and chuckled. "That's what I was thinking." Over at Hui Yuxuan's table, Hu Ling looked at Hui Yuxuan, who kept looking over at Du Heng's table. She couldn't help but shake her head and smile. "Yuxuan, you're done for." "Ah, what's wrong?" "You've fallen completely. Look at you. You can't help but look at Du Hong. Your eyes are about to start sparkling." "Am I?" Hui Yuxuan's face was flushed. She reached up and touched her face, feeling that it was a bit hot. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Hu Ling shook her head, giggling. "Look at your complexion. Even I want to take a bite out of you. No wonder the two of you were upstairs for so long." "Ling Ling, stop talking." Hui Yuxuan was so embarrassed that she couldn't lift her head. "But Yuxuan, you must pay attention to safety. You can't get pregnant before graduation, okay?" Hui Yuxuan blushed and nodded softly. "We're being careful." "TSK, TSK, TSK. Hee hee hee. You just let it slip, didn't you?" "Ling Ling." Okay, one last question. How does it feel?" "I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Hui Yuxuan's ears turned red. She picked up her plate and sat at the table next to them. Dinner took more than 10 minutes. After leaving the hotel, they called a taxi and headed to the mall, which was 2 kilometers away. At the entrance of the mall, Du Hong had his arm around Hui Yuxuan, and Zhang Yang had his arm around Hu Ling. "Du Ji, we've already booked the movie tickets. It starts at 10. You and sister-in-law can meet us at the entrance of the movie theater on the 4th floor before 10. We'll be there early to pick up the tickets." Du Hong nodded, then turned around and walked into the crowd with Hui Yuxuan. He didn't ask what movie they were watching, because it didn't matter. Any movie was fine, as long as he was with Hui Yuxuan. "Ah Hong, I'm going to buy you some clothes." Hui Yuxuan blinked her watery eyes, looking at Du Hong with a serious expression, which made Du Hong laugh. He gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and laughed. "Why do you want to buy me clothes? Why don't you buy some for yourself?" Hui Yuxuan was serious and firm. "No, I want to buy some for you. You've been buying clothes for me all the time. It's not good." "What's not good about it? Isn't Yuxuan happy?" "I'm happy, but I want Hong to be happy too." Du Hong chuckled and leaned closer to Hui Yuxuan's ear, blowing gently. "If you take the initiative, then I'll be very happy." Hui Yuxuan blushed and bit her lip, pinching Du Heng's waist. She pouted and said, "Bad guy. All you ever think about is that." Okay, then what kind of clothes are you going to buy for me? Let me tell you, I have very high standards." "Humph, I have money." "Ha ha ha ha. You little rich girl. Hui Yuxuan giggled and hugged Du Heng's arm. She pulled him to the second floor. Men's clothing was on the second floor, while women's clothing was on the first floor. How annoying. And it wasn't just that, jewelry stores were also on the first floor. How annoying is that? Imagine bringing your girlfriend to the mall, and the first things you see are women's clothing stores, or shoes and bags, or gold and silver jewelry. How would you feel? Wouldn't you feel that your wallet is about to be emptied? Ahem, I digress. Let's get back to the topic. Du Hong was dragged to the second floor by Hui Yuxuan. They went into the first men's clothing store on the right. A very enthusiastic shop assistant greeted them, speaking in standard Mandarin. Are you two looking for clothes? What kind of style are you looking for? Our store has launched new styles today that are very popular. You can look around first, and if you like anything, you can try it on. Hui Yuxuan nodded and hugged Du Heng's arm as they walked around the store. She would occasionally reach out to pick up a piece of clothing, touching the material. First, if she wasn't satisfied, she would put it back. If she was satisfied, she would compare it to Du Hong and then shake her head again before putting it back. Du Hong was a bit confused. Hui Yuxuan had looked at clothes for a long time, but she hadn't picked anything for him to try on. Yuxuan, actually there was a piece of clothing that was pretty good just now. Which one? That black and white fake two-piece. Du Hong pointed at one of the pieces of clothing, but Hui Yuxuan gently shook her head. No, Ahong is not suitable for clothes with that kind of collar. I'll look for something else for you. Du Hong was helpless and rubbed his nose, gently nodding. The result was that Hui Yuxuan didn't find anything suitable in the first store, so she dragged Du Hong straight to the second men's clothing store. Then, she wasn't satisfied with anything there either. They walked into the third store. Du Hong was a little embarrassed by the fact that he was being dragged around by Hui Yuxuan through 3 stores. The two of them went into the stores with imposing momentum, and then exited with that same imposing momentum, walking into the next men's clothing store. The entire time, Hui Yuxuan was picking out clothes while Du Hong just watched silently behind her, not making a sound. Yuxuan, actually, these clothes are all pretty good. Hui Yuxuan wrinkled her small nose gently. Don't worry. I'll buy clothes for Ahong. Trust me. Okay. So as not to dampen Hui Yuxuan's enthusiasm, Du Hong very cooperatively let her drag him around. They finally stopped at a suit store. Hui Yuxuan looked at the clothes hanging on the wall and the clothes on the mannequins. She nodded in satisfaction from time to time. Seeing this, Du Hong couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. She was about to buy him a suit, but those kinds of clothes weren't very comfortable to wear. It didn't allow your limbs to stretch out, and you couldn't move too much. However, to his surprise, Hui Yuxuan didn't linger for long in front of the suits. She walked straight to the mannequin at the back. The mannequin was wearing a tailored black Chinese tunic suit with a black cap. It looked quite handsome. The shop assistant enthusiastically came forward to introduce the clothing. Hui Yuxuan turned around to look at Du Heng's build and then compared it with the clothes on the mannequin. She giggled. Ahong, try this one on. Du Hong glanced at the Chinese tunic suit on the mannequin and rubbed his nose, nodding gently. A few minutes later, he walked out of the dressing room wearing the Chinese tunic suit. Du Hong, with his perfect figure, brought out the perfect style of the suit. The female shop assistant's eyes all lit up, and they praised him without hesitation. Hui Yuxuan's eyes shone brightly. She nodded in satisfaction and giggled. Ahong is so handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, where his spirit was so different, the corners of Du Heng's mouth turned up, showing a smile that made Hui Yuxuan's face turn red and her heart beat faster. It is pretty decent.